Horn app. The easiest way to find us these days is to download that Horn app to your smartphone. You find us with a touch of a button wherever you are, whenever you are, here in the 512, all over the great state and all over the world. Wherever you can find an internet connection, you got us. And we appreciate you doing that, telling a friend, sharing that Horn app as well with another to let them hook up with Rodney as we get you rolling this morning. Ty as well. And yeah, it's raining all over the place. Those storms continue to train from south to north and just bring copious amounts of water and wet stuff and inches of rain. The heaviest of which, the big severe flooding problem, is down to the east of the Austin Metro, down into LaGrange and that area. But still plenty of wet stuff this morning. That'll make traffic a mess. Our man Don Miller will be along with the very latest to get you where you need to be this morning as quickly as possible. But it's going to be a challenge. You can guarantee that as we get it up and out. A lot of stories developing. Big win for Longhorn basketball last night. They followed up that win over Baylor with a maybe even more impressive victory on the road in Big 12 play. We've got now imminent reports of Jim Harbaugh to the National Football League. We'll get you details there. That obviously has major implications in the NFL and college football. We'll dive into that big story in the NBA. Hall of Fame class announced in Major League Baseball. So plenty of time and conversations to be had over our 5-hour Wednesday visit today. We appreciate you being there. And we'll have some fun. We'll get the headlines caught up. Look who it is. He has made his way through the raindrops and the wet roads and found his way to our South Austin Onion Creek compound to bring his 5 hours of conversation. Shut down corner for 5 hours this morning. Got to the 713 down in Houston, Texas. DB High down there. Also out of DBU. Right here in the 512, a lifetime Longhorn, 4 years in the NFL, 16 great years now doing great radio and media in Central Texas and beyond. He is our man, the man Blackstradamus, we've dubbed him. Also the football theorist, proud papa to baby Monroe. He is our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB? Pretty messy out there, my friend.
It is messy out there, so please take your time, folks. Those road conditions are a bit hazardous, so they make sure you know you're gonna be late. Traffic's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be a traffic Mageddon out there. So don't plan for that or just plan on being late. It's no big deal. But I appreciate the intro and appreciate the hospitality as always. Before we get started, shout out to those who serve. We do it each and every morning. We are proud and happy to do it because our society built on the selflessness of service. So all those out there serving in any capacity, God, country, or community, I just want to give you a shout out each and every morning, let you know that you are first on our minds and on our hearts, and we can't say thank you enough. Soldiers, first responders, teachers, nurses, officers of the law, the waste management folks, all those folks out there working hard for us, man, we appreciate you.
Even in the raindrops.
Oh, yeah.
And the
Don't stop. It don't stop.
low water
First
crossings
responders,
and flooding streets. And you guys are the ones, you folks are the ones running in and helping folks as they find themselves in trouble. It's been a mess, man. It's cold over the weekend. Now rain each morning.
Yeah, Austin had some of that beautiful Austin weather in a while.
Yeah, where's the sun?
Mm.
Where's that sunshine? But we'll get plenty of it at some point. Probably need the rain. Actually, we do need the rain as it's coming down. But it's no fun to do during your morning commute on a morning by morning basis. It does look like by tomorrow morning. I don't know if we're going to get sunshine, but at least the rain will turn off. The spigot of rain will turn off, I think, into tomorrow. But we'll see as we get this thing rolling. It's a major news day. There's a lot going on in college and pro football, a lot going on in college basketball. So let's get right to it. Get you caught up on the news of the morning. There's plenty of it. Top stories. Top stories always brought to you by our friends at Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. We'll start with the Longhorns basketball. Make it now 2 impressive wins. Back-to-back for the Longhorns. Head coach Rodney Terry's suddenly surging squad followed up that big win over 9th-ranked Baylor this past Saturday by rolling into Norman, Oklahoma last night and taking down the 11th-ranked Sooners 75-60. Pulled away. After a strong start, the Longhorns actually found themselves down a point at the half, 33-32, but the contest swung midway through the second, about 11-minute mark of that second half. Texas went on a 19-4 run, keyed by sharp shooting from Max Asmus. Dominant play from Dylan DeSue and a season-high 11 points and a ton of hustle plays from Kendall Weaver. Asmus led the Longhorns with 22. DeSue finished with 19. He also grabbed 10 boards and dished out 4 assists. Texas improves to 14-5 on the season. They're now 3-3 in Big 12 play. Longhorns' next 2 opponents also played last night, hooked up in Provo. L.J. Cryer scored 23 to lead 4th-ranked Houston to a 75-68 win over 21st-ranked BYU in a battle of Cougars. Texas will be at BYU this Saturday afternoon, then host Houston A big game, U of H, and a big Monday matchup at Moody Center coming up this Monday night. Also, last night in Big 12 play, TCU took down Oklahoma State in Stillwater. Central Florida rolled past West Virginia. The 10th-ranked Texas women are back in action tonight. They're going to welcome Oklahoma, OU, to the Mood for a 6 o'clock tip. Rivalry week continues. Texas football, official word yesterday, Longhorns have added their 8th new player through the transfer portal. Following a weekend visit, the former Arizona defensive tackle Tia Owali Savea committed to Texas. The 6'4", 305-pound Savea comes to the Longhorns after 2 years in Tucson, where he played for new Texas linebackers coach Johnny Nansen. He is the 4th defensive player portal addition for Texas. 4 on offense, 4 on defense. On defense, he joins former Clemson safety Andrew Makuba, former UTSA edge rusher Trey Moore, and former Alabama linebacker Kendrick Blackshear. Savea fills a particular key need for Texas in that defensive line room. Of course, losing both Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy to the NFL, and lost Trill Carter to Auburn through the transfer portal. The big developing story from the NFL comes from La La Land. Jim Harbaugh's return to the NFL appears to be imminent now. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reporting this morning that the LA Chargers have made an extremely strong offer to Harbaugh after they met in their second visit. It looks like he's on track to become their next head coach. Two sides are within striking distance, according to Garafolo, and he added that two sides are to the point of negotiating potential candidates for general manager and coaching staff. Major developing story from the NBA. The Milwaukee Bucks, second seed in the East, fired first-year head coach Adrian Griffin yesterday. Multiple reports now indicating that Doc Rivers has emerged as a serious candidate to take over in Milwaukee. Big news from baseball last evening. The 2024 Hall of Fame class was announced, and it includes an all-time Texas Ranger great, also two of the best pure hitters of their era, Adrian Beltre, Joe Mauer, and Todd Helton, elected into baseball's Hall. They received at least 75% of the votes from the Baseball Writers Association of America. Beltre received over 95% of the votes. He was one of the game's premier third basemen for more than 2 decades, including the final 8 years of his career with the Rangers. By the way, former Houston Astros closer Billy Wagner fell 5 votes shy of induction in his second to last year appearing on the ballot.
Man, I was that close. That close from saying those words I'm not supposed to say because of the bet that I lost to Ty about the Rangers and the Astros. I'm not even going to reference it. I'm not going to say it, but those words I'm not supposed to say. I was really close to saying it, and I would have violated the bet. So, because you don't mention the Astros a lot anymore.
Yeah, well, I
and usually I'm trained like Pavlov's dog. Boom.
When you hear the word Astros, you...
Yep. I can't see it. I guess you can see it.
I say Astros. You just get to do your little chant.
Yeah. Oh, man, I was so close. And I was like, oh. And I thought I was like, oh, no. Okay. And I was like,
you can say go Jers, because I know Adrian Beltre, not only a great all-time player
going
to the Hall of Fame, but he's also a Ranger fan favorite if there ever was one of the heartbeats of that team for about a decade. But yes, you almost did.
I almost did. I was very close. I was like, and I was like, oh, I can't do that. Man, Ty, I'm restricted from that from like a whole year. Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Can't do it. So yeah,
Rangers have earned that right, because of their world championship. But yeah, there we go. So there's a lot of big stories from each of the major sports out there right now, including the Longhorns.
Biggest story close to home is that Rodney Terry and the Longhorns seem to have found something. Something. And this is why, you should let them do the horns down. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Yes, it works. It works for us in so many ways. All right, it's free media. It's the best form of free media probably in college sports today. Everybody knows what the hell they're talking about when they do it. All right, so that's beautiful. That's something that you can't even quantify. You can't put a price on that. But also, Rodney Terry didn't want them to do it. But if they hadn't done it, you might still be losing. Right, it may not have found whatever the secret sauce is that you just found with this group. Y'all playing like y'all were upset, like y'all are determined now. Playing with a brand of basketball. I don't know if it's the horns down, but we know it did coincide with the horns down controversy where Rodney Terry got criticized nationally by some of his peers. Longhorn fans had a bit of a negative response to, the way he handled that, and I like the way that they have handled this situation. I like the way he handled it too. He came out and apologized and they started winning some games.
Yeah, look, this thing is not about talent, I don't believe. I mean, we've talked about maybe being a flawed roster at times, but I think, when you bring all these new players together, you do have some returning guys, obviously, with Tyrese Hunter and Dylan Mitchell, and those guys are trying to work on things and develop areas of their game the NBA has told them to work on. So, but those guys are also playing with a whole new crop of guys, right? So even though they're returning players, it's a new group of teammates that they're trying to figure out chemistry with, and that can take a little bit of time. And as we said, they had the added issue of Dylan Disu not being available at all through the training camp into the first month of the season, and he's one of your best players. You saw him last night. He was the star of the show in the second half, just unstoppable. He had just filling up the stat sheet. So they're getting there. I mean, I do think what we saw last Tuesday night with the Central Florida game and Rodney Terry's response to it, and then the criticism that came coast to coast and at a lot of levels rightfully so, it appears to have galvanized the team a little bit. That there's a let's fight for our coach here. Let's get this thing going, because obviously with the headlines were dominated by the horns down and Rodney Terry's reaction to it. But really, they blew a 16-point lead at home. I mean, they were in control of the game, and then kind of went to sleep in the final 10 minutes and lost a game they shouldn't have lost, in my opinion. So that's part of it too. There's a pride to that. Hey, come on now, we're better than that.
And then not even enough pride to stand up, and be upset about the horns down.
Yeah.
The coach had to say something. Instead of the players ultimately saying something, the players should have been holding. Rodney Terry should have been disciplining his guys for getting upset about the horns down.
That's right.
That's what should have happened. His guys somebody should have gotten their face about doing the horns down, because they should have been so upset about the way they performed in the game, so embarrassed about it, so ashamed. This is similar to the Bo Davis situation. Then on the rant, obviously the famous rant after losing to Iowa State on the road, that embarrassing loss for Texas. And it did signal kind of a shift, all right. But the whole point was a player should have stood up and been raising hell and dropping F-bombs and cussing out the team. But a player couldn't do it because a player must perform at a certain level to hold his teammates and peers accountable. Because otherwise, it makes you a hypocrite. If you're standing up calling everybody else, like, dude, you played bad too. You didn't have a great game. So nobody had a good enough game where they could stood up and go, you know what, guys? We got to be better. We got to be better. I'll be better, but you guys got to take it to the next step. We got to focus. We have to, galvanize this group, whatever it is. And obviously, it's a different situation, but I do think Rodney Terry probably wanted a player to stand up and have it and their pride be heard about the horns down and the way they performed.
Sure.
And it was him ultimately that stood up, and I think he kind of lost himself in the moment and realized, oh, actually, yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't have done that. That's on me. I probably shouldn't have reacted like that, but I was emotional and I was upset about the way we handled our.
And I think, since that game, and I don't know what the practices have been like, I have to assume they're similar, there's just been a bit more intentional team. And whether that was the team kind of rally around the coach a little bit and realizing, we probably should have been a little more upset about that in real time. But in the end, what they've really done is kind of found a rotation. Mm-hmm. Kendall Weaver has become a big part of this team. He had 28 minutes last night, and he was really one of the big keys in the second half in the win over Baylor. So it's back-to-back wins now, Rod, over top 11 teams in the country. So it's not about talent here. They can play with anybody. They've got the talent to go with it, especially with Dylan Mitchell rounding into form, getting himself into playing shape. When you guys, as we've said, if the offense runs through Max Abmas and Dylan Disu with that inside-outside combination, and Max, as we know, goes past Elvin Hayes last night in the 15th place all-time in the NCAA scoring list. He's just a bucket. He's going to knock down shots. He went 4 of 8 from three-point land last night. He's a 90% free throw shooter. If he gets there, he's going to make buckets. He had 22 last night. But Dylan Disu, he becomes the matchup problem. And I thought it was Porter Mosier making great points ahead of the game with Texas, telling his team, look, this is a 3-level scorer. You got to defend him in the post. You got to defend him in the mid-range game, and he can pull it outside and knock down threes. He went 2 for 3 last night from beyond the arc. So he's a big man who can stretch the floor, take the ball to the basket. And he also dished out 4 assists last night. He had 10 rebounds. And you combine him with Dylan Mitchell, who was very active last night, had 13 rebounds. He had 8 points. He blocked 3 shots, had a few too many turnovers early in the game. But those 3 players, I mean, obviously Dylan Mitchell wants to be an NBA player. Tyrese Hunter has eyes on the NBA. These are really good guys, but you need the rotational guys around them, Rod. Those are your core, right?
Yeah.
And then there's Tyrese Hunter, and then there's Kendall Weaver has just become.
He's playing really well.
That was the best defense. They held Oklahoma to 60 points on their home floor, and held them to under 40% shooting in that second half when they went on the stretch. And a big part of that was the defense from Dylan Mitchell and Kendall Weaver. really bringing it, getting up on guys and getting after. Kendall Weaver is just a hustle play waiting to happen.
He's a
on
junkyard
both
dog.
ends of the floor.
Yep.
And he's the one Texas guard that is. He's not a great shooter, so he goes to the basket.
Mm-hmm.
He likes to get to the rack and get after it.
Yeah.
And you like that about him. He brings that energy. So now you're kind of saying, okay, here's the formation of what we are. We got some stars, and now we need some role guys to fill in around them and realize what their role is. And I think there's still a pretty high ceiling for this basketball team. Wouldn't have said that 10 days ago, but all of a sudden, with two more big ranked opponents coming, BYU and Houston, in back-to-back games that are happening in 3 days, and from Saturday to Monday, you got a chance to really, put this thing in a good space. If you can go into BYU, and I watched a little bit of that game last night against Houston. BYU's not great. They're 21 in the country. Texas is more talented than them. And then you got Houston Monday night. And what if Texas were to beat BYU? What a matchup that would be in a big Monday at Moody Center with an 8:00 tip. So looking forward to this. And this is now a team that's kind of fun to watch. I was watching last night when we were doing the Longhorn live stream, Rod, on Texas football. They're fun. I mean, they were frustrating as hell for a good stretch here too. So you got to keep that pedal to the metal here and keep getting better.
They have a brand of basketball that you can tell they're starting to cultivate. And like you said, maybe it took a while because you got a relatively new group of guys that's together, but you do have a core. And once you find out what your core is, a core group of guys, and who are going to be really the guys who help you forge your identity as a basketball program, as a basketball team, that's going to be the brand of basketball you play, and defense has got to be a big part of that.
That's exactly right. And
defense has got to be. And I don't know if it was.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. 2 games.
Well, I mean, go back to the Central Florida game where you gave up and your own turnovers and bad defense. I mean, you let them shoot 50%, 53% in the second half on your own floor.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the games at West Virginia. I mean, right now it's about Texas for me. I know a lot of coaches and players will say that it's not about them, it's about us. Texas is going to get offense. Texas is going to be able to score. Chris Beard's first year when he rebuilt the roster, they were built on defense, and they would struggle offensively. They go these long 10-minute stretches without a bucket. I don't think that's going to be this team because they have really good offensive players in Dessou and Asmus who can get you a basket when you need one. Tyrese Hunter adds to that too. But their question is going to be on defense.
Yep.
Can they play with that intensity and get those stops, which they did last night? And then it's about their own turnovers. Can they take care of the basketball? Only 13 last night. I think 7 or 8 of those came in the first half. So they cut down on those turnovers in the second half, and that's when they blew this game out.
They did.
With 4 minutes to play, the Lloyd Noble Center was empty. They were running to the exits. They were like, see y'all.
Yeah.
Let's go home. That's impressive to go on the road and do that in this conference because you heard last night if you're watching the game, so far this year in Big 12 play, the road teams are winning at about a 20% clip. Road teams in the Big 12 are winning about a 20% clip, and the Longhorns just won by 15 on the road against number 11 in the country.
Got to protect home. That's something the Longhorns got to do a little bit better at protecting home.
Yeah, they already got 2 home losses.
Yeah, so they're back to 500 now.
3-3
play.
3-3.
So that's pretty good. And yeah, with the 2 games coming up in the next 3 days, Big 12 is just brutal.
They have till Saturday now to get themselves ready for a trip to Provo. And place I'm assuming I don't know if they've ever played basketball in Provo, Utah. I'll look it up, but I'm sure it's somewhere along the way. But it's been a while. I don't remember it. But, of course, BYU, one of the new members into the Big 12 this year, and then Houston on Monday night. So, yes, an opportunity. Because, look, when they had lost back-to-back games, and you're thinking, oh, man, they're 1-3, and here comes Baylor and Oklahoma. This thing could be 1-5.
Yeah, if they play that way.
Yeah, for sure. This thing could turn ugly quick. And on top of the Rodney Terry controversy, the team has risen up, played much, much better on both ends of the floor, and here they are 3-3. And now you're thinking about, okay, let's go get another one. Let's get back on the floor and keep going here.
Like you say, you know what they're capable of. The question is, can they do it consistently in the Big 12 against really high-level competition, the toughest competition in college basketball, which essentially will get them ready to be a tournament team. We were questioning, 10 days ago whether they were a tournament team or not, and now they definitely look like a tournament team. There's no question about that. Can they do that night in and night out? Because that's the Big 12.
That's the Big 12. And I kind of sense that now they kind of know what the roles are. You just keep drilling on that. And you now know the offense runs through the 2-man game of Dessou and Asmus, right? He'll run that pick and roll, and then you got to decide how you're going to guard that with 2 really good scorers in Dessou and Asmus. And then you can, if you double off of that, you got Tyrese Hunter who can knock down shots. And I just think the addition of Kendall Weaver has just been a shot of adrenaline for this basketball team. He played 28 minutes last night. It's pretty clear he's earning the trust of the coaches and earning the trust of, we got to have this guy on the floor.
Yeah,
he's
back-to-back
too good of a
games where he's
player.
played a lot of minutes. Played a lot of minutes against. Yeah, you're right about that.
And he makes all those plays you don't even show up on the stat sheet, right? He's diving on the floor. He's knocking away loose balls. He's just making things happen. So really like what you're seeing out of the transfer from UT Arlington. Remember, Kendall Weaver was kind of an under-recruited player out of Mansfield. I remember Rodney Terry talking about how they liked the player a lot, but they just didn't have any more scholarships left. And he ended up going to UT Arlington. He was the WAC freshman of the year. So the kid can play. And he's showing that right now in this little bit of a surge for the Longhorns. So we'll see if that can continue in the Big 12. So good to see them. Oklahoma women will be playing at Texas tonight at Moody Center if you're looking for some basketball. I saw where it's Greek night. I guess it's all the sororities and fraternity night at Texas. Greek night.
Nice. All right. I'm sure they'll be partying a little bit beforehand.
Come on.
Well,
6 o'clock tip's kind of early, but you can party after.
Yeah. Party after then. There you go. Well, no, it's college. They'll probably party before too. It's always a little pre-gaming going on. What are your thoughts? Will we hear the Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers announcement by the close of business today?
COB? I think so. I think this Mike Garafolo report that is out, also Aaron Wilson down in Houston does a great job reporting. He's tied into all the agents. Word is Jim Harbaugh he's happy with what he's been offered from the Chargers as far as his compensation, and now he's talking about his coaching staff and his general manager and who he's going to be working with. So to get to that point, you're pretty darn close. I mean,
that means the number's already been agreed
upon.
He's
happy.
Staff, you like the number. The number is half the battle.
Well, and that Garafolo report from NFL Network, and of course NFL Network is based in Los Angeles, so pretty good ties into the LA Chargers, I'm sure. But already reporting that he would like to bring Michigan defensive coordinator Jesse Minter with him to be the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Talking about Greg Roman coming in to be the offensive coordinator. Greg Roman, of course, was his offensive coordinator at Stanford and San Francisco.
I don't like that. I'll tell you why I don't like that. It's okay. I mean, Greg Roman is a very accomplished OC. I don't know if Greg Roman's system really fits with a Justin Herbert. And Justin Herbert is the face of the kind of the franchise, and he's your QB. I do think Jim Harbaugh can win with Justin Herbert. I'm not saying that. And I like Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers because what the Chargers have been missing for years, they don't have an identity. They don't play a brand of football. Like, you don't have no idea what kind of brand of football that the Chargers play. They don't. That's why they can't close out games, because when it's clutch time, they don't know who they are. And then they kind of just unravel. And Brandon Staley didn't really have an identity. Everybody knows what Harbaugh football is. Everybody knows the style and the brand of football that he wants to implement. And I think that will work because they got a lot of talent, by the way. They got Khalil Mack. They got Derwin James. They got Asante Samuel.
Bosa. They got a Bosa.
They got doesn't even matter which one. You got a Bosa. They got a Bosa.
They got Joey.
Yeah, they got a lot. They got Keenan Allen's a really good receiver. They got some talent there. But yeah, I don't like Greg Roman. Greg Roman's offense, we know what his offense is.
Yeah, obviously they'll have to tailor it to Justin Herbert, and that was, at least credit to him, was whether it was Colin Kaepernick in San Francisco or Lamar Jackson, they tailored the offense to the strength of the quarterback. That's what you'd have to do with Justin Herbert, but at the same time, it does seem like a bit of an off-the-nose decision, but it's a comfort hire for sure. Speaking of comfort hires, according to the report from NFL Network, he also wants to bring his son to be the special teams coach, which he is in Ann Arbor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, did I just have, should I go back to my numbers yesterday about my nepotism take?
Jay Harbaugh.
Jay Harbaugh. Oh, Jay Harbaugh.
Harbaugh's son could be the special teams coach.
So last time I checked, there was basically 3.4 coaches per team who are related to a current or former NFL coach. 11 out of the 32 head coaches. Like I said, I'm going to update this because this was 2 years ago. But 11 out of 32 coaches in 2021 were related to a current or a former NFL coach. 24 of the coordinators were related to a current or former NFL coach.
Well, and look,
real life.
Of course, their father was a coach. They're both coaches, the Harbaughs, and I'm sure
family business.
It's the family business.
It's family business.
And of course, Jay Harbaugh, who is the son of Jim, his uncle John, was a special teams coach in the NFL when he landed the Baltimore Ravens job.
Yeah,
where he's got the Ravens on a collision course.
I'm not against nepotism because these guys actually know the business. They're know
really
ball. They're really good coaches. So I'm not against. I'm just pointing it out. It's a growing trend that is continuing to increase in the NFL. Well, you know what? Probably every business. I just don't study the other ones.
Well, you asked my thoughts. This obviously would be huge for the Chargers to land a coach the caliber of Jim Harbaugh with a quarterback the caliber of Justin Herbert. It's a talented roster that's got some cap issues they got to work through. That's why the general manager hire will be big. You need someone that can help, work some cap magic here. But there's plenty of talent there.
There's plenty of talent.
It's not about talent. That's been an undercoached team.
Division is a division that has been dominated by the Kansas City Chiefs. Hell, not just Mahomes, before Mahomes. Alex Smith was owning that division before. Yeah. It was Alex Smith's division before it was Patrick Mahomes. Though it's the Kansas City Chiefs own that division, and hell, that division is tough. You got some hell of coaches: Andy Reid, Sean Payton.
Yeah, man.
And Jim
Sean Payton's now in it.
Dude, that's some Hall of Fame coaches. What?
And Antonio Pierce,
Antonio, you better get your
your
coaching acumen up, man. You better be ready to go.
Well, I do like that Antonio Pierce is leaning on some mentors, like Antonio Pierce, who won the locker room, and then the locker room kind of pushed that we're going to revolt if you don't hire this guy. Yeah. But he reached out to Tom Coughlin to be an advisor to help him build his coaching staff. He reached out. He's going to bring in Marvin Lewis. Longtime Bengals head coach who's got a lot of experience in the NFL. So if you're a young coach, you want to bring in experience, and it does sound like Tom Coughlin's going to have some type of role. He's as good as there is. He's you don't want to coach, but seek the counsel of Tom Coughlin. That's a good thing.
That is smart.
And speaking of the Chargers, the report surfaced yesterday that the Raiders want to hire Tom Telesco, the general manager who built that talented roster with the Chargers, to come and be the GM in Vegas. So, that division, adding heavyweight names, it appears, for sure. So we'll watch that. Obviously, that also has impact on the college game in a huge way. I would guess that if Jim Harbaugh, if it's announced today that he's going to L.A., that it won't take long for Michigan to name Sharon Moore the offensive coordinator, the new head coach. I would be surprised if they wait and do the whole Alabama thing. They've seen what's happened at Alabama, where the whole roster gets torn apart through the transfer portal. At least if you named the offensive coordinator who won 6 games this year at Michigan as the interim coach when Jim Harbaugh was suspended, at least you have a chance to try to keep the locker room together as much as possible.
Would you name him interim or would you name him coach?
I'd name the coach.
Just go head coach.
I'd go head coach.
No interim tag at all. Just
go head coach.
This guy. Okay, yeah.
I would go head coach because you have a two-way problem, right? You don't.
So Jim Harbaugh gets to pick his successor.
Or appoint at some level.
No, he handpicks him. Yeah. This is my guy. Well, he's been saying he's been campaigning for him.
Well, I'm
not saying anything wrong with him. I'm just saying, that's the reality, though. You have to understand that's the reality.
Well,
he won a national title. Give him that.
I think if you're Michigan, if you're in charge of Michigan, you say, you know what, we hired this guy. He's a Michigan man. He led us to a championship, our first outright championship in 50 years or so. We might want to listen to him. If he says he's a good coach, he's a good coach. Plus, who else are you going to hire, right? Is it too late in the cycle to go hire a big-name coach?
No, if they have a good AD, because of all this discussion, he should have a plan already and every AD has a list. Every AD keeps a list. You should always have a list that you can go to. Now, you said, how much does he respect Jim Harbaugh and what kind of relationship do they have? If they have the kind of relationship where he goes, yeah, I trust you, dude. If you're telling me this guy's a ball coach, that he's great to lead us into the future, I take it. I'm with you. I think it's the best course of action. I don't know if the AD is how – I don't know how adamant he is about guys he wants to put in that role potentially, but I'm with you. I think it's the best course of action just because you want to keep the talent there as much as you can and keep the brand of football and the identity as close as you can to what it is now. And he can do that. He ain't Harbaugh. Just like, Kalen DeBoer ain't Nick Saban. And I'm nothing against him. Harbaugh's not Nick Saban. He ain't the GOAT. But Harbaugh is a larger-than-life figure. You know this.
Yeah,
this.
Shoes.
And Nick Saban is, right? These guys that walk into the room and they become the biggest, they become the largest, personalities in the room. And I'm sure the guy, was it Sharon Moore? That's his name?
Sharon Moore, yeah.
I'm sure he's a good ball coach. That's different than being a good ball coach and having a brand, the Harbaugh brand, like a Saban brand, and being larger than life. So there could be some guys who decide, listen, man, I came to Michigan to play for Harbaugh.
Yeah.
I didn't come to play for Michigan. Just like there were guys who decided, I came to play for Saban. I didn't come to play for Bama.
Well, we will see. That is going to, that is pending.
That's the reality.
And obviously, Texas plays at Michigan next September. 8 months from now, the Longhorns is probably a preseason number 1 or number 2 or number 3 in the country. Will be playing at Michigan. Who will be the head coach?
Michigan D tackles on that Texas roster next year. Who knows?
You could see, because obviously immediately players have 30 days into the portal, as we just seen from Alabama. All right, we'll follow those stories developing. There's big stories out of the NBA, Major League Baseball, Longhorn basketball. Rod's got behind the burnt orange curtain coming up with the 8th
That's right.
New Longhorn rolling in here. He's got a tough name to pronounce, but he could be a big piece to the Longhorn defensive line room in 2024. We'll talk about it with you. We'll also get to what the facts for the end of our first hour of our 5-hour Wet Wednesday conversation on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Usually, Austin is a beautiful city. Usually, you have a very a nice commute. You know, there's a lot of traffic in Austin, but the weather today is not as favorable as we would like it to be. But that's okay because here in Austin, in a couple of days, you'll get that beautiful Austin weather back. And Austin is a great city. Usually, people come here and they want to live here. They want to spend some time in Austin because it's a beautiful city. Got a lot of beautiful people in the ATX. But one of the reasons that it's such a beautiful city is thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local 482. They've been helping shape Greater Austin since 1935. That's a really long time. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so do our good friends at Ironworkers Local 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who build the office. And you see the labors of their love all over this city in iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow, so are my friends at Ironworkers Local 482. Is to the extent they're hiring right now over 3,000 people. Yeah, that's a lot of growth. Right here in Central Texas, they have a huge project happening right now, and they need your help. As a matter of fact, they're offering competitive wages, competitive salaries, and competitive benefits at Ironworkers right now for a various number of positions, and they have a great opportunities for you. So go check them out at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org. Ironworkers is a great organization where you can, really explore and accept the challenge of being the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, you may be a little frustrated with your work choices, with your career path. Right now, there are great career opportunities over at Ironworkers 482. We're hiring over 3,000 people right now for a big project, and you can be one of those people and become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of this great city. So maximize your potential and be your best self today. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Big News Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. A lot of Longhorn Hoops conversation. This says Dylan Mitchell looking like a baby Dennis Rodman out there grabbing rebounds. Yeah, he's a great athlete, and he hustles like crazy. He's still working on that offensive game, but at the same time, his athleticism shows up. Last night for the Longhorns had 13 rebounds, blocked some shots. He's a guy that can help, especially if he just kind of plays off of Asmus and and Dessou offensively. Good to see him last night. Also, guys, the Longhorns need a third guy to emerge on offense. Too many times Aceman stuck at the top of the key, dribbling around various screens. That's true, and that's really got to be Tyrese Hunter, to be honest with you. We saw it against Baylor when he had 21. He needs to be that third point of offense, I think. But we'll see as this Longhorn team, they're 20 games in almost to their season, and 19. But it does feel like they're on a rise. Also on the Michigan discussion, where all signs point towards Jim Harbaugh being named the new head coach of the LA Chargers in the NFL. We're talking about Sharon Moore. Will he be successful? Says, will Sharon be successful, though? Will it be another David Shaw situation at Stanford, where he used Harbaugh's players for 2 years and then the program slid after that? Well, we'll see. I mean, I thought David Shaw did a nice job at Stanford for quite a while.
For a while, yeah, because he was there a long time.
He was.
Stanford on just hired
I've
coaches.
seen where David Shaw's actually getting head coaching NFL
right
now.
He's been getting NFL sniffs for a long time, and forever he refused to go. He refused to really reciprocate that interest. I'm not saying refused to go, but NFL teams, I've heard that back in the day that NFL teams
like David Shaw.
Yeah, they like his style, and they had interest, but he had no interest in them.
Yeah. So, look, if you're Michigan and you could tell me that Sharon Moore is going to be David Shaw, I would take that. I mean, but at the same time,
I'd want a little bit better than David Shaw, but I don't think David Shaw was a bad coach.
No, agreed. But at this point, I don't want to say you're kind of stuck if you're Michigan, but at the same time,
he was there from 2011 to 22.
Yeah, he was there for 11 years, and he did a real nice job. And the program slid late in his tenure there.
He won 11 games, 12, 11, 8, and 12. So and he won 10 in 2016. So in 2016, he had been there 6 seasons, and he had won double-digit games, but 5 of those 6 seasons.
And then
he won 9 the next 2, and then he started to deteriorate in 2019. 4-4-3-3 wins.
Yeah, I'm not sure what went on when it started to slide, and I don't know, the administration get crossed. I don't know, because it seemed like it was rolling, and then all of a sudden it just went off a cliff. So, but yeah, he did a nice job for 5 or 6 years there.
Yeah.
At Stanford.
Probably should have just left to go to the NFL when they had interest.
Yeah, and that's a tough place to win. We know the academic standards at Stanford. Yeah. In football, that's a tough place.
Yeah.
But that we'll see. We'll see what Michigan does. As you said, I'm assuming Michigan is not going to be surprised by this news. They've had a contract in front of Jim Harbaugh for months now, trying to extend him. Pretty clear that he wasn't going to sign that because he does have interest in getting back to the National Football League. And now, according to the NFL Network report, that it's almost imminent to this point. They're talking coaching staff and general managers and things of that nature with the Chargers. So we'll keep an eye there. Also, the other example of a parallel would be the Pete Carroll. When Pete Carroll left to go to the Seattle Seahawks with the NCAA breathing down his neck, they reached out and hired Lane Kiffin, if you remember. And Lane Kiffin, spurned Tennessee after just 1 season. Bolted at a press conference because the USC job came open.
I remember this.
And this was after Lane Kiffin got fired by the Raiders, and Al Davis called him a liar.
Press conference. Oh, that was a great, classic press conference. Oh, the late, great Al Davis. We miss him.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
He basically said, this guy's a liar.
Oh, man.
Don't trust a word.
He just burned Lane Kiffin in that press conference. It was a press conference strictly to trash Lane Kiffin. That was the whole point of the press conference.
Well, and then
I wonder if they still got. We got a YouTube that, so they got that out there.
I'll find it.
Oh,
well, great. And then of course Tennessee jumped to hire him after Al Davis told anybody that would listen he's a liar. And then 1 year in, he's like, "See ya."
Hey, you know what? What's that great saying? That ladies always say, you lose him how you got him, or whatever. Well, you lost him how you got him. He's a liar, and kind of shady. And hey, you know what? You found out the hard way.
And Pete Carroll went on to be obviously very successful with the Seahawks, and Lane Kiffin did not have much success with the.
Went to that Nick
USC
Saban coaching car wash though, and he was just fine. I will say this: I like the hardball to charge thing. I do not support the Greg Roman offensive coordinator thing. I don't like it. His last 2 places he was an offensive coordinator were Baltimore. Well, I say 3. It was I think Baltimore, Buffalo, and then San Fran. 2 of those 3, it was a clear a dual threat quarterback system where you had a quarterback that was one of your main rushing threats with Colin Kaepernick in it and Lamar Jackson. And the other one was in Baltimore, that weird time where they had remember it was E.J. Manuel and Tyrod Taylor. And remember that weird time where they didn't know who the quarterback was going to be?
Before Josh Allen
2015 and 16. Yeah, it was exactly. It was kind of around there. I don't know if I trust Greg Roman's system with a quarterback like Justin Herbert. I don't know if we've seen it.
Yeah, we'll see.
At least lately.
That's the report.
At least recently.
The Greg Roman, with the familiarity to Jim Harbaugh, is a name being discussed for that role. All right, there's some NFL. We'll keep an eye on the Harbaugh ticker. Of course, that's West Coast time. May not happen until later in the day. We've also got Longhorn Hoops. Right now, Rod is going to take us behind the burnt orange curtain, some Longhorn football conversation to get your Wednesday underway.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about the latest transfer portal commitment for the Longhorns. I just been calling them Savea, but I'll try to get the name right. Tia O Ali Savea. Is that I get it right? Tia O Ali Savea?
Yes, that's how he pronounces it.
Yes, that's. I went and looked at the
The pause is after the Tia, so it's Tia
O Ali,
and that kind of rolls. So Tia O Ali. Tia O Ali Savea.
The phonetic spelling has an E at the end. Like two E's after the Ali is another one. So it's Ali.
Oh yeah, there's two I's.
Ali. You go Ali.
Ali.
Ali. Yeah, exactly. It's Ali.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one. No, so Tia O Ali. Tia O Ali. So say it. Keep saying it over and over again. It'll roll off the tongue. Tia O Ali.
Or you just call him T. Savea.
I just call him T. Savea. That's probably what we should do, because we probably all said it wrong. But either way, I know.
The great Craig Way is already practicing.
Oh man, that's what we
need. Say
Tia
O Ali.
Text. Yeah, Craig Way. He'll set it. She'll set us all straight. But I believe it's Tia O Ali Savea. But we are glad to have him. The Longhorns needed him. They needed depth at the defensive tackle position. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a transition and hell of a shock potentially for this defense to have to go from having the best D-tackle duo in the country, one of the best D-tackle duos in the history of Texas football. In the previous year, you had the deepest D-tackle room arguably in the country, to go from that to, and nothing against these guys, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton as your proven commodities. And then after that, there's a lot of uncertainty. You just don't know. You don't know about the guys behind them, like Sadir Mitchell. You don't know about, Aaron Bryant. You just don't really know about those guys coming in. And then you have younger guys, and you also lost your D-line coach. So a lot of uncertainty in that D-tackle room. And to go from being the strength of the team to being the team with the position with the most question marks, that's going to be, I think, a shock for the defense. And I think PK is going to have to call the defense differently, structure the defense differently, because your strength, instead of being in the front seven, will probably likely be more in the back seven. But we'll see how these guys develop. But they needed Savea for a lot of reasons. They need him for depth. He's a proven commodity. He's only got 4 starts in his career, but he was a heavy rotational player for Arizona, and his strength is as a run stopper. Like, he's a run stopper, and a run stopper is a guy that can clog up gaps, that can take on double teams for you. He also can make plays in the backfield. I like that they actually aligned him in a lot of different shades up front. He had at least 16 snaps almost in every shade up front on the D line. So they moved him around a little bit, which shows he's a lot more athletic than his build would indicate. But he's 6'4", over 300. That's a guy that they need, and they need a guy who can be a run force defender for him. The question is, will they have him playing? I mean, he lines up, I believe, most of the time as a 3 technique. Most of their interior defensive linemen do. They do got to find a guy that can be a head-up nose. Maybe he's a guy that can move around to be that at times. He's done it, but it's not what he does exclusively. He could be that guy, but that may be something else that they're looking for. But he's a proven commodity, and Nansen knows how to use him.
Yeah, Johnny Nansen, the new linebackers coach, recruited him out of high school to come to UCLA, and then when he went to Arizona, he transferred to Arizona. So obviously he's got a strong familiarity with Johnny Nansen. The name Bo Davis is what is just ringing around in my head, because I just remember Steve Sarkisian, one of my first visits with him, talking about, because he was trying to rebuild this program in his vision, and he said, we think we have the best defensive line coach in America to build our defensive line, and we've seen the improvement of the Coburns or Ojimos in one year. Last year, the improvement of Tavondre Sweat. Byron Murphy's been kind of what he is since he got here, but the improvement of those players, you hope whoever you do hire at defensive line coach continues that, because that's critical. I mean, Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton have to take big steps forward at that position, and Sadir Mitchell, the sophomore out of New Jersey, has to take a big step forward. I mean, these guys really need to, because you're going to the SEC now. I mean, it's a lines of scrimmage league that you're building towards, and on the offensive line, you feel like you're going to be there. Defensive front in the interior, you need that continued development that Bo Davis was bringing.
Yeah, And so listen, he's a big get for the Longhorns. They still need more bodies on that defensive front. And he's actually a little bit over 300 pounds, so he's not huge. All right, you're not talking about a huge guy at the point of attack, but he's stout. And he is, as I said, a run force defender. He's really good at taking on blocks. He's also one of those guys that's just hard to move at the point of attack. Just a powerful player. And so now you got three guys who are proven commodities, who have played a high level of college football between Alfred Collins, Vernon Broughton, and Savea. And hell, 2 years ago you had 5 guys. Last year you had 4. You still need another one. Hopefully that's Sadir Mitchell or one of those younger guys. But hope is not a strategy. So I would assume that they might be going after someone else potentially in the transfer portal after the next window that opens up, or if this Michigan, Jim Harbaugh to the NFL that opens up a 30-day window for Michigan's roster. Who knows if they got some? Well, who knows? I know they do. Got some big time D tackles there potentially that may look at the transfer portal, or maybe the next window during the spring that opens up, Texas could look at some D tackles, or hopefully when you get a D-line coach that these guys in the spring take huge leaps.
Yeah.
Some of the young guys.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, because there's another guy we haven't mentioned much, and we talked about it on the Longhorn live stream last night on Texas Football, Rod. Our friend C.J. Vogel had the stat about Aaron Bryant. Aaron Bryant, the redshirt sophomore redshirt freshman out of South Haven, Mississippi.
Yep.
He ended up in the last couple games playing some pretty good number of snaps for Texas, and that tells you he was earning some trust and getting into that rotation late in the year. So Aaron Bryant is a name too, 6'2", 300 pounds at last checks, but he'll get another offseason in the weight room. So that's another name that's on campus in the interior for Texas to watch. And yeah, we haven't hired a defensive line coach to this point. That still has not happened.
That's really interesting. I'm not worried about it or anything, but I'm just intrigued as to why it's taking as long as it is. And maybe the D-line coach is still coaching in the league. Maybe that's
one of the Final Four. I don't know.
I have no idea. Or the Rod Wright thing. You hinted yesterday that maybe it's just something that hit a snag. And maybe they just couldn't get on the same page.
Well, again,
Rod Wright was the guy.
Rod Wright was the name I kept being told, and then the Texans season ended on Saturday. And
it's Thursday.
What I was told yesterday was that the recruiting thing is he doesn't love recruiting, and he'll do it, but he doesn't love it. And he was at UTSA, he was at Miami, he's done the recruiting thing.
He's done it,
and now he's doing the NFL thing, and it's different. And he's on a rising staff with D'Amico Ryans in Houston. You don't have to go out and get in living rooms and beg 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds to like you. You know what I mean?
Recruiting is a full-time job.
Yes, it is.
It's a full-time job, and coaching is a full-time job. Essentially, at the college level, you got 2 full-time jobs. NFL level, hey man, I got a GM. They got scouts for all that. They bring me the guys. I got a coordinator. Unless you're the coordinator, you got a coordinator that he's teaching the system. He wants to. So I got to go coach the guys. I know the system I'm coaching. I get the players brought to me. I don't have to worry about necessarily going into the war room and drafting guys. So in the NFL, all I got to worry about is coaching, and that time that you spend in recruiting, because that's your other job in college, you spend that potentially with your family or trying to be a better coach, or spending extra time with your players because it's professional. I don't have restrictions on how much time I can spend with my players.
Yeah, this would be a good example, and we've heard it from a lot of coaches. The burnout rate for college coaches is going to get higher and higher as the calendar gets.
Oh, it's just
they got to make some changes, and in a lot of phases into college football right now.
There's no
there's no
downtime
anymore. There is none.
It's done.
Used to have some summertime, not anymore. That's all recruiting now. All right, good stuff right there, Rod. And behind the burnt orange curtain, we'll come back, hit some what the facts, including somebody asked, what about Cliff Kingsbury news? I've got some facts on just how many teams are interested in Cliff Kingsbury to be an offensive coordinator. It is growing by the day. Details coming next. Also, keep our eye on the Jim Harbaugh ticker at L.A. and the rest of the top stories of a busy Wednesday morning. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Careful out there. Wet Wednesday, to say the least. The third straight day of treacherous morning commutes if you're making it. Slow it down.
Slow down.
But obviously, you get caught in that big wreck out on 35 out by Breaker Lane. That's going to be a mess this morning. Just always like to get ahead of that. If you can, find an alternate route or just work from home today. I don't know. All right, what the facts time, Rod? I mentioned on the way to the
What the
timeout that
facts?
Cliff Kingsbury becoming quite the – we said this last week that the word in the NFL circles was that Cliff Kingsbury, after spending 1 year as a offensive analyst and quarterbacks developer for USC, was going to be in demand as an offensive coordinator. And safe to say that is coming true. Just yesterday, a report that Cliff Kingsbury interviewed for the vacant Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator job. Also interviewed or is going to interview for the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator's job. And in addition to the Chicago Bears, but they've already hired Shane Waldron. There's talk that Bill Belichick gets the Atlanta Falcons job. He would want to talk to Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
So
he drafted Cliffy back in the day, remember?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on Cliff. At this point, no solid news, but in your own division, if the Philadelphia Eagles and Nick Sirianni hire Ron Rivera to coach defense and Cliff Kingsbury to coach offense, that'd be a pretty good coaching staff right there.
Like
that you got to deal with as a Cowboys fan twice a year.
Yeah, no, you're right there.
With a talented roster.
Mm-hmm. No, it's interesting. That is really interesting. Like I said, I can't understand still right now why the Titans did what they did. And I'm not nothing against Brian Callahan, but man, that's like I said, that considering the coaching candidates that are still out there, and then moving on from Mike Vrabel without trading him, I don't get the move they made
In Tennessee,
I don't like the Titans move. Like I said, when you consider the coaching candidates and the pool of coaches that are available, I think they could have done better, but we'll see. We never know until Brian Callahan implements his culture and his scheme and his system and that kind of stuff. But
yep.
I just think they could have done better. Anyway, how about this little factoid? This comes from a study that was done by a guy. His name is Troy Altamore. I want to give him credit for it. Says he works for a data scientist who works an MBA from UPenn, study sports. And he has studied the viewership numbers from 2016 to 2023. And he claims that if you look at the ratings for the biggest games of college football in that time span from 2016 to 2023, that over half of total FBS viewers are linked to just 18 of 130 plus teams. And he's based on Nielsen rating data. He said 50% of total views are only from 18 schools. And Texas is one of them. But it's Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Michigan, Clemson, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, LSU, Penn State, of course, Texas, Auburn, Florida, Wisconsin, Washington, Florida State, Tennessee, Southern Cal, and Oregon.
Also has those kind of numbers. That's good stuff right there. And what the facts is, the TV networks, they know what teams and what programs turn eyeballs and turn TVs on.
It's like concentrated viewership.
And that's why they've consolidated these conferences that they have.
And that's why, you're right about that. And so it's basically the SEC, the Big Ten, and the ACC. The Big 12 doesn't have any of these schools.
Texas.
Not anymore.
Right.
Well, I'm saying in the future, they don't have any of these schools. Yeah. They have none of these schools. They're talking about this concentrated viewership that's responsible for 50% of viewers. So that to me, they don't have a blue blood because most of these are blue bloods, if not all of these are blue bloods.
No, and that's, I think Brett Yormark, the new commissioner, knows this, but yeah.
But basketball blue bloods are different from football.
Yeah, football, for sure.
That's what
you're losing, 80-85% of your viewership, at least with Texas and Oklahoma, and they're moving on. So you have to create new rivalries. You got to build. It's going to take a bit, and you're going to be the fourth conference. But as I always say with the Big 12, it's better to be the fourth conference than to not be a conference, which is where the Pac-12 is right now.
That's
because
exactly
they were more aggressive in a big way and had better leadership than the Pac-12 did. So they survive, and they'll be the fourth conference behind obviously the Big Three. and really the Big Two and the Big Ten and the SEC, where Texas is headed. All right, Rod, real quick, speaking of viewership, we said it a little bit at the end of the show yesterday, but the eye-popping numbers continue for the National Football League. CBS has more than 50 million people tuned in to see the Chiefs play the Bills. Makes it the most watched program on any network since last year's Super Bowl, and the most watched divisional playoff round game ever of all time. Ever. And obviously you've got the Chiefs and Bills and another, close game down to the wire. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, the whole bit.
It had everything.
But over 50 million people.
Yeah.
So yes, and you knew that would be the gangbuster. But every divisional playoff game set some kind of record this weekend. With, as we said, the NBC game on Saturday night was the most watched Saturday night game since the Tanya Harding Nancy Kerrigan feud in the Olympics. Saturday night event on that network, and then the ESPN game with the Ravens and Texans was the most watched ESPN football broadcast, NFL football broadcast ever.
Yeah, they're a king. They are the king of television right now in America. There's no TV show that gets ratings like the NFL. Nothing's even close to it.
It's like everybody tunes in.
Everybody tunes
in. We tune in, and we appreciate you tuning in on this National Compliment Day, Rod. National Compliment Day. So pay somebody a compliment.
Day.
Really, every day should be a nice National Compliment Day.
Of course it should be.
We give a compliment to our audience. We love our audience and their messages.
They're
you know
awesome.
What I mean?
You're beautiful people.
You are a great
Love
people.
y'all. Faux shizzle.
Faux shizzle. That's 1 hour down of our 5-hour Wednesday conversation. So lock it in. Join us all morning long on 1019 AM 1260. Certainly on that Horn app at hornfm.com as well. Wednesday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Major developing stories in pretty much every major American sport right now, including Jim Harbaugh, NFL bound with the LA Chargers coming strong. Get your details on that. Is Doc Rivers coming back to the NBA?
He's back.
Looking more and more like it as the Milwaukee Bucks made a pretty surprising move yesterday. We'll get to that in the NBA. Got Major League Baseball news with the Baseball Writers Association announcing the Hall of Fame class of 20 and 24, and it will include an all-time Ranger favorite and great in Adrian Beltre, who, how about this, Rod? He received over 95% of the vote. So there's first ballot Hall of Famer, and then there's overwhelming first ballot Hall of Famer, which is what Adrian Beltre became yesterday. Fourth highest total votes garnered among all-time third basemen, behind only George Brett, Chipper Jones, and Mike Schmidt.
Wow.
Michael Jack Schmidt. So, yeah, he's one of the elite third basemen, I think 21 years, and just a great, great player. He's going in along with Joe Mauer and Todd Helton, two of the better pure hitters of their era. Joe Mauer, the catcher. Todd Helton also a football player, Rod. Remember, Todd Helton played football at Tennessee, if memory serves.
Is it quarterback?
Punter.
Oh, punter. Interesting.
Punter. Am I right about that? I got to look that up with Todd Helton.
Okay.
But I do think he was, but I will double check that for you. Joe Mauer was also a big time athlete. He played football coming out of high school. Joe Mauer out of Minnesota, and was a high school football recruit of some regard back in the day. They're your Hall of Fame class. They'll go into
sports stars, man, like that.
Yeah, but yeah, Adrian Beltre.
It chose the right sport.
Yeah. By the way, the vote total for Adrian Beltre, the highest ever for a native Dominican. Highest ever.
There you go.
Someone from the Dominican Republic, 19th highest total all time, for sure. So pretty cool to see that yesterday. That came down last night. It's always cool because they have it on MLB Network and the players get the phone call.
Mm-hmm. And do they video the whole thing?
Oh yeah, on film. Their families are all sitting with them. And
do they have to tell them beforehand that it's like a
no? They don't know
or something. Like they tell them it's for initially.
They know that the voting's coming in.
They know it's okay.
Well, because you also get the other side of it, where like former Astros closer Billy Wagner didn't get the call, and he fell five votes shy. Because you got to get 75% or more, and he finished it.
They're not like having a party while this is happening, are they? Like expecting the
I don't think really
call or announcer,
because Billy Wagner's been on the ballot for a while now, but he's got one more year next year, and he finished 5 votes shy, Rod. And so he finished at like 73.4% of the vote. He needed 5 more votes, and he would be going to the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, there's the agony and the thrill that both come with that yesterday. Only 3 going in. It is the hardest Hall of Fame to get into because it's the baseball writers protect it pretty well, or at least some people say overly protect the Baseball Hall of Fame. But good for Adrian, good for those other 2, and those developing stories will follow them. We also have a developing Texas basketball team, Rod, who is, a week ago we wouldn't be talking about the Texas basketball team like we are right now, and they're finding their way. Let's get to the headlines, trending topics, top stories, including that big win for the Horns last night. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories. Yeah, it starts with Texas basketball. Make it now 2 impressive wins, back-to-back wins for the Longhorns since last week's frustrating loss to Central Florida in the Horns down controversy. Rodney Terry Suddenly surging squad followed up their big win over 9th-ranked Baylor on Saturday, rolling into Norman, Oklahoma last night and taking down the 11th-ranked Sooners 75-60, pulled away late. After a strong start, Texas found themselves down a point at halftime, 33-32, but contest really swung midway through the second half when Texas went on a 19-4 run, keyed by the sharp shooting of Max Abmas, dominant play from Dylan DeSue, who and a season-high 11 points in 28 minutes of play from the hustler Kendall Weaver. Abmas led the Longhorns with 22 points. DeSue finished with 19 and 10 rebounds. Also had 4 assists. Texas improves to 14-5 on the year. They're now 3-3 in Big 12 play. Also last night, the Longhorns' next 2 opponents played out in Provo, Utah. L.J. Cryer, former Baylor Bear, scored 23 points to lead 4th-ranked Houston to a 75-68 win over 21st-ranked BYU in a battle of Cougars. Texas will be at BYU this Saturday afternoon in the next contest, then will host Houston in a big Monday matchup at Moody Center on Monday night. Also last night in the Big 12, TCU took down Oklahoma State in Stillwater, and Central Florida rolled past West Virginia. The 10th-ranked Texas women are back in action tonight. They're going to welcome Oklahoma to the Moody Center at 6 o'clock this evening. Texas football, official word yesterday, the Longhorns have added their 8th new player through the transfer portal following Following a weekend visit, the former Arizona defensive tackle Tia Oali Savea committed to Texas. Made it official. 6'4", 305. Comes in as the 4th defensive portal addition for the Longhorns. So if you're counting 4 on offense, 4 on defense, Savea fills a particularly key need in that defensive line room with both Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy off to the NFL. Big developing news out of the NFL in La La Land. Jim Harbaugh's return to the NFL appears to be imminent now. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reporting this morning that the LA Chargers have made an extremely strong offer to Harbaugh to become their next head coach. He also says the two sides are within striking distance of securing a deal. He added the two sides are to the point of negotiations of talking about potential candidates for general manager and coaching staff. NBA, Milwaukee Bucks fired their first-year head coach Adrian Griffin yesterday, and now multiple reports surfacing indicating that Doc Rivers has emerged as serious candidates to take over. It's a Bucks team that has championship aspirations, obviously, and we'll keep an eye on that situation.
Man, NBA's got no respect for their head coaches, though. You have no job security in the NBA as a head coach. It's such a star-driven league that if the space, first of all, the star, your number one job as an NBA head coach is not to win. That's your second job. Your number one job is to make sure the stars like you. So the stars like you, then you win. Then that gives you some job security. But you may just, in this situation, hey man, we want an upgrade. I don't even know if it's about the players, rapport with them, or anything. They just, hey man, we believe he's a better coach. We're upgrading. You have no job security in the NBA.
Zero.
The thing about the coach of the year, they hold the curse of the coach of the year. You win coach of the year, and how many guys have gotten fired like within a year or two of winning coach of the year in the NBA? It is just, it's such a star-driven league. And this guy, Adrian Griffin, he's out.
He got 43 games.
That's it.
You gone.
That's wild.
And by the way, he had, of those 43 games, he had won 30. They were 30-13, Rod.
He was winning. They were winning.
They're the 2 seed in the East
What's
by
that,
Boston.
What's that guy in Cleveland? Was that Blatt? What was his name? That guy that was in there for just a short time with LeBron. You remember this dude? That was in there for a while, and then the Cleveland Cavaliers changed coaches. Am I just
Mike Brown
misremembering this? No, it was another dude in there, like from like the European coach. You don't remember him?
Oh yeah.
Blatt?
Look,
was it David? Was it Blatt? Did I remember?
David Blatt. That's a good one. That's a blast from the past.
Right?
A Blatt from the past.
Yeah, there was that guy.
The problem in Milwaukee, I don't know it's the stars. They just don't play any defense, Rod. And remember, Mike Budenholzer was their coach, and they won the NBA championship, and they were built on that tough, tenacious defense. They allow 120.5 points a game right now, the Bucks do. Mm-hmm. And, of course, they acquired Dame Lillard to go with Giannis. So I think the issue is that they're not playing defense, and he's not getting that team to play defense like Mike Budenholzer had. And you're not going to beat Boston in the East if you're not playing defense, or Philadelphia for that matter. So I think that was I will be honest, I haven't followed it enough, but that's the word. And you look at the stats. I mean, you're the worst defense in the East. No team in the East allows more points per game than the Milwaukee Bucks, and they're still 30-13.
Oh yeah, they can win because the regular season you can win with just offense. In the postseason,
yes,
you're
looking big picture and you're saying, okay,
you got to be able to get some stops.
We got to get a defensive culture back in here because we're going to score plenty. Kind of like Texas basketball. If you're going to score plenty of points with Dame Lillard and Giannis and the offensive weapons that they have, but we got to play some defense. So. And I don't think the players were buying into his defensive schemes, and just I don't know. But 43 games.
Obviously, they called him in and asked him how he was going to fix it, and he didn't have a plan or something.
I guess I don't.
Because you still get time to fix it, right? The coaches are problem solvers. Sometimes I guess they expect him to fix it faster. Maybe it's something they've been addressing for a while now, and they have not seen enough progress. Yeah. That's wild.
That didn't take long.
Is that a record?
I don't. It's got to be some kind of record.
Unless there's been some bad conduct of some kind. Yeah, exactly. Some controversy of some kind.
Yeah. If you like the coach and the players like him, and then go out and hire a defensive specialist, bring him in, and let's get to work.
You can do that too.
It's only January,
right? You can do that. Yeah, as I was saying,
it's only January.
They didn't give him a shot. I think they saw that they believed the grass was greener. They wanted an upgrade. They wanted to upgrade, and they believe Doc Rivers is.
I will say, upgrade. The NBA is starting to come into focus now. We know who the good teams are, and. Ty Henderson, our producer back at the Horn headquarters, keeps up with hoops more than we do, certainly at the NBA level. But how big of a surprise is it, Ty, that we sit here on the 23rd of January, and the Oklahoma City Thunder are the 1 seed in the West? Oklahoma City is 30-13.
They got some ballers.
They pulled even with Minnesota for the best record in the West. Denver is right there as well. But Oklahoma City, one of the younger teams in basketball, they've really gone on a surge here, 7-3 in their last 10. So is that a huge surprise, Ty, or is that just a really young, talented team?
No, I mean they've been stacking talent for years at this point. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is probably he's an MVP candidate this year. I mean his ascension into being a true NBA star has really been fun to watch, especially him on some pretty crappy teams in the past few years. But with Chet Holmgren coming back too, that's been huge as a rim protector because that's really all they were missing last year.
SGA, yeah, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is quite the ball player for sure. So yeah, averaging 31 points a game. We talked about Joel Embiid yesterday, averaging 35 points a game. By the way, I did see where our friend Bill Schoening, the voice of the Spurs, had a Facebook post, and of course he called that game the other night where Joel Embiid scored 70 points, and he said it was the most impressive individual performance he's ever been a part of in all of his years of calling NBA basketball to watch. To see him go for 70, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And, of course, Bill Schoening is from Philadelphia originally and grew up, following the 76ers. I'm sure that was a pretty cool moment for him. He had to call it as the Spurs voice.
Yeah.
But got to see it.
No.
Joel Embiid going for 70
They
points.
were talking about it on the Today Show. When you transcend from the sports page to the front page, the Today Show, they had to bring up the 70-point performance. It was that
Schoening, I think for sure, Schoening, who I've known in a long time, to say it's the most impressive individual performance he's ever called. Like he's called championships with the Spurs on many an occasion. He's seen a lot of great things in his 20+ years doing that, and so that was high praise from the great Bill Schoening. All right, so there's some basketball, NBA, the Longhorns, of course. We talked about it off the top of the show. What can you say? This team, whether it was the horns down controversy that united this team, whatever, or they just are. We talked about chemistry and time and coming together as a team, defining roles. Maybe it's all just coming together. Maybe that's a coincidence. I don't think so. What we saw last Tuesday at the Moody Center, but since then they've looked like a different basketball team, Rod. More intentional on defense, more intensity on defense. They held Oklahoma to 60 points last night on their home floor, which is really impressive. And that was a team that, Porter Moser's team ranked 11th in the country this week, and they went into there and held them. They were 40% in the first half, and how about this? 38% from the floor in the second half, held them to 21% three-point shooting for the night. Really did a nice job, which, and then they followed it up with it. They just, I don't know, they just look like a totally different team that I watched play against West Virginia or certainly Central Florida 8 days ago.
Yeah, so it confirms, what we discussed. Talent is not the issue for this team, right? Talent's not their issue. They were missing a formula. They were missing their identity, what brand of basketball they wanted to play, and whatever they decided and whatever they figured out, the adjustments that were made strategically, schematically, give Rodney Terry some credit, or maybe it was just they're playing with a new kind of sense of pride as a team because they were galvanized by the horns down. Let them do the horns down, people. It always helps us. It helped Texas baseball when teams do the horns down against them. They usually end up having a fire lit under them because the horns down usually it coincides with you losing. It coincides with a bad performance by you as a Texas team. You lost somehow, and then you were ashamed of that. That was manifested in the horns down, and you thought your pride was hurt with the horns down. It actually wasn't. That's what you zeroed in on, and you projected all of your emotions on the horns down. And Rodney Terry did the same thing. Rodney Terry made a big fuss about the horns down, and everybody was looking at Rodney Terry like, it's not about the horns down, Rodney. It was about how y'all played. That's what it was about. That's why the pride should have been hurt. And I think ultimately that's what they responded to. Rodney Terry responded to it, apologized to his peers and to teammates, and the team responded. And the irony is, in that moment, Rodney Terry probably wanted one of his players after that UCF game to respond to and have their pride challenged by the horns down, and it wasn't. It was him as a coach that kind of lost himself in that moment. And he should know this because he's been at Texas long enough that no, man, the horns down. It's only an insult if you lose. Right? When you win, it's just free marketing. It's free media.
Well, and there's a lot of human elements here. I do think Rodney Terry was frustrated with his own team more than anything else, and then saw the Central Florida players doing that. And, he knows better than to, yell at an opposing team's players after a game. Let the other coach do that. We've all been through that over the last week now. But I think the players were a little bit embarrassed by that too, because their coach took it. Their coach took a week of
Oh yeah, it was on
criticism.
national shows and everything.
and if you're a competitor like the Longhorns players are, you're like, man, we were the cause of that. We didn't play well. Our coach lost himself, but he was really more mad at us than anybody. We need to play better, guys. Because if we'll go back and watch that Central Florida game, they were up 16 points, and then with about 10 minutes to play, they were up double digits. And they just went to sleep. They didn't play with near the intensity you saw last night in the Oklahoma game.
Yep.
So something clicked. Something within that locker room was like, come on, y'all. We were the cause of what this whole controversy of the week for our coach. And it does tell you that Rodney does own the locker room. He's got the team. They like him.
That's true.
And they felt bad for what happened.
That's a good point.
And they're playing like it. So, back-to-back wins over top 11 teams. One at home, one on the road. Now you go to BYU ahead of that big showdown game with Houston coming up on Monday night. If the Longhorns were to find a win in Provo, I can't even – what that crowd will look like next Monday with Houston coming in here.
Mm-hmm. At the Mood.
Above They're number 4 in the country.
Yeah.
If Texas were to beat BYU on Saturday at 1 o'clock, that would be 3 straight wins over ranked teams. And I think if they play because I watched some of that Houston-BYU game last night, if Texas plays like they did last night, they can beat that BYU team. Texas is more talented. When you're running Max Asmus and Dylan DeSue and now Dylan Mitchell getting – the roles are being defined, and Kendall Weaver is becoming this is our glue guy. What is expected of me on a trip by trip basis is more and more understood by this team, and that's a good thing. And they're more talented than BYU. It's the Big 12. It's on the road. You got to go play the game. But that intensity, that defense, that locked in mindset, that team can win some games here in this Big 12 against really anybody that they have to face. All right, Rod, let's go to your first rant of the day. Every day, Rod brings you 2 rants and deep dive conversations on things he's got percolating around his head. Let's get to Rod's first one.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around!
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, it's time to start previewing the Final Four of the NFL playoffs. Let's talk about the AFC side of things. The Ravens versus Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. The Ravens' defense is the real deal. We've been talking about Mike McDonald for a while here, and he's had a really impressive resume this season with the Baltimore Ravens as their defensive coordinator. Here's just a quick review of what the Ravens' defense is leading the NFL in. They're a league leader in points allowed, so scoring defense, sacks, and takeaways. They lead the league in those 3 categories. By the way, they're the first defense since the 1970 merger to do so. To lead the league in all 3 categories: points allowed, sacks, and takeaways. Let that sink in for a second. That's how good that defense is. It's legit. It's the reason the Mike Shanahan coaching tree can't score more than 20 points against. At least Sean McVay did. He's the only one, but the rest of them, they can't figure it out. And even Ben Johnson, the Detroit Lions OC, he couldn't figure it out. He didn't score a touchdown against it either. So if you go look at that, by the way, that means that the 2000 Ravens defense didn't do it either. All right, they weren't leading the NFL in all of those statistical categories. So Patrick Mahomes will have his hands full. But I think we were talking about that Eagles defense in a similar way. Remember, they led the NFL in sacks. I want to say they had one of the highest number of sacks in the history of the NFL for a team with 70 sacks in the regular season. They couldn't touch Patrick Mahomes really, right? They didn't really get after Patrick Mahomes like we thought. I mean, they kept saying that the field was bad and it was slipping, whatever, excuses. It seems like Patrick Mahomes and his elite, extraordinary ability to make plays even against, like I said, some of the best defenses in the NFL. And here's what I figured out. I went and looked at Patrick Mahomes' performance versus elite defenses that rank in the top 5 of certain categories since he became the starting quarterback. He's 12-2 against defenses that rank in the top 5 in points allowed per drive. Baltimore is number 1 this season in points allowed per drive. He's 12-2 against those defenses. In those 14 games, Mahomes averaged 7.9 yards per attempt, 316 passing yards per game, and the Chiefs averaged almost 29 points per game. Scored 42 points in the playoffs against Buffalo's number one defense in 2021. 44 points in the regular season against San Francisco's number one defense in 2022. The only top 5 defense to hold Mahomes under 20 points, 2021 Cowboys.
Ooh.
Lost 19-9 though.
Lost the game.
In Kansas City.
Well,
Mahomes' only 2 losses to elite defenses were at home against the Bills in 2021, 38-20. And the 2022 Bills, 24-20. In the regular, that was actually in the regular season. Mahomes is 7-0 against elite scoring defenses in games played away from Kansas City, which he will be away. He will be in Baltimore on the road, and he's 6-2 against teams that have allowed fewer than 300 points in a season. He scored at least 20 points in every game. So against elite defenses, Mahomes still looks like Mahomes.
Agreed, but this is the least elite weaponry he's had.
Yes,
in this time period we're talking about.
I agree with you on that.
A lot of those games you're talking about were with Tyreek Hill and a Travis Kelce in his prime.
Very true.
Those kind of guys. And here's a number as you're backing what we were saying. Lamar Jackson, his last 4 starts. Remember, he didn't start the Week 17 game. Last 4 starts, they've won by 14 or more points. The Ravens. In his career, Patrick Mahomes has lost 4 starts by 14 or more points.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
exactly.
I mean, this is the matchup. This is the immovable object against whatever that phrase is. And this is
unstoppable force.
Unstoppable force. I mean, Patrick Mahomes versus this defense. And that's mind-boggling what you just said. I mean, the merger was 54 years ago. And they're the first team to lead.
It leads the league in scoring defense, sacks, and takeaways.
Oh. That puts you on par with some of the great defenses if you can continue this, right?
Boom.
If this continues.
That's the key.
They just held Houston without an offensive touchdown.
That's the key.
Yeah.
What kind of playoff run are they going to make? You want to be up there with the 85 Bears. You want to be up there with the 2000 Ravens. You were talking about them. But 02 Bucks, those all-time great defenses. The Seahawks, the 2013 Seahawks.
Legion of Boom.
Then the Broncos had one of those really good defenses too.
Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware.
But the playoff run has to confirm your prowess.
Yeah, because that's when you're playing against the best team.
Yes, and you go out there and you make those great teams, those great quarterbacks look pedestrian, and you leave your mark on the game. That's what if they do that against Patrick Mahomes, they will leave their mark.
Well, because the 2 teams we talked about, they haven't played the Chiefs this year.
Nope.
But they have played the 2 teams playing in the NFC Championship game, and they held the Lions to 6 points. And they held the Niners to 19 and beat them by 20.
25 total points between those 2 teams going against the Ravens.
So, yes, I mean, this is a chance. And obviously, this game will set another viewing record when everybody tunes in to watch this game, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Sunday. But, I mean, a lot of the folks tuning in are just expecting Patrick Mahomes to go up and down the field because that's what he does.
Yes.
So there's the expectation. But will they against this team with his arsenal? Can they?
And they won't get that many chances because of the Ravens' offense either.
Yeah,
the way they operate.
Well, that's why they're winning these games by wide margins because Lamar Jackson and that offense are really hard to get off the field.
Can't get him off the field.
And his ability to extend drives and all the things he does, combined with the number 1 scoring defense, plus the takeaways you just talked about, and the sacks and the negative plays. This is I don't know. I don't feel it for Patrick Mahomes, but if he does. It'll just increase his legend.
It really will. If he goes out there against this defense,
with
guys,
Shea Rice and Isaac Pacheco and
right. If he with that group of weapons, if he goes out there against this defense on the road, by the way, and still pulls out a victory, then I mean, I don't know how his legend grows anymore. We just talked about him having the greatest start to a career in pro sports in American pro sports history. This would add to it because that Ravens defense, guys, it's legit. Mike McDonald, he's a bit of a wizard in terms of his schematic adjustments. And one other quick nugget, because I know we're up against it here. The Ravens this year 7-3 and winning by an average of 14 points in the 10 games where they played against other playoff teams.
Yeah. Gosh.
So against playoff teams, they're 7-3. And you remember those losses? They should have been wins.
Oh, all their 4 losses.
Eliminate
Week 17 because they didn't start anybody, right? That was the Browns' loss. But the other losses, they were leading. They had a good lead in the fourth quarter, and then they let it get away. Yeah,
this year, this thing about them, though, they're not used to winning close games. So there is the Mike Tyson factor that if you can get them late in rounds in the fourth quarter in a game, that you got a shot. I thought the Texans had a shot because it was at halftime.
When it was
It was
10-10.
tied, and I was like, ooh, but then the third quarter, they just got eviscerated. And that's what they do. But if you can make it a game in the fourth quarter, you might have a shot. The Ravens are not used to winning close games this year, 3-4 in close games. And they have blown more leads than they have game-winning drives.
Yeah, they put you away. I compared it to Mike Tyson last week when they were playing the Texans, and can you get it to the fourth quarter? Now, the Texans are one thing, but if the Ravens have the best defense in the league, the Chiefs may have the second best defense in the league, and then they have Patrick Mahomes. So that's got to be the plan for Andy Reid. Can we get this to the fourth quarter and let Patrick do some magic? Let Patrick do his thing. That's going to. This group's good at extending. This team in Baltimore is good at putting the game on ice and making you chase in a big way. That's great stuff right there in Rod's rant. Obviously, the other game is Niners-Lions. We'll talk more about that game as the week goes on. Deebo Samuel becomes a huge factor in this game. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I already saw where the Lions, Rod, with their rabid fans in Detroit, are having a big watch party at Ford Field, their football stadium, and they've already sold it out.
Wow, yeah, I know, man. That's
fans invited to come watch the game in the stadium when there's not a game going on. They'll watch it on the TV, and they're sold it out.
I'm telling you, that city is buzzing right now.
They are excited about their Lions, obviously, and rightfully so. It's been a long time. All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll pick these up. Also, the Jim Harbaugh news. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reporting that is approaching a done deal with Jim Harbaugh to the L.A. Chargers. We'll get you the latest there and what it means and what the ripple effects of that will be. Also, some bullish or BS for the end of the hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Be careful out there.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. When your money's on the line, put it on the line with my friends at MyBookie. They're a trusted sports book that gives you all the tools that you need to win. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down, you can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds boosts, same game parlays, and also you can take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single play, every single sack, fumble, touchdown is another chance at a huge payday. To get started, it's really easy. Go to mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. That's free $99, the best price you're going to get. When you're ready to make your first deposit, just use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus. By the way, that bonus is on the house. That's right, another bonus on the house, free $99, best price you're going to get. Use the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus, and for a limited time only, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl frontrunner at long shot odds. And have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the Niners and the Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere. As long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie, you are betting with the best.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Another round of Thunder Boomers rolling through Central Texas right now, coming from south to north, right up I-35 essentially is the course of these storms. They're just coming out of San Antonio right up into Austin, and another big round rolling through. So obviously the flash flood watches, low water crossings, all the things Don Miller's talking about in your traffic updates pertain. It's a mess out there, and third straight morning of wet commutes, and a little more than that in some places. So be careful for sure as we keep our eye on the news wire, with the kind of waiting now to hear official word that the LA Chargers are hiring Jim Harbaugh to be their new head coach, and then what that means for the domino effect beyond that, obviously back at Michigan, transfer portals and things of that nature, and how many coaches Jim Harbaugh brings with him to LA from that Michigan staff. All things we'll be looking at right now, and that leads back to some Texas conversation as well, but also just around the National Football League. There have been reports, Rod, that this Chargers Harbaugh thing has been kind of percolating, kind of felt like it was going to happen from the jump here.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh did play for the San Diego Chargers in his playing career. He's got familiarity with the Spanos family. This is a talented roster. He knows he can win there.
Got a quarterback already, so that's half the battle.
Yeah, got a quarterback. So we'll see. But then, the next big name is Bill Belichick. Like, where does Bill Belichick land back in Atlanta, where he's had a couple of interviews?
The Vrabel one I'm interested in, too.
Yeah, where's Vrabel?
There's no way Vrabel's not going to get a job, right?
I would agree.
Vrabel will be relegated to being a coordinator again?
Yeah, I would be surprised by that. But obviously, the initial thought was New England, but New England already had Gerard Mayo in line. And
I don't know. Obviously, once the musical chairs stop, it's only so many vacancies available.
Well, Seattle's still available.
Dan Quinn is supposed to be a front runner for one of these jobs.
Yeah, Seattle is a big job right now, I think. And Atlanta's interviewing everybody. The Falcons have talked to everybody.
You
a
know
couple
what?
of them twice.
I support that method. Remember, I said that's what I would do. I would interview everybody, because everybody's going to share secrets with you, because they want that job. And you know what? I'll take those secrets. Give them to me. I want all your secrets, all your little cheat codes, all your ideas, so I can use them. I can bookmark those things, potentially use them as ideas for us later on.
Yeah, 100%. And, Arthur Blank is he and Jerry Jones are in a similar spot, right? They're 81 years old, and they're desperate to win. But Arthur Blank is the one that's making the coaching change. He's like, all right, we're moving forward. We're going to go hire a big-name coach, and I'm going to get this right, damn it. We're going to talk to everybody. It may wind back to Bill Belichick when it's all said and done.
It could.
There's been conversations. Of course, they met on the I love the billionaires of the NFL. Bill Belichick's first meeting with Arthur Blank was on his super yacht down in Bermuda or something.
Yeah,
somewhere. It wasn't in Atlanta, because there's no docks in Atlanta.
Are you trying to impress Bill Belichick with the yacht?
No, it's just like, I'd like to talk, and here's where I am.
That's
so come see me.
Come here. I'll send the plane. I'll send the chopper for you. Then they'll take you to the plane, and then you can fly over here. And then,
And if I'm Bill Belichick, I'm like, okay, I'll go to Bermuda or wherever you're hanging out on the super yacht.
It's awesome.
That is awesome.
That is pretty cool. Not gonna lie. That's badass. No way. If you're a billionaire, why not have him fly out there? Who's got a bigger? So Jerry's got a bigger yacht than.
Yeah. Do we know
who's got the biggest yacht of all the NFL owners?
I don't know.
They all got yachts.
Who had
right?
the first one?
That's a great question. Which
was
one had
it,
the
Jerry?
first yacht?
And who was the copycat? Because once they get him, then I got to give me one of those.
Yeah, because
They
Jerry's.
go to the owners' meetings like, hey, did you get your yacht yet?
Because Jerry's not the richest owner. So they're richer owners than Jerry. They could have bigger yachts than Jerry.
Because Arthur Blank is Home Depot.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're a richer. Jerry's has the most valuable team, but doesn't make him the richest owner. So people may have bigger yachts than Jerry. Under the radar. I don't know who. I don't keep up with. That'd be a great website. So you can go there and find out what billionaires and what the yachts they own and how big the yachts are. I'm sure they don't want that to be public.
I have it right here.
You got the yacht knowledge?
Super yachts built by NFL team owners.
There's a website already devoted to this?
And their names. Dreamboat is Arthur Blank in Atlantis.
Wow.
And it's really one company, I think, over in Europe.
Yeah, it can't be too many companies building yachts. That's a great point. Wow.
Kismet is the super yacht owned by Jacksonville Jaguars owner Shad Khan.
Do we have dimensions of these yachts and how big they are?
I could probably find them.
No, you don't have to. That's a lot of work.
Daniel Snyder, formerly of the Washington Commanders, has Lady S.
Lady S. I wonder what that
We know that
means.
Jerry Jones has the Bravo Eugenia.
Yeah, that was nice. Got him some points there.
They named it after his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, during COVID, we would follow that yacht. He just took it all over the world.
Oh yeah, just
During COVID, he sat. I mean, because you can they had that tracking software.
Oh man, you can go all over.
Find
the
it
place.
wherever it's at.
Yeah, no doubt.
Paul Allen, the billionaire owner of the Seattle Seahawks, has Octopus. Ann Walton
good.
and Stan Kroenke of the LA Rams have Aquila Ann.
Aquila. Ann.
Just Aquila.
Oh, just Aquila. Okay.
Yeah. And of course, Ann Walton is Walmart, and Stan Kroenke is
Wow.
super rich developer guy. So they're a power combo.
That's a good
as
question.
far as wealth
What
goes.
would you name your yacht if you were your super yacht if you were a billionaire? What's your yacht name? What's your go-to yacht name? You had one.
Oh man,
I don't even know where I'd go with this.
I don't either.
Hmm.
I'll be thinking about that because I'm not going
Yeah.
to get one. So
Would you name it after the wifey? Would you do that?
I think you'd have to.
You'd have to.
By the way, Steve Bisciotti, the owner of the Baltimore Ravens, has something called Winning Drive. It has a boat called
Ah,
Winning
there
Drive.
you go. There you go.
I'm,
Winning
trying-
job.
I'm
That's
looking
all
at these. I think the nicest one belongs to the billionaire owner of the Seahawks, Paul Allen. Of course, he's Microsoft.
Yeah, but I say he might be the richest. Honestly, I don't know. Is he?
His actually looks like a cruise ship.
He might be the richest when you think about it. I haven't done the research. He could be. Yeah.
Terry
makes sense.
Pagula, the owner of the Buffalo Bills, has top 5 too. And
So what
yeah.
does that mean? Top 5. I'm sure it's all personal. I'm sure it's like something, some inside
But
joke.
literally, I'm looking at this website called BoatInternational.com, and this one for Paul Allen, 126 meter Explorer.
Good Lord.
Oh, co-founder of Microsoft. That thing.
So it's got a helipad.
Jerry
on it
Jones
and
is
all that.
109 meters,
Ooh.
so it's a little bit shorter than Paul Allen's by about almost 20 meters.
Oh man.
Yeah, yeah.
When it comes to yacht names, I've always wanted a boat called Liquid Asset.
That's a good
Well
one.
done. Good
Well done, Ty.
Well done, that Ty. I like that liquid asset. Well done.
Yeah, the nicest
Good stuff.
one is Paul Allen's that I'm seeing.
Yeah.
They're all very. I mean, oh my gosh, look at Arthur Blank, Home Depot. Only 90 meters, but it goes like 4 stories high.
Oh, so he went for the height instead of the length. Good for you.
Yeah, man. Well,
Yeah,
size
for real.
matters
Yeah.
when it comes to your super yacht.
Well, hell yeah, it does. Come on, man.
Gotta have it. I mean, these are nice, obviously. But I'm telling you, go look at Paul Allen's super yacht. It really looks like something you. It is. That is a ship.
Yeah. No, I can see
It's
it.
unbelievable.
Yeah, because that.
Hello pads and
Mhm.
I mean that is awesome.
That's how you show how rich how rich you are, how big your super yacht is, and yeah.
And like the stories out of Dallas with Jerry Jones, where that like his grandkids can use it, like because they got a full staff that staff it and
Oh, yeah, no
take
doubt.
care of it. And so yeah, they like for graduations and stuff, they take their friends and they go out on the Bravo Eugenia. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good get if you, if you can get it.
So according, they don't give you like the Waltons because I mean they kind of consider them as a group, I guess, with their wealth, and they're at like close to 60 billion.
Well, because that's Walmart.
Because they consider them like as a group, but they don't talk like the individuals. But if you're going to yourself individual, Jody Allen and Paul Allen are the second richest owners then because they're at 20 billion.
Yeah, that's Microsoft. Yeah, they've done okay.
Yeah, and David
with Bill
Tepper,
Gates.
David Tepper's in there. He's been spending it too. He's at 18 billion.
He owns the Clippers in the NBA.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Hunt family's at 15 billion.
Steve Ballmer owns the Clippers.
Steve Ballmer.
And Jerry Jones at
Who's also
13.6 billion. Oh, there you go. Man, Microsoft has some long money. And Kroenke is he's sixth, 12.9 billion. There you go.
Yeah, love it.
Probably got a nice yacht.
Have y'all seen the new Clippers arena that they're building?
Yes, with the wall.
No.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
The wall of fans in the one.
It's like a support. It's kind of like the
baskets.
supporter section at soccer games. They're kind of going with that line of thinking where it's
So
like
you
a
can't wear opposing teams' colors.
yeah,
or
you get
jerseys
kicked
in there?
out if you're not
Yeah.
wearing the right stuff.
I kind of like
awesome.
that.
That's
That's cool.
awesome.
Yeah, there's plenty of places to sit. Don't sit in here if you ain't appropriately dressed.
Well, we know
I like
we
it.
know we have a lot of wealthy people who listen to our show every morning because Austin's a rich town.
It is.
If you're looking for one of those boats, go to Boat International. You probably already know this. The Global Authority in Super Yachting, where you can find that.
I know. I'm like, do those people advertise? Like, where do I go? Where do you go?
Oh,
when
that's
you're
where you
billionaire?
can yachts for
Yeah.
sale,
it-
sailing
and it's a-
yachts,
and it's a
explorer
website there?
yachts. Oh yeah,
Website for this?
it's everything you need.
You probably got
Sales
an,
broker,
you probably got
director,
an app when you're a billionaire. Probably got an
100.
app where you can just
or you have someone who does that for you.
yeah. Well, that's true. Once you're a billionaire, you tell somebody, hey, go rent me a yacht or go look for me a yacht. I
Give me
want
that
these
yacht done.
dimensions. Yeah.
But yes, that's where we are in the National Football League. I don't see
These
you
guys
know,
are getting richer, by the way, too, because not only
Oh.
their business is thriving, but the NFL is printing money now. The ratings is
Well, of
through the
course,
roof.
everybody was mad about them streaming a playoff game on Peacock. That's more money, man. More money.
More money.
And I've said this for years. I mean, everybody hates Roger Goodell. The fans do. Owners love him.
Yeah,
Roger Goodell was hired to take it from a $10 billion operation to a $20 billion operation, and they're well on their way.
They're well on their way. They're close. I think now they probably have taken that. They've probably taken that goal to to 30 million. Because 30 billion. Because I think what they're trying to do now, and we've talked about this, they want the international market. They can't.
Oh, yeah.
They can't figure out. It's one of the great mysteries. They've been figuring out why we can't crack the international market, and they've figured out a couple of ways to penetrate the international market. One was big. They got flag football in the Olympics. That's huge for them. Huge for them because
Yeah,
they
football
want.
will be played on international level.
Yes, at least the flag.
The American game.
The
of
flag
football.
football, exactly. The flag football element, and that's big. And also flag football at the high school level internationally. They want to get it in some of the, some of your more westernized countries. They're playing flag football, which they're doing right now. Japan and Mexico.
Sure.
And there are a lot of places around the world that are actually playing flag football. So the NFL's been planting these seeds, and the Olympic thing, that was one of their big victories, and they believe that's gonna help them grow the game internationally. Is flag football.
Well, and obviously international growth and then streaming growth.
And games over there. They've been playing more and more games internationally.
Well, and we also
part
know
of it.
that they're all the owners are pushing for an 18th regular season game, where they'll give away one of the preseason and go 2 preseason, 18 regular season.
No money.
Which and each team would get 2 bye weeks, which would stretch the regular season out into later February.
More money.
Yeah, more money.
Stretching out the sports cap. More money. Yeah. Oh no. You're right. They gonna get that 18 game too. It's gonna happen.
Oh yeah.
And then they'll have to give up another preseason game. Which
Well, they'll argue to the players because the player safety conversation has kind of died down a little bit. They've diffused that, so now we can come back in and say, look, you'll get an extra game. Check, obviously. You'll play a fewer preseason, which doesn't help young guys like you, Rod, trying to make a team. You only get 2.
Jabronis like Rod B. I'm trying. Yeah, I need that film. Come on, man.
I need that game. But then they would have 18 regular seasons, but 2 bye weeks. You'd have 2 weeks off during your course of your long season.
I mean, don't fight it. They're gonna get it anyway. Even if
It
the players, the NFL players can't fight anything because they're not united enough. Because they've brilliantly, these billionaires have been able to divide them with class warfare in a brilliant way. Because they know in the NFL, because you don't have guaranteed salaries.
Nope.
You got 10% of the guys that are making big money. They got their second contracts. These are the stars of the team.
90% are tenuous.
And 90% of guys like Rod B. Just jabronis. Our careers are probably going to be 3 to 4 years. And I'm trying to get as much money in that small window as possible. So the guys who are making the big time money, the second contract, big time money guys in the NFL, the stars of the league, they want more guaranteed contracts. They want better health care. They want all these things. They want the safety to be a top priority. They don't want this 17th or the 18th game, but they already got their money. So the other 80% of the league is saying to them, listen, you got your money and you're going to play for 8-9 years. You're going to keep getting chances. You got drafted in the first or the second round and you're getting money in your second contract. I got one contract to get this money in the NFL, just one. So I want my money right now as opposed to worrying about getting the guaranteed money, guaranteed contracts, and the health care, which they should be worried about, but the NFL has forced them out of desperation to be worried about the here and now and what can you do for me right now because they know the shelf life in their careers are going to be 3 years, 3.5 years.
And that's why
max.
Baseball and NBA players can because they play longer.
They got guaranteed contracts
and
too, though.
Guaranteed, and
they guaranteed money.
But that's why the NFL has been hesitant to guarantee contracts because they're so short. I mean, the life expectancy is not very long.
Exactly.
Whereas in Major League Baseball, once you are made, you're going to play for
the most dangerous
10
sport.
or 15 years.
Doesn't have any guaranteed contract. They know that. They're like, no, we ain't guaranteeing you. You're going to be hurt.
And thanks to the texters, all the messages, by the way, pouring in, people naming their yachts. And go through
give me some of these. These going to be porn names. What are they going to be?
Somebody said name it business because you can say I'm going out on business,
which
is good.
I like
Somebody
that.
said look up Greg Norman's yacht, and I'll look that up. And several people mentioned that Paul Allen, the owner of the Seahawks, has passed away several years ago. So it's really
his wife. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Thank you for that. He was only 65 years old. But I'm just saying, by these eyeballs, he has the prettiest yacht. Super yacht. It's really great looking. It was followed closely by Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And then Arthur Blank. That's how I rank them, at least in my preliminary E. Hogan power ranking. Super yacht list.
Super yacht power rankings. Love that.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll go bullish or BS on some of these yacht names. Also, this Longhorn basketball team on the up and up. Bullish and BS coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
All right, coming up, we will let you hear from a Cowboys insider, our former Cowboys insider, on kind of a sobering thought on the Cowboys. It's more of the same, but it really comes from a place of knowledge on why the Cowboys continue to run in place in the National Football League. Frustrating for Cowboy fans, no doubt about it, as other organizations are making dramatic changes to change their course. The Cowboys are not. Speaking of course, we're talking about super yachts in the NFL. And time for some bullish or BS. And I'll start with this, Rod. Reports that Cliff Kingsbury, much sought after right now as an offensive coordinator in the NFL, is going to interview with the Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles for their vacant head coach, because of course they let go of their offensive coordinator and their defensive coordinator. Are you bullish on Cliff working with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense? Would that be dynamic or BS?
I guess I'm more bullish on it. I like Cliffy as an offensive coordinator. Just him calling plays. I don't want him to be a head coach. Just put him out there as the offensive coordinator and let him be your quarterback, nurturer. I like that. Just got a good track record when it comes to that stuff.
There's already a winning, didn't have a great year quarterback in Jalen Hurts, but man, was dang near the MVP the year previous, so it's in there. Got to continue to develop him, learning to pick up blitzes and things of that nature and be better at it, and give him options off of blitz packages, right? One more cultivated offense. And with the word of Ron Rivera maybe taking over defense for Nick Sirianni, that's two former head coaches running your offense and your defense.
Love that. It'll help Sirianni out because he's not an experienced head coach.
Well, and we'll play this coming up when it comes to the Cowboys, but this would be dramatic. I mean, this is what Howie Roseman does. Howie Roseman is going to be aggressive. They're going to bring in folks it's not working. It worked great last year. We lost both of our coordinators. It didn't work this year. So what are we going to do? We're going to fix it.
Hope it's not a strategy with him. He's not. We're going to fix it.
And you go get Ron Rivera, whatever he was as a head coach in Washington, one of the more respected defensive coaches in football, hard-nosed coach, but a respected coach who's going to, and look, in Philadelphia, there's no talent's not the problem. They got good players.
Same players basically same roster that went to the Super Bowl, almost beat Kansas City in the Super Bowl 2 years ago.
So it's there.
Yeah.
So that would be pretty dramatic to get to land Cliff. Now, Cliff Kingsbury is in demand in a lot of places.
Yeah, I think Steelers
want to talk to him.
Yeah, that would actually be a really good hire for the Steelers. They need
Mike Tomlin. That's off the nose for him, right?
Yeah.
To go, he's more of a meat and potatoes. You think he's hiring Greg Roman or somebody like
that?
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah, but they still don't have a quarterback in Pittsburgh, and until they do, if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, I'm like, I'd rather work with Jalen Hurts.
Or he'll have
or Caleb Williams in Chicago.
Yeah, he'll have it. Well, Caleb, I think they were trying to hire Shane Waldron, I believe.
They hired him. Chicago did hire Shane Waldron. That's underwhelming.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Because he worked with Seattle, I believe, not too long ago. He was with Seattle. I'm not sure about the Shane Waldron thing. I don't know how much I like that for a young Caleb Williams. But we'll see. I don't know if Chicago knows what the hell they're doing either way. Because They may be I'm assuming they're drafting Caleb Williams, but they're Chicago. They could do something crazy. So we're talking about offensive coordinators. Bullish or BS? The Bills should keep Joe Brady as OC. I know. You got to do something. He was okay, but I guess he wasn't. The offense actually didn't change that much, or statistically, it did not accomplish more or much more than when you had Ken Dorsey there. Your points per game under Ken Dorsey and Joe Brady, 27.1 points per game versus 26.7. Pass rate goes from 49 pass rate for Joe Brady. It was at close to 59 for Ken Dorsey, so maybe that was a big part of it. But they still lost at the same point in the season, so I don't know.
Well, we've pointed out all week that the parallels with the Bills and the Cowboys, that Mike McCarthy, three straight 12-win seasons, and they're this close. And I heard Sean McDermott say it yesterday, 38-18 the last 3 years under Sean McDermott, including the playoffs, and they've lost like these games by eyelashes.
Yeah.
Well, but you're really not close. I mean, I hate to say it.
Feels like that.
I mean, the Bills feel closer than the Cowboys, but they can't. It's the Chiefs that they can't get through. But both organizations are in a very similar place, and it doesn't sound like either are going to make dramatic changes. Whereas other organizations around them are making pretty dramatic changes, to say the least. So, including Philadelphia. But they're regular season teams, Ron. They're regular season teams at this point.
It's hard to argue that. Hard to argue with that.
And with dynamic expensive quarterbacks, who are bringing it. All right, bullish or BS, guys? Bullish or BS? This Texas basketball team. Last week we had a bullish or BS conversation. Is this a tournament team? We said no. Are you? Has your mind been changed in these last 2 games with wins over a top 11 teams? Are they going to be a tournament team when it's all said and done? Bullish or BS, Ty and Rod?
Bullish.
Me too. I've changed my mind. Ty, have you watched any of this hoops team? Are you seeing them turn a corner? Is that what we've seen over the last 7 days?
It's still inconsistent. I want to see a little bit more, but I'm feeling a lot better than I was last week.
Yeah, 1 week can change a lot, and that's the Big 12, right? You can change some opinions pretty quickly. This team wasn't in the top 25 this week when it came out on Monday, but they've beaten 2 top 11 teams now in a row. And,
Exactly. They will be next week.
And if they can beat BYU, and the one thing I'll say is they're finding their identity, defining roles, Rod. And as you say a lot of times, defining their style of play.
Yeah. What's your brand? What's your brand of basketball?
And, it's taken some time and chemistry and bringing them together. And we talked about the challenge of inserting Dylan DeSue into this mix right around Christmas time when, it's a brand new roster in the first place. Because people talk about the guys who have returned, right? Brock Cunningham and Dylan Mitchell and Tyrese Hunter. But those guys these are all brand new players that they're playing with. I mean, just because they're back in Texas, you're playing with a whole new group of guys that you don't know. So it's all new. It's a whole new roster, and you're trying to sort it together. And you've got guys like, Max Asmus was the dude where he was at Oral Roberts. Dylan DeSue was the dude at Texas here last year at the end of the year when they went on the run through the Big 12 tournament and into the NCAA tournament. So you got to figure out who's going to do what. And Caden Shedrick was a good player of Virginia where he was before. So all that getting sorted out, and Rodney Terry's trying to build the culture in real time. I do think what we've seen the last week is very promising. That this team can put themselves in the mix, and as we know in the Big 12, if you can get on a roll, you can. They've now put 2 quad 1 wins on the board in two games, which they didn't have one before the Baylor game. Mm-hmm. Now you got 2, and this Baylor game, this BYU game Saturday, another opportunity. Any other bullish or BS, Rod?
Well, I got one, but I think it's a larger conversation, so I'll save it.
Let's do it. We'll do it off the top of the hour.
Yeah.
National Peanut Butter Day, Rod. Are you more bullish on creamy peanut butter or chunky peanut butter?
First of all, if I was doing peanut butter, it would be creamy. I no longer eat peanut butter, not because I didn't like it, but because I abused it too much as a child. So now
you've reached your limit.
I went ham on it too much as a kid. It's just and now I don't even have a taste for it. I overindulged. I really did. Yeah.
Ty, where is the peanut butter ranked on your power ranking of strong condiments?
It's similar to my deal with eggs, where I was forced to eat it too much, so I don't like it anymore at all.
See? Yeah, I wasn't forced. I just, as a kid, I would grab it like literally by the jar.
I had to eat 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches before bed every single night.
Oh, yeah, your dad was trying to put weight on you for football, right?
Couldn't gain weight, though, still.
Couldn't do it.
I wasn't forced like that, but I basically did. Every day I kind of ate 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for like years, and now I can't do that.
So for power rating peanut butter, obviously jelly is its main match.
Yes.
What's second?
With peanut butter? Chocolate.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. People think peanut butter, think of chocolate. Oh, no doubt.
Peanut butter with chocolate. Yeah, Reese's peanut butter cup.
Oh, man.
God.
Classic. Classic combo. Whoever came up with that, genius.
Undefeated.
Genius, that Reese.
We're back. Hook them up with Ian Rod B. Rolls on.
We're rolling take A. We're rolling take over 5. Double tap.
Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B rolls on. We are talking all things Longhorn hoops with another big win last night. Always good to beat the Sooners, Rod. Always good to beat the Sooners.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Come on, man.
It's 8:02 and OU still sucks. Always will suck.
I think we start calling the Lloyd Noble Center in Norman Moody Center North. Longhorns won 6 in a row in that building. It's like their second home court.
I'm sure Sooners fans are not happy about that.
No, Porter Mosier's team did not have a good night, and Longhorns did kind of round it into form. Also talking all things NFL, we'll get you the headlines coming up, looking more and more like Jim Harbaugh is going to land with the LA Chargers. Get you details on that. Also Longhorn conversation and the Baseball Hall of Fame, Rod. I mentioned earlier that both Todd Helton and Joe Mauer, who are going in alongside the great Adrian Beltre. The Texas Ranger, great, but also had 21 years of great play in Seattle, L.A., the Rangers. But both Mauer and Todd Helton have strong football backgrounds, if you remember. Like to this point, Todd Helton went to Tennessee, Rod. Todd Helton was offered an athletic scholarship to play both football and baseball to Tennessee. He was named Gatorade Player of the Year in football and baseball in the state of Tennessee.
That's crazy.
When he was coming out.
Wow.
And as a freshman and a sophomore at Tennessee, he backed up Heath Schuler at quarterback. Entering his junior season in 1994, he was the backup to senior Jerry Colquitt and ahead of Peyton Manning, then a true freshman.
Wow.
How about that, Rod?
Wow.
After Colquitt tore his knee ligament in the season opener, Helton took over as a starter for 3 weeks later, and then Peyton Manning took over for him. Then he decided he was going to stick for baseball.
Two-sport star. He's picked the right sport.
Yeah, because then he
Picked
wanted
the
to
one
play.
with the guaranteed money, and the one. I mean, he's better at baseball than football. We'll assume.
He went on to play 17 years of Major League Baseball.
Of guaranteed money.
Money, 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 money.
Health care for life. For life.
Now, meanwhile, Joe Mauer, who played his entire 15-year Major League career with the Minnesota Twins, was a prodigy as an athlete, as a young guy. He played football, basketball, and baseball for St. Paul, the St. Paul Raiders. In his senior year, became the only athlete ever to be selected as USA Today's High School Player of the Year in 2 sports, football and baseball, and as a quarterback. He pretty could have gone anywhere as a scholarship quarterback.
Yeah, scholarship football player.
Yeah.
He chose baseball.
He chose wisely.
Exactly. These guys are, even as teenagers, they should be really smart about the decision that they made to play baseball instead, and guaranteed money, now on their way to the Hall of Fame. Like I said, lifetime health care, which also can't beat that, man.
Well, he could have gone anywhere to play a college quarterback.
Yeah.
And he went straight out of high school, drafted by the Twins, and said, "Okay, I'll just be a Twin." And made a lot
these
of
guys
money.
making great decisions as a teenager. He's 17, 18 making that decision. Brilliant, sir.
You wonder with NIL if he
Good
would
for
make
you.
the same decision today. I don't know.
He should. Well, what round was he drafted in?
Yeah, well,
What round was he drafted in? That's the question. Because sometimes they're drafted later, and maybe, but I think you should have gone. Nah, these guys, they picked the right sport.
They picked the right sport.
Yeah,
And he
man.
got 76.1% of the vote for good for him. But
Pick the sport that guaranteed money.
how about this dude? This guy makes you. And it sounded like the guy the Longhorns just signed, the defensive end from Texarkana, Pleasant Grove, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, plays defensive end, plays tight end for the football team that you just talked to on the live stream.
Oh, Lance. I get you.
Yeah, the Longhorns 2025 commitment.
You're right.
But look at this. Baseball, he's Joe Mauer. Basketball, he averaged more than 20 points per game and was an all-state player. And then football, in the year 2000, because this is why I know this about Joe Mauer, because I was doing morning radio at the
I'm
time.
about to say, that's round B. That's my time.
Mauer was named the National High School Quarterback of the Year by the National Quarterback Club coming out of high school. Played in the U.S. Army All-American Bowl.
Huh.
This dude was a dude.
He's a dude.
Yeah, he could have gone any direction, and he went to play catcher in Major League Baseball, and now he's going to the Hall of Fame.
Making smart decisions. It's a smart decision. I don't even know if that's what they were thinking. I'd love to know now and hear them go back and recollect. Was it was that based on your decision, or you just went with the sport you loved the most or the sport you played the most?
I remember covering it, and I
played
think
better,
if memory
really, yeah.
serves, if he was going to go play football, it was going to be Notre Dame or Florida State. Florida State with Bobby Bowden back in 2000.
Oh yeah, hey, Rod B was one of my 5 finalists, man. Florida State, baby. But Florida State was the hit school. Lance Jackson is the kid's name. But yeah, that was one of the hit schools back in the day. The beauty of it now is Texas is kind of becoming the hit school again.
Yeah, well, they're getting there.
League
We'll talk about
program.
that behind the BOC coming up bottom of the hour. Also, we'll talk some Cowboys here coming up in a frustrating way because it's a
Oh,
frustrating
no.
week. Cowboys got relatives going after each other and coaches and quarterbacks on Twitter. That's never good. And social media. This thing is because we talked about this earlier, but Cowboy fans are extremely frustrated, and that would not be. It's not surprising that the families of the players are frustrated. The players are frustrated.
Yep.
People are frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
It's a frustrating time in Dallas.
They're hitting right now.
They're 2 division, 36 wins in 3 seasons. They feel close, but they're really not. And who's finger pointing starts and all this. We'll get you some thoughts of our friend Brian Broaddus, the Cowboys insider,
he does
talking
great
about
work.
what he thinks. And I think it's on point. And it's echoing a lot of stuff we've said. But to come from someone like Brian Broaddus, who won a Super Bowl ring as an NFL scout and personnel man, who also worked for the Cowboys at DallasCowboys.com for 5 years and knows the inner workings of the Jones family, we'll let you hear that here coming up. But first, let's get to the headlines, the other top stories, including another big win for the Longhorns. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top news. Yeah, Longhorns, ultra impressive, and they followed up that win over Baylor on Saturday with a maybe even more impressive win at Oklahoma. Beat the 11th-ranked Sooners 75-60. And really blew it out in the second half. Game was a 1-point ball game. Longhorns up 1, about 11 minutes to play. They go on a surge, 19-4 run, keyed by the sharp shooting of Max Asmus, dominant play by Dylan Dessou in the post, and then a season-high 11 points and a ton of hustle plays from Kendall Weaver, who's getting more and more playing time for the Longhorns, and it's a good thing. Asmus ended up leading the Longhorns with 22. Dessou had 19, grabbed 10 boards and 4 assists. Longhorns now 14-5 on the year, 3-3 in Big 12 play. They'll be at BYU on Saturday. By the way, the Longhorns' next 2 opponents played last night out in Provo and University of Houston. The Cougars beat the other Cougars of BYU 75-68. Also last night, TCU beat Oklahoma State in Stillwater. Central Florida rolled past West Virginia. 10th-ranked Texas women back in action tonight. They'll welcome Oklahoma to the Moody Center for a 6 o'clock tip. Big football news developing in the NFL out in La La Land. Jim Harbaugh's return to the NFL bordering on imminent now. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reporting this morning that the Chargers have made an extremely strong offer to Harbaugh to become their next coach, and says the 2 sides are within striking distance of a deal. He also added the 2 sides are at the point of negotiations where they're talking about coaching staff and who the general manager might be. Major developing story from the NBA as well, where the Milwaukee Bucks, the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference, have fired their first-year head coach Adrian Griffin. Multiple reports indicate that Doc Rivers has emerged as a serious candidate to take over here mid-season. As we mentioned, big news from baseball. 2024 Hall of Fame class announced. It includes the all-time Texas Ranger great Adrian Beltre, along with Joe Mauer and Todd Helton. Beltre, by the way, received over 95% of the vote. He was one of the game's premier third basemen for more than 2 decades, including the final 8 years of his career with the Rangers.
I like Harbaugh to the Chargers whenever that happens, and I've seen some odds that do have Mike Vrabel with the best odds to be the Panthers' next head coach.
Ooh. Sorry, Mike.
Exactly.
I'm just not a fan of Dave Tepper.
Oh,
I
I
just
agree
know
with
that's
you.
going to go well.
But he'll pay you, and he won't let you run it the way you want to run it, and he'll pay you. And I would say this, Mike Vrabel can win in a lot of adverse conditions. Like, he was able to win in Tennessee without a great quarterback. He was able to win in a very, I would say unorthodox, kind of a old school fashion, playing bully ball, emphasis kind of going against the grain. I think Mike Vrabel can go there. I don't know if he'll be able to win, but at least they play in a division that's winnable. You play in the South, so it's winnable. Like, anybody can win that division, depending on if you get enough weapons and you have a quarterback. Now, the problem is, do you have a quarterback?
Correct.
We don't know.
Well, it's funny. In that division, coaches are changing over big time, right? Bill Belichick may end up in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Bowles just took the Buccaneers back to the playoffs and
they got a
beat the
quarterback.
Lions, and they got Baker Mayfield going. But yeah, the Panthers are looking for Mike Vrabel. That division is just kind of sitting there for someone to take over.
It is.
Kind of like the Chiefs have done in the AFC West. Think about the Patrick Mahomes Andy Reid effect in the AFC West is very very Nick Saban like, to where the other teams in the division, like the SEC, kept firing coaches trying to catch Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Same thing's happened in the AFC West, and I'll give the LA Chargers credit if they do indeed hire Jim Harbaugh. They're indicating that they're serious about it, because hiring Brandon Staley would not indicate you're serious about it, and then sticking with him even though it was pretty obvious early on that he was in over his head as a head coach. And then, before that, this is a real investment in a coach. They're going to pay him more than $10 million a year to come coach the Chargers. That ownership group, which has long been known as a cheap ownership group, are going in. Because now, you got to beat the Chiefs, and now Sean Payton is in Denver, and you kind of feel like he'll sort that out, right? He's a big-time coach. And the Raiders are interesting because they're going Antonio Pierce. They're going locker room guy.
They're going, with a culture guy. I mean, the Dan Campbell's very similar. They're going with a coach who doesn't have a history as a coordinator. So you're not bringing him in as a scheme-savvy guy. He's not coming in to kind of overhaul your schematics or your strategy. He's going to come in as a guy that can motivate, that can inspire, and make sure that the team is buttoned up, a disciplined team. Like, what's your brand of football? He's supposed to be that guy, because Dan Campbell, everybody knows that the Detroit Lions have a brand of football they play. And that's what I love about Harbaugh coming in. Harbaugh, he comes in not only with his brand, but a brand of football.
Yeah,
as a style, everybody knows what Harbaugh football is.
And it's a change from what the Chargers have done. I mean, the Chargers have gone from Mike McCoy to Anthony Lynn to Brandon Staley. I mean, these were coordinators with question marks.
Pretty much.
Who are they? Mike McCoy got famous because he coached Peyton Manning at the Denver Broncos. Well, how much are you coaching Peyton Manning at that point of his career? Mm-hmm. I mean, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Anthony Lynn, former Texas Tech Red Raider. Well, this is an investment. This is okay. We're changing direction.
Yeah,
we're going with a guy, a proven, and we're going to pay for it. We now are in LA. We've got to build our own fan base. We got this big stadium. That is a sign the Spanos family's serious. And I think Arthur Blank is giving indications back in that NFC South, that we're serious. We're going to hire a Bill Belichick type of coach. We're not messing around here. We're swinging for big things. Seattle Cowboys.
Crickets.
No change. And so the word change is interesting. A lot of times changing just to change is not the right move. We would all agree with that. But I want to play this for you. This is Brian Broaddus, formerly was our Cowboys insider here on the Horn, but now he's doing 5-hour radio show like we do up in Dallas on 105.3 The Fan. But before he was with The Fan, Brian was with DallasCowboys.com. Mm-hmm. Listen to this conversation. You'll hear some other voices too, because this is a conversation they had on their show yesterday. On 105.3 The Fan, but the crux of it that you'll hear from Brian Broaddus here coming up is something we just talked about, the unwillingness to change and bring in outside voices to help push that change. Here is Broaddus yesterday.
But it's like an Adam Sandler movie. But right now, I think the blame's going the wrong direction here myself.
So it needs to be Steven. Steven needs to be in the blame.
I think when you start to talk about when they don't want to change. They don't want Bill Belichick walking in here or Jim Harbaugh walking in here and saying, we need to do this differently personnel-wise. I don't like the way we're doing this personnel-wise. I don't like this. They don't want that. They don't want that. It's easy for them now. Mike's not going to get in their way about personnel. Mike's not going to get in their way and say, oh, well, like I want him to go in there and say, hey, we need to do something different here. He's not. He's not going to do it different. It's totally comfortable for the way that these guys operate now.
It is.
They don't have anybody questioning their personnel moves. They get to draft. They get to sign players, their own players. They don't do things that the guy in Philadelphia does or people who are fighting for their jobs. That's what this football team is.
All right, there's Brian Broaddus, who's been in the inner workings of that, and he's right on, Rod. I mean, we just talked about Howie Roseman. It didn't go well this year. They were in the Super Bowl the year before, and now he's probably going to hire Ron Rivera, maybe Cliff Kingsbury. Mm-hmm. That's change. That's bringing in, we didn't get it right this year. Let's get it right. Because clearly it was falling apart in Philadelphia this year. We just talked about what the Chargers are going to announce at some point today or this week, and I think that's always been the issue. And now, especially when you have a coach. You go from Jason Garrett, who wasn't going to question personnel, to Mike McCarthy, who came in saying, I don't want to question personnel. I want to coach.
Yep.
This is exactly what the Joneses want. It's their team. They run it. It's their family business. And, we think we're in a good place. Fans, you're just kind of left to deal with that while they watch other organizations make changes, be aggressive, bring in powerful outside voices, Rod, who will come in and say, you got a problem here. You got real problems at this position or real problems here. But you just heard Brian Broaddus say it passionately. They don't want it. They really don't want to be questioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say anything is specifically wrong with the personnel, just to be devil's advocate. They did have 9 All-Pros.
Sure.
They had more All-Pros than anybody else. Then you give it up to the coach to be able to coach those guys up, to inspire those guys and give you a schematic advantage, which they did not have. And that's why it kind of falls on Mike McCarthy. Now, that's on the GM for hiring the right coach who can motivate, maximize, and get his players to elevate and separate. And especially in the playoffs, in the postseason, when you're playing against other really good teams and you're playing against really good organizations overall. So yeah, I mean, it's really, I don't know where they go from here. I really don't, because personnel-wise, 9 All-Pros, I would say you got the players. Talent. Once again, we're saying this a lot today, and it seems like to be the theme of the show. Talent is not the issue.
Longer basketball.
Talent is not your issue, Dallas Cowboys. It's not. You can't have 9. You have more All-Pros than any other team in the league. Are we really going to say talent's our issue? Talent's not the issue. Got enough talent.
Well, but I do. You can't.
There's some key areas where you probably need to get better. But every roster has holes. It's up to coaches to scheme around those holes.
Well, look, again, broken record conversation, because I hear a lot of people still defending Dak Prescott. I don't care if he threw for 400 yards in that game against the Packers. He was a big part of falling behind 27-0.
No question.
He has not proven to be a big game playoff quarterback in 8 years. They still try to convince themselves that he is, and you can't coach around that, in my opinion. And yes, this year, Dan Quinn's defense has been great each of the last 2 Januaries and giving you a chance to win football games against the Niners and advance. The offense couldn't take it. This year, the defense fell apart at the worst time. Was it personnel? Was it scheme? Was it Dan Quinn looking at the Seahawks job? Whatever. But the consistent is Jerry Jones, and the consistent in the last 8 years has been Dak Prescott. And he has not come up big in big moments in January where you have to. So, yes, 9 All-Pros, but in the end, it's going to come down to those key elements of cause you're playing great organizations, great teams in the playoffs, Rod. That's who you have to beat. And if you do have a position group or a quarterback who's not that guy, then that's where it's going to show up. That's when it becomes revealed. It doesn't get revealed over 17 weeks of the season. It does in January, because that's the microscope, and that's what we're talking about. But to the bigger picture of what I think Broaddus is saying is, if it's not the talent, then is Mike McCarthy the best coach? Would Bill Belichick be a better coach? Would he be a better coach for this team moving forward? There's arguments to be made either way, but the bigger point is for 30 years now, this has been the way the organization is run, where they don't want outside opinions. They don't seek them. They don't want them. Jerry did it one time since Jimmy Johnson, and that was Bill Parcells. And that marriage lasted about 4 or 5 years, and it had to end.
Mike McCarthy is an outsider.
Yeah, but he doesn't want any control over personnel.
Yeah.
Neither does Jason Garrett, who was, from within.
But I don't want a coach that wants control over personnel. Input, yes, but not control.
Sure, exactly. I want a chain of command.
Yes.
But again, they don't want to change. I think it was the message
I agree.
there.
They don't.
That's not good in any industry.
They love to hire from within, promote from within. Anytime they have a vacancy, we like our guys, right? That's their slogan. We like our guys. And so the thought process there would be, so you did an exhaustive search. You did all your due diligence. You've interviewed all the possible candidates, and most of the time, the best candidate was just sitting in your own meeting room at the whole time?
How's that possible?
How's that always possible with the Cowboys? And that oftentimes happens. And sometimes the guy that he played for them, and also they kind of groom these guys up through the ranks. The Cowboys, one of the organizations that do that. The Kellen Moore thing with Jason Garrett thing. We like our guys. So yeah, that can be very toxic. Just not having outside opinions. And I think Jerry, there should have been a check on Dak, right? We talked about this earlier this week. We talked about this at one point. Now you're too far down the road.
With Dak,
the check on Dak should have come probably 2-3 years ago, and it never came. And there are organizations like the Philadelphia Eagles that decided, no. You know what? That Carson Wentz experiment, that didn't work. Let's shift it. Let's reinvent. And, they've changed quarterbacks a few times trying to find the right guy. We just talked yesterday about the 49ers when Brock Purdy was hurt. My man Shano, this past offseason, entertained the idea and talked to Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Do you want to come back? Because we're looking to upgrade quarterback, man. If we can, we'd rather have you. And he told Brock Purdy that. He said, Brock, if we can have the GOAT, we're taking the GOAT. You could be the starting quarterback unless we can get an upgrade over you, right? And we just watched the Packers beat the Cowboys on the road with a first-time starting quarterback because they were looking, 3, 4, 5 years ahead when they drafted Jordan Love in anticipation of him being the successor of Aaron Rodgers, which they did for Brett Favre when they drafted Aaron Rodgers in that same role. That's just organizationally what they do. And for the team that's drafted the fewest amount of quarterbacks in the NFL since 1999, they have a bad organizational habit of ignoring the quarterback position, at least long term, and it comes back to haunt them.
Yeah.
It came back to haunt them in the Romo thing, but y'all were lucky. The happy accident of Dak Prescott saved you. You're supposed to hit quarterback hell probably 8 years ago. 8, 9 years ago, but the Dak Prescott happy accident saved him. Remember, they didn't know he was going to be. They wanted Connor Cook or Paxton Lynch, or they thought he was going to be the third-string quarterback. Kellen Moore was ahead of him, but both of those guys get hurt, Kellen Moore and Tony Romo, because he was fragile, and then Dak Prescott, boom, he ends up getting the job. So my point is, I agree with you. I'm saying that those things have come back to haunt him, and now I don't know what they do.
Well, and I would expand on what you just said and what Brian Broaddus said is, as you're going through the Dak Prescott situation, he was Rookie of the Year. He had a great start. But as the time went on, it became at least clear to me that he was more Alex Smith and Kirk Cousins than he is the elite quarterback it's going to take to push you through the playoffs. That was my opinion. But, of course, they did lock themselves in. But they don't bring in people to tell them that. There's no one checking them on that. That is the issue, big picture. And it's not just this year, it's every year. Mm-hmm. And in any organization, to not bring in outside opinions and, what do you think about how we're operating here? That's why people hire consultants, right? People do bring in very successful people within their field and say, hey, man, what are you seeing? Let's observe us for a while. What do you like? What are our good traits and good habits? What are our bad ones? That's why consultants make a lot of money, by the way. But they're not always perfect. But this is something the Jones family wanted. Why did Jerry Jones, when he was going to move on from Jason Garrett, that was hard for him. He loved Jason Garrett because he was his guy and a puppet. And, by the way, no one's hired Jason Garrett since, right? I mean, he had the little cup of coffee with the Giants as an offensive coordinator, but he lasted 10 years in Dallas, but he's not a sought-after coach. Remember the famous quote now from Jerry Jones on Mike McCarthy after they met? I heard bells. I heard bells. Yeah. Well, I would guess I heard bells is he's a Super Bowl winning coach who can develop a quarterback who's not going to question us on our roster. That's a really good match. So I can sell it as Super Bowl winning coach. He's going to help develop Dak Prescott, which he's done, but he stays out of our way in the war room and in the front office. Which again, I think
wins you 12 games.
And he'll win you 12 games. Yeah. And but again, the Dak Prescott thing, I don't know that you can make an argument with 8 seasons now, and over small performances in the playoffs. But again, that's where you put yourself. And the start of that conversation is this: other organizations are making the changes. And you heard Broaddus say, we talked about it, Howie Roseman's making changes. And because in Philadelphia, you could sell, hey guys, we were just in the Super Bowl. We're not going to panic here. We just, we were a couple plays from winning the Super Bowl a year ago, inside a calendar year ago.
That's the best start to the season of any team.
Yeah, we were 10-1. Just we had a bad month, y'all. Well, they're not saying that. They're saying no, we're changing. We're bringing in, but we're gonna get this thing right because we got too many good players on this team to waste the opportunities that we have. And again, we'll see if Philadelphia's right or wrong. I just think I'm seeing, the Chargers saying, okay, we are going to go invest in this Jim Harbaugh thing. We know what he's about. He's going to take control of this organization. He'll be our identity of our organization. We're going to hire a general manager that he's compatible with. I got to think the Chargers are looking at that like they did with Kyle Shanahan when they let Kyle Shanahan, kind of pick John Lynch, and those guys work together to build the roster and the team. And Shanahan coaches it. That's what they want from Harbaugh. And to me, that's a big step forward organizationally for the LA Chargers. Cowboys continue to stay where they are. So that conversation has been had in a lot of different ways. I thought that was an interesting conversation with Brian Broaddus. Good stuff from Rod. We'll come back. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain with Texas football. Also Texas basketball on the rise all of a sudden. A week later, we were, singing the demise of the Longhorns, but these guys have shown some pride and shown some 2 big wins here over the last 2 games. Can they build on that? Plus, before the end of the hour, some off-the-record topics that you need to hear. It's maybe stories you've missed, but they'll be talked about. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Yes, traffic. I understand it. It depresses everybody thinking about traffic. Well, okay, traffic will be a little less depressing if you were sitting in traffic in a car that made you feel good, right? A car that you really, really wanted. Your dream car. And my friends at Apple Leasing, they can help you accomplish that goal. Apple Leasing has the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. My friends at Apple Leasing can save you time and money. As a matter of fact, that's what they do really well. Save you time, save you money. They understand that right now the car industry can be a really tough industry to navigate. It can be time consuming. There are a lot of headaches involved. There's the vetting process. Then you got to do different price shopping, comparing all the different prices, going to different dealerships. You don't have the time for that, and you don't have the energy for that. My friends at Apple Leasing, you let them take care of all the stress, all the headaches. All you do is reach out to them, one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website. You let them know the price, the payment you're willing to pay. Let them know what your budget is. You let them know what kind of car you're looking for, and let my friends at Apple Leasing do the rest. Apple Leasing has the ability to get you the payment you want, the price you want on the car you want. You can even get a quote on any make or model vehicle, and they can even give you an estimate on the value of your trade-in right over the phone. They want to simplify the process for you. That's what they have. What they call the Simple Interest Easy Lease, because it makes things, well, simple. It's going to simplify everything for you and allow you to have more possibilities and options. Going to give you a lot of flexibility to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. You're probably in a bad lease, and if you're in a decent lease, it's not as good as that Simple Interest Easy Lease from Apple Leasing. Trust me, folks, they can find you tremendous value. They get all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing, they prefer to pass those savings on to you, the customer. Everything seems overpriced these days. They understand that. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So give them a call, 512-346-9977. That's 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Indeed, indeed. We've gone from freeze protection at Callahan's General Store to possible flood protection and issues from rising water.
Welcome to Austin.
Welcome to Austin. And I just saw where the flash flood warning by the National Weather Service has been extended till noon today for Fayette County, which that's down east of Bastrop, down towards LaGrange, Gonzales to the south, and they've already seen 8 to 12 inches of rain, and more is coming, Rod. It's a gully washer east of, you know where Callahan's General Store is, right there by the airport. East of that is, and a lot of folks come in from those areas to come to Callahan's General Store to get their essentials for their ranches and animals and things. So hopefully those folks are doing okay. But Callahan's ready to see you right there at 501 Bastrop Highway. But rain is the factor and the focus right down. There's more coming, Rod. These storms are just really driving right up I-35. They're coming out of Mexico up through San Antonio and straight here. and it is widespread, and they just keep on rolling. It's been 3 days of it now.
Yeah, no, as long as they don't get the freezing temperatures and the rain together, I'm cool with one or the other. It's all right. Ideally, I like sunshine, but it's okay. All right, we need some rain. It's okay. Just be careful out there. All right, now you got flash floods and stuff you got to worry about because the ground's so saturated. So just be careful. Take your time.
All right. Well, that is interesting. Yeah, obviously, the golf is going to tee off in San Diego tomorrow. That'll be the Farmers Insurance Open, which is one of the better early events of the calendar. Always a good field. Torrey Pines has hosted majors many times. It's a great golf course there. But a public course, Rod. Torrey Pines, one of those courses you watch it on TV on the coast there on the Pacific Ocean, and you're like, I could go play that.
That's true.
I could go play that. It's a public course. Which is kind of cool. If you're going, a lot of golf fans.
Is there like a fantasy of golf fans when they see a course and like, oh, I want to go play that course?
Oh yeah, because most of them there's restrictions to it. They're private. You got to know somebody. Got to get very lucky
or something.
Like Pebble Beach, you can play, and it's like $500. If you want to, you got to fly out there and hotels and everything. But just the green fees are going to cost you $500.
Just the green fees.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But when you see a place like Torrey Pines, where I could actually get on that course.
How much does it cost? Is it cheaper?
A
place like that.
Let me look at this.
Right. No, I don't. I have no idea. 500. I mean, I imagine if that's like one of your bucket list things, that's not that much money. If it's like a bucket list thing, if you're that much of a golf fan.
Yeah. Yes. And, there's a set of courses, a group of courses up in New York called Bethpage Black, or Bethpage. It's State Park. That's what it's called. Now, the black course is the most famous because that's the hardest. But it's kind of like ski slopes. They have the golf courses rated by color, and black is the toughest. But you can play that. You show up early in the morning, get on the tee sheet, and go play, and get after it. So you're right. It is a bucket list thing for golfers where you can. It's not a private club. And then you watch the pros play, and you're like, man, I'm
going to see how I did on this hole.
Yeah.
And you're going to fail miserably. But it's still fun to do it.
Yeah, Torrey Pines. So that'll be where they'll play tomorrow, the Farmers Insurance Open into the golf weekend. And it's all brought to you by Callahan's General Store. Get over there at Callahan's you're going to need some sandbags at this point with what's going on to the east of Callahan's. It's crazy over there. But they'll also have the expertise with all their people there to help you with, with all this rain, how you dealing with your yards and the winterizing and things we've been talking about. They'll have all those answers coming up. Have them all for you.
The yard's going to be looking crazy after all this rain, too. But the freeze, then the rain.
Yeah, this is why you need the expertise of some people. I promise you, because
faux shizzle.
Coming up, we'll have Off the Record before the top of the hour. That is At the Turn, halfway through our 5-hour conversation on this Wednesday morning. We are exactly halfway through the week, Rod, on this Wednesday.
The hump day, a wet, sloppy hump day.
Gusher out there, wet and sloppy. You know what I'm saying? But we are halfway through our show today, but halfway through our 5-day week. At this bottom of the hour, At the Turn, brought to you by Callahan's General Store.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, Texas football continues to pick up some quality players via the transfer portal. The latest is a defensive tackle from Arizona. I'll make sure I get his name right. Tia Oali. Tia Oali. I know. I'm gonna say it enough, and I'll promise I'll get it. If not, I'll just call him Savea. But
that's his first name. Like his mama gave him that name.
I know. Tia Oali. That's why I want to do him justice, and I don't want to disrespect him.
My mom's yelling at me. She can't even pronounce Aaron very often. When I was a kid, she'd call me Raren because my brother's Rick, so it'd be Rick and Aaron. Raren.
Just cram them together. Raren, come here. Both of y'all running.
That kid had to have a nickname. Tia, probably.
Tia, no, yeah, because then Tia's like, yeah, I guess you can call him Tia. I guarantee Sark will refer to him by a nickname at one point. Because Sark does that because he's so comfortable with the players, he'll drop what they call him in the locker room instead of what we actually refer to them as. So either that or listen to Craig Way. And Craig Way, he said enough, then Craig Way definitely know how to say it in the correct fashion. But Tia Oali'i, his Savea, is the 6'4", 305-pound defensive tackle for Arizona, who is transferring to the University of Texas following Johnny Nansen, who is now the co-DC here at Texas, but was the defensive coordinator there at Arizona. And they have a great relationship, as Aaron mentioned, going back to high school recruiting. Johnny Nansen recruited Savea out of high school. He was an acquisition that the Longhorns had to have. If you go look at their interior defensive line depth, it is a problem. Not only do they right now lack a defensive line coach because they haven't named one of those yet, but you lose Byron Murphy, you're going to lose T'Vondre Sweat. That's the best D-tackle duo in the country. And then you go back 2 years ago, you're at the deepest, arguably the deepest D-tackle room in the country because you had Murphy Sweat, but then you added Colburn, Ojimo, and Alfred Collins. So great news that you got Alfred Collins coming back. You still got Vernon Bryden. Those are guys who played high-level reps in this system, so there is familiarity with the system as well. But you were missing after that. There was a drop-off, and you've had a heavy rotation, actually, of 4 or 5 NFL-caliber defensive linemen the last 2 years. That's a drastic shift from your front seven being your strength. Now losing 4 of those guys to the NFL draft. And yes, you do have your 2 frontline guys in Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins, but where is the depth in that rotation? That's why Savea is so important for them, because now you at least have one element there that'll add some depth to that defensive tackle room. I still think you got to add another one, and they need someone who can, and maybe one of these younger guys can do it, or maybe one of the guys, Alfred Collins, or maybe even Savea. They need someone to play the nose. At times, a lot of these guys are 3 technique guys. They need someone who can play the nose right up over the center, that half shade or right over the center at times, depending on what front they want to play. Haven't really figured that out, and that's why Texas may be susceptible to power run teams next season in the SEC, because the weakness of the defense, or at least the biggest question marks on the defense right now, are in the interior D-line. And it looks like you may be a team that's the strength of your defense, maybe the back 7. But Savea's a big piece. Now you got 3 guys who are proven commodities. Now, if those young guys like Aaron Bryant and Sadir Mitchell, those young guys step up and they end up being, high caliber guys you can use in a rotation, that's great, but hope is not a strategy. So you can't necessarily hope that is going to be the case. And with Bo Davis departing to go to LSU, you were able to somewhat count on his consistency as a developer of talent there at interior D-line, where, hey, that's going to be a breakout player at D-line. We just don't know who it's going to be, right? You had more Ojimo and Colburn breakout 2 years ago. Last season, it was Murphy and Sweat, your Outland Trophy winner. And then the assumption was, well, Bo Davis there, Alfred Collins is set to have a breakout campaign. He and Vernon Broughton. That still may happen. I still think it is going to happen, but I think you were more confident in that scenario when you had Bo Davis, who's called the best D-line coach in America, as the D-line coach. So that, I think you needed him, but you still need another piece there, I think, at the interior D-line to keep it from being a liability for you. Because right now, there's a chance, if you don't have talented depth in that rotation there, that you're susceptible to the power run game. Right up the gut.
Right up the gut. And we're also keeping our eyes on that new defensive line coach role. Sark is continuing to search. And you've talked about Johnny Nansen's potential pipeline into the American Samoan community and that poly community. I mean, that you can do worse than those kind of guys if you can have good connections. That those guys are big, sturdy, hard to move, good football players, man.
They are. They're almost, genetically just engineered to be great football players. Go look at
from the haka dance on.
Yeah, if you go look at
rugby,
the per capita numbers for like American Samoans and the Pacific Island community and the Polynesian community, it's higher than any other group, cultural group, ethnicity in America. Like, it is just crazy. It's freakish.
And Johnny Nansen is one of them.
Yes,
correct?
He's part of that community.
Part of that community.
You got to be part of the community. Really tap into it. They don't really necessarily like random outsiders coming in trying to take advantage of their community in that way. So yeah, he can tap into it almost any time. That's going to pay huge dividends down the line. Yeah, I assure you.
I would agree.
Because that's line play. You can see some of them playing. There's some of the American Samoans, the Pacific Island community, they end up playing skill positions like wide receiver. You got Puka Nacua, all right, quarterback, and hell, you got secondary, right? You got Talona Hufanga, I believe is his name, the all-pro safety for the 49ers. But most of the time, like you said, they're built sturdy and they're built different They're built with power, engineered with power. So, that's the hope. And he's a run force defender for you, too. He can make some splash plays behind the line of scrimmage, but he's a guy that's going to be stout at the line of scrimmage. As he mentioned, hard to move, can take on double teams and not be moved and give you a rock of Gibraltar, if you will, in the interior.
Well, think about, as we talk about Pete Kwiatkowski, at Washington, he had that 2-5-4 defense, right? That 2-4-5 defense. And it was Vita Vea, guys like that, right? Those big dudes who's still playing in the National Football League. Now, you just can't get them off the point. They're just going to hold that down. And then you put speed around that with the linebackers / hybrids / edges and whatever they become. See where they're going, and this is the latest. And you mentioned don't be taken advantage of. They're very guarded above who they trust.
They are.
Manti Te'o. Remember that whole story?
What
a mess that was.
Oh, forgot all about it. Oh, man, what a crazy story.
Yeah.
Well, there's a documentary about this. It's on Netflix.
Yes,
I got
it's
to
good
watch
too.
it. I haven't
very
watched
good.
it yet. I think it's on my queue. I got to check that out. But Savea, also one other nugget about him, has played multiple shades on the defensive line. I think that's important. You can move him around. Now, you're not ideally not moving him around all the time, but if you need to situationally for a matchup, you can do it. It's not outside of the realm to move him around a little bit. So that's a huge pickup for Texas. And now we just wait on who the D-line coach is going to be. I have no idea at this point. We thought we knew it might be Rod Wright. It ain't going to be Rod Wright. Well, at least right now it's not trending toward being Rod Wright. And that doesn't seem to be the buzz, but I will admit there's not much buzz about anybody when it comes to D-line coach position. So maybe give Sark credit for keeping his cards close to the vest. There's not been a lot of, consistent reports about one candidate.
Well, we will see. We'll see where it goes. And I believe they were zeroing in on Rod Wright and, interviewed, and we'll see where that goes. And it's not off the table, I don't think, but at the same time, looking at other people too. So we'll keep an eye on those conversations. Good stuff from Rod. And probably not done, roster building. Getting close, though. Getting close.
They are.
What do you think of the by the way, the big tall corner out of Arizona that hit the portal?
Tacario Davis?
Yes.
I think
he's like a 6'3", 6'4" cornerback.
Yeah, he's huge. He's kind of like Ryan Watts. He's huge. He actually led the Pac-12 in pass breakups, too. I mean, he's a good player. Second team all Pac-12 selection, if I'm not mistaken. Jabbar Muhammad was their focal point in terms of adding another defensive back. And I don't know, reportedly he's maybe leaning now Oregon. He's considering Oregon, Washington, Oregon, Bama, and Texas are his spots that he's considering. If they don't get Jabbar Muhammad, you can go after another corner. I don't know if I like Tacario Davis as much as I like Jabbar Muhammad, but that would be a luxury item if you can get him.
Yeah, Tacario Davis from Arizona. Obviously, Johnny Nansen familiar with him too.
Yep.
And so keep an eye on that name because Jabbar Muhammad, for the latest on that's the corner from Washington. He's got two cousins that play at Texas, and Manny Muhammad and Billy Walton. And there's a proximity advantage for Texas when he's from DeSoto, Texas, and South Dallas. But, the word we're getting from the Oregon side is he wants to be a shutdown corner. He wants to be the primary cornerback.
Yeah.
Because he thinks he is. And but he's trying to improve his draft stock, period.
That's exactly right.
And if you come in Texas and you're a rotational corner, that are bouncing in there with your cousin and Terrence Brooks, and he really wants to show that he can be the number one corner against really good receivers, and that's how you improve your draft stock, Rod. You put that on film.
Yeah, and Texas likes to rotate their guys, whether Longhorn fans like it or not. They're committed to rotating guys. They believe it helps them stay fresher in the fourth quarter. Also, they believe it helps them kind of manufacture depth. Guys get hurt, other guys can come in and they aren't shell shocked, if you will, by the limelight and the big stage because they've had some quality reps before. So I'm not opposed to it. I think I would like them to be a little bit more judicious and a little bit more calculating about when they rotate guys. It seems to me that they have a set rotation in mind probably before they go into the game, and no matter what the situation or circumstance is, they still rotate guys. I'd like to see the coaches determine what the rotations are based on the situation of the game, right? If you have a lead, if you're comfortable, money downs, that kind of stuff, I'd like to see them do that. But I think last year it was just kind of throwing guys out in a situation, and a lot of times they were, I think, in an inopportune situation, throwing out there rotating guys. But Texas is committed to rotating, so I can see why that'd be a turnoff for certain players.
We'll follow all those conversations. We'll move forward with the Longhorns conversation. Texas basketball front and center this morning. Man, what a difference a week makes. Last Wednesday, we were talking about a team that doesn't look like a tournament team. Now they've beaten back-to-back top 11 teams, and on the rise for the Longhorns. They found some identity, and maybe the spark plug is Kendall Weaver. We'll talk about that coming up in our 9 o'clock hour. Back to Rodney Terry's team. How quickly things can turn when you get the chemistry right and guys start playing more intense on defense. But also some off-the-record, Rod. We'll get to that coming up, stories you need to hear because they're going to be talked about, including an idea I have for another major Netflix series or something.
Like it.
Can I do it?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. We'll hit that coming back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby. Be careful out there. Dr. Greg Eckert, folks, helping folks restore their teeth, restore their smiles, change their smiles, and really change their lives for a long, long time now. 27 years, going on 28 years, Dr. Eckert has been right there with he and his team off of Far West. It's right there in north central Austin. Great location. And just great people, right? And Dr. Eckert's, team and dentistry is for everything. It's advanced dentistry. It's general dentistry if you just want the general oral hygiene. He's also got the sleep apnea team there that helps you if you're snoring and can explain how that works. But really, it's about taking your smile from where it is and where you want to take it to, right? As I've talked about my situation with grinding my teeth at night and the smile that I should have had, I just kind of grounded away. My teeth were smaller than they should have been. I had some chipped teeth, and I had to go to work to get it back to where I want it. And Dr. Eckert helped me get there with his team, and it was a slower process. I mean, because of me, right? It was on my timeline for Dr. Eckert. He wasn't pressuring me. But this past year, I put it into full gear, and I went in for a full, front and top and bottom restoration of my teeth to get it back to where it should be here now in my 50s. And man, I couldn't be happier with what I did. It's such a great investment. We're on Zoom calls and YouTube channels and taking pictures more than ever before, and it's just so great to have a confident smile where you want to smile, you want people to see your teeth, and I just didn't have that previously. Now I do. Thanks to Dr. Greg Eckert and his great team there. Go find them. They do the dental implants, the full mouth restorations, also that permanently secure dental implants. If you told you need dentures, this is a much better alternative. The technology and the advances they've made are unbelievable. And look, you get these new smiles in one day. Just one day. I went in one afternoon with the smile I was tired and didn't want and came out with the new smile that I absolutely love. And you can do that too. 512-345-3166. 512-345-3166. Online at dreckert.com. And always remember, it's Eckert with a U, U-E-C-K-E-R-T. Off the record, I mentioned yesterday, Rod, the demise of Sports Illustrated. My affinity for a long-standing subscriber to SI. I put out Ty did, a couple of covers I sent him, one with Nolan Ryan, one with the great Tom Kite.
Oh, yeah.
I'll put out a couple more today. I'll send them to Ty. They'll be out on our Horn Instagram account. But got to dig through my stash and pick a good one. Something time appropriate.
There's some nice. I agree with Ty, though. You need to do whatever you to get them where you can somehow
Graded.
find a way to. Is that what it is? Graded? Yeah.
I should put them in a box and put them somewhere nice.
Yeah.
But maybe I'll put out an NFL playoff because I got some Joe Montana covers. Got some John Elway covers.
Got that Nolan Ryan one.
Oh, man. It's that time of year, divisional playoff football. And so I'll get that going here coming up after the show, and we'll put that out. But off the record, I'll pick one. I got because yesterday was Nolan Ryan. I went Texas. I went Texas Rangers, and then the Ryan Express, and I went Tom Kite right after he won the U.S. Open, which is pretty cool. What do you have off the record here, RB?
I sent Ty a little piece of audio here that I thought was pretty funny. It's a story, actually, being told by Julian Edelman. He's talking to Tom Brady. He's on Tom Brady. I believe it's Tom Brady's podcast. He's got Randy Moss on there.
I think I saw this one.
And it's actually a Tiger Woods story. And Ty, if you have that audio, please play it for the people. I think it's pretty funny.
Every offseason, we'd have some inspirational thing from Bill. This guy lays out an hour-long presentation on why Tiger Woods is Tiger Woods. He's sitting there. You guys are over in Vegas in the offseason. This guy's hitting his 7-iron. He's at the greens putting. And like 3 weeks later, the whole Tiger saga came out, right? 3 weeks later, Randy, as soon as it came out, we're in stretch lines. And Bill walking around, he got his little whistle and he's whistling or doing his little whistle twirl. And all of a sudden you hear out of left field, "Hey, Bill! Hey, Bill!" You see Belichick, he just shakes his head like he knew exactly what it was. How about Tiger whole team starts dying. Whole team's going crazy.
That's too much.
Tiger effing Woods, man. See?
Because it seems like Tiger just wasn't at the driving range.
He still was, yeah. Well, he was driving some things, all right. He was hitting some long balls out there. But, yeah, I mean, hey.
Spent some time in Vegas.
That doesn't make him any less great
that is
on the field of play. Actually makes him even greater. Now we know he was
multitasking.
Yeah, right. It's like we thought he was sleeping 10 hours a night. Turns out he wasn't.
Well,
he was putting in that work.
The Tiger story, and of course the documentary that came out about Tiger, and turns out when he was a young kid and he was playing golf, he'd be playing holes, and his dad was bringing girls into his little Winnebago at the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
That was his love shack, apparently. Like, you grow up with that, you're gonna have some issues. Like, you're out on the putting green or the driving range. Dad's just got blondes rolling into the RV in the parking lot of the golf course.
He believed to him, to try to work and play go together like that.
Yeah,
naturally, they're naturally linked to him.
Yeah, then go home to mom. It's like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that could
be scarring.
That's traumatizing for a young kid. That's a lot to process for a young kid.
Huh.
That's a lot to process.
What's Dad doing in there? My coach is in there too. What's he doing? I don't know what's going on.
He figured it out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he figured it out.
Speaking of documentaries, Rod, I think I have a new one here because I just love it. You know what? I know because we talked yesterday about good documentaries and streaming shows. I know they had the show that was called The Girls Next Door with the ladies in the Playboy Mansion.
Oh yeah, with Hugh Hefner and his ladies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I've decided we need a Netflix series all about it, like a story about the Playboy Mansion. I need to know more about it.
I don't know if you want to know more about it.
Yeah, I do.
Nah.
So I was reading this story from People Magazine, and Kenny Rogers, the late Kenny Rogers, the gambler, Jenny McCarthy, who now does TV, but she was a Playboy Playmate at one point in the 90s. She said she was telling the story that when because Hugh Hefner got married at one point, right? So all the Playmates used to just hang out in the Playboy Mansion, but then when he got married, they had to go out to the guest house. And she told the story that famous people would just call the guest house and talk to random Playmates, including herself, she used to have all these conversations with Kenny Rogers. Kenny Rogers just call.
Just call when he was lonely?
Yeah.
Talk to the Playmates?
And then maybe, grab dinner or something?
Yeah, I'm coming out there, ladies. Don't tell Hugh I'm coming.
John Stamos. And
just trying to get to that, yeah.
Chachi, Scott Baio. And they're just calling the guest house. Who picks up? This is Miss March.
No, I'm sure that because at one point I know they were thinking about making like a TV show. Like a series based on like the real life like a kind of a not a biopic, but kind of a real life series.
That's what I'm talking about. Biopic of Hugh Hefner.
Yeah, but I think they put the kibosh on it because he was gone now, so maybe
we could use fictitious names and try to guess.
But you would know what it is. They got it, but by now I think enough time has passed. They don't even print the magazine anymore, do they?
No.
Yeah, come on, man.
But the mansion's where the stories are.
The Playboy miniseries needs to happen.
That would be great.
You're right.
That would be awesome.
Let's go.
If done by the right people with the right
HBO
cast.
needs to do it.
It'd be so good.
Go ahead. Showtime, get it done.
Get her done. Remember like that Showtime Lakers series. Make it like that.
That's exactly right.
It'd be awesome.
HBO did it, yeah.
All right, we'll come back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Oh man, our message, our texters always come through. This guy says the guys already is a documentary about the Playboy Mansion called Secrets of the Playboy Mansion. You don't really want to watch it.
That's what I said. I don't think you really actually want to know because now, as enlightened as we are, like the post-Me Too movement about our attitudes towards women and gender norms that were once accepted, which now we realize were totally inappropriate. Yeah, I don't know if we want to get into it. I will say that Hugh Hefner was a free speech advocate. I know he was a big fan of free speech.
Yeah,
I know that's a big part of his legacy.
I'm sure some terrible things happened there. I would just say if you made it, it doesn't have to be a deep dive documentary, just like a series.
I was say the documentary is dark. The miniseries could be a little lighter. You know what I mean? You can explore some of the dark stuff, but then you could obviously kind of cushion it with some lighter stuff and some of the really cool experience. The celebrities that came through there for all those years at the Playboy Mansion, that would be really cool. Who's going to play them, that kind of stuff. And as long as you got the right women, the show would be a hit. But yeah, you'd have to
get some lawsuits.
That's why I say you're hoping everybody died already that would sue you. Like Hugh Hefner and a lot of, right? Because you're doing it from a period piece. You'd be doing it from, what, the 70s and the 80s?
Well, remember when they...
You wouldn't do the 90s because that's too... If I didn't, I'd already died out. It's too recent. You do the 70s, 80s, a lot of people have
like
died
that
out.
LA Lakers show, but and of course, you immediately had Jerry West coming out of crying foul. And
You had like multiple old school players came out against
true.
it. They were like, "This is fake." It was like, well, the guys, they gotta lose a little bit of the Hollywood, creativity, license, like creative license there. So it's okay.
Yeah,
they embellished a little bit, but it was entertaining. You said you liked it.
I did. I thought the show was, and it was well acted. That was the key, right? Because you had John C. Reilly. As Jerry Buss, you had Adrian Brody as Pat Riley. The guy that they cast for Magic Johnson was spot on.
Yeah.
So it was believable, and I'm sure there was some fudging going on. But as far as it did follow the history, right, and kind of the chronology of how things played out.
Yeah.
And then they would embellish, I would imagine. I was into it. I thought it was a good show, but I think it got canceled due to the writer's strike, I think is what ended up happening.
I think you're right. Good point. Never thought about that. I want to bring it back.
I would like to.
Strike is done.
I thought it was good because it started. If you watch the two, however many seasons they ended up getting, the Showtime, whatever it was called, the story of the Lakers,
seasons.
The rise of the Lakers. It started with the first scene of the show was Magic Johnson doing his HIV press conference, and then they flash back to when he's at Michigan State. Before he was drafted by the Lakers. And so you wondered, okay, well, this is going to go all the way up to...
They're going to work their way
to that.
Yeah.
And I think that, because it was based on the Jeff Pearlman book, so I'm assuming that was kind of the plan, but then it...
I know. You could do one of those. The White House Cowboys would be a good one to do one of those on, too. That'd be nice. Not enough of those people have moved on or passed away, so you get too much blowback.
Yeah,
but one day... That would be a good one.
Well, that Jeff Pearlman wrote that book too.
That's what I'm saying. One day
Including
that one
when
would
they
be
destroyed the my alma mater's dorm room.
That would be awesome. that one would be better. Honestly, it might be better than that Lakers series for sure. Lakers was good, but they had so many degenerates and heathens, and so just
well, and of course, when they won the Super Bowl for the first time in the early '90s with Jimmy Johnson, they were the youngest team in the league. So they're a bunch of young guys.
Wow.
And then they won the next year. And then the Dion thing and the Jimmy Johnson thing, but they were rock stars, man. I mean, they were bigger than life, and this is all happening while Michael Jordan was becoming Michael Jordan in the early '90s. But yeah, they had and Michael Irvin was the team leader, but he was also a drug addict who liked to have a good time.
Oh man.
Well, for people who don't know the White House story, and maybe Ty doesn't even know because he wasn't born yet.
Oh, Ty knows.
So their training facility was right in the middle of a neighborhood, Rod, up in North Dallas. I mean, that's where that's where work was. When you go to work, to practice, but there was like a residential neighborhood right across the street. Like it was there. I mean, they just plunked this thing, what was it called, Valley Ranch, is what they called it, the facility. And now they got the Star Complex.
Yeah.
Well, so some of the players they got money. They just bought a house or rented a house right there in the neighborhood.
Right there. Instead of having to drive
a couple blocks away,
drive home in between practices and stuff like that. No,
it was kind of a safe house.
Yeah, hang out right here before and after practice.
And who knows what goes on in there and who comes over and what things are being done.
It was like a trap house / it was like basically kind of a brothel / like it was a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Some drugs, some women, it had everything you need there, man.
But if something happens, we can get over to practice real quick. We're real close.
Tell the women to meet us there.
Oh
yeah. Just take the strippers there after the strip club.
If you're with a significant other, you can tell them, I'm at practice.
Yeah, you good. Technically, you were right across the street.
Yeah, right in the neighborhood,
close enough to it.
And I went to that complex. It is right in the middle. Just think it's right in the middle of the neighborhood.
It's amazing.
One of those suburb neighborhoods in Dallas.
Little did they know. Well, the neighbors, I guess, had to know. The neighbors had to know. That's what they should talk to. Did Jeff Pearlman talk to the neighbors?
That's what I want to know. That's why I need a movie. That's why I need a movie.
That would be another good one. That would be another good one. Yeah, because you had a lot of different layers on that one, and you had so many big, larger than life personalities like Michael Irvin. You had him. Jimmy Johnson was another. And then a lot of the fun is who's gonna play, what characters you're gonna get, or at least what actors you're gonna get to play those characters because they're so well known. The mannerisms, the way they speak, the way they talk, you don't get that right. That's half the damn battle.
Oh, that's so hard.
With an iconic biopics or a series about iconic folks.
That's why I think I give credit to that show.
They did a good job.
Lakers,
Magic
they did
Johnson,
a real good job.
Because you got to get Magic right, and then they have Larry Bird on there.
They had a Larry Bird character.
How's the Larry Bird character? They got him right
from French Lick. Yeah.
Did they get him? They do him justice.
Pretty good. And
yeah.
they had to get Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, which
Jerry
I thought
West.
they did a very good one. Jerry West was on point.
Yeah.
All these movies. The movie that did this better than anybody, but it was fictitious, but it was kind of based on a true story. Was Boogie Nights.
Oh, Boogie Nights was good.
Boogie Nights.
Dirk Diggler.
Well, it's the adult entertainment industry,
Yes.
the formation of it essentially, and the building of it. But you got to do it justice. You got to do it right. And I'm assuming there was some of that kind of stuff going on over at the Cowboys' White House. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, like I said, there's just so many layers to that thing. Yeah, you can approach it from a lot of different.
Because we know that coming out. Speaking of, you played the audio of Julian Edelman and Tom Brady and Randy Moss. That documentary is coming out, right? That Apple Plus series, is that where it's coming out? The Untold, the good, the bad, and the untold of the Patriots dynasty.
Yeah,
that looks good. I don't know how
it does look good. Yeah, and that timing of that is curious. Remember, we played the trailer of that, and I want to say the next week, the Gerard Mayo, like maybe 2 weeks later, maybe less than that, the Gerard Mayo news breaks.
Yes.
So I want to say they had to get
departure.
approval on that. Yeah, maybe the Belichick dismissal or whatever. They had to get approval on that for the release of it, and I bet they knew when they released it because it came out and I was like, man, that's out of nowhere.
Well, the good, the bad, and the untold of the because look, the Patriots have kind of like the Cowboys in the '90s. There were so many books written. I mean, Skip Bayless wrote a book that got real controversial. All the major reporters ended up writing a book about the Cowboys and this their take on it and their behind the scenes memories. The same thing has happened in New England, right? There's been a bunch of books written about Bill Belichick and
the dynasty's going on so long,
yes.
man. And they've had so many scandals.
And there's been
so
many
two or three scandals.
So the scandals, then the Tom Brady Garoppolo thing. That's going to be pretty fascinating because it spans over 20 years.
Yeah, that would be good.
I'll be watching that.
Yeah.
I'll be watching that, and I'm assuming it's done pretty well. But Cowboys of the '90s would be a really, really good one. The only one that, and I think, did they make one? But like the only thing that could rival the Cowboys of the '90s would be the New York Mets of the '80s in baseball.
Didn't they do a 30 for 30 on them?
They did.
Yeah.
They did, and it was good.
Yeah, it was
like a 4-part.
Yeah, it was good.
Series.
That was legit.
I think I have it still recorded. I may watch it. The Mets of the '80s, because that was Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden and just Keith Hernandez.
They just had enough. Yeah, there's
Lenny
so many
Dykstra.
Stars. There are a lot of stars.
And they lived hard.
With a lot of issues.
A lot of issues.
Yeah, you need these stars that want to play. They play hard, work hard, and party hard.
Yeah,
that's the recipe.
Well, that was the Showtime Lakers.
Yep. Cowboys.
Mets
of
the '80s, Cowboys of the '90s.
Yeah.
That's
did we have
good.
any teams like that after that? Like the 2000s that they get 2000s and later that did that?
Doesn't feel like it.
Doesn't feel like because even the Bulls, they weren't that kind of team. They had elements of it. Rodman he was an element of that.
Well,
but the team that wasn't necessarily their identity. The Cowboys, that was their identity, man. No, man, they partied hard, but they played hard too. And
I witnessed
rock stars
when the Cowboys began training at St. Edwards in the early '90s. The strip club there, right there, it was called Expose at the time.
Oh yeah, man.
It was because I lived right there. I mean, I'm walking the campus.
Strip club is still there. It's not Expose anymore. It's still
no,
there, though.
but when I first got there in '91, it was a dump. Like I wasn't old enough to go anyhow, but you wouldn't want to go. Because like South Congress in that area, right off of St. Ed's, it was just bad news, man. It was.
And then it's right there where y'all used to work, where the studio used to be.
Yeah,
later
Penfield, yeah, eventually.
It's like right there.
But when I was there in the early '90s at school, that place was. But the Cowboys start showing up, and that place all of a sudden is super nice. Like they spent so much money in that club,
Smart.
and they I mean, it became like the nicest club in town. Yeah, the Cowboys would like ride golf carts over to that thing.
Yeah, think about it. I mean,
right across Woodward.
How long did training camp last? What, 2 weeks?
A month.
Did they have a month down there? They spent a month down there
about
because then they go to California, spend like 2 weeks away, and then they come back. So
I think that was back when they weren't going to California.
Oh, okay. So before then,
Jerry changed his way. He was just doing Austin.
So imagine how much money you can make from that team for a month. All the guys making that their go-to spot every day.
Yeah.
You made enough money for the year.
Easy.
Exactly.
Well, again, all of a sudden it became really nice. They fixed it up.
Exactly. Oh man, I can imagine. I would love to talk to the strip club man. Like, how much did you guys make?
Yeah.
In those months, I bet they knew exactly. Give you a figure like, oh, we made it was easily in the millions. I guarantee.
Somebody in this town
for a
knows.
month long.
That was only 30 years ago.
For a month, oh man, they made about $1 million.
Yeah,
they probably cleared it
all the time.
Yeah,
for sure. And of course the Cowboys are rock stars, so that is good. But the one thing about the Jordan documentary that you can criticize, Jordan had full editorial control. There was more stuff going on. There was more salacious stuff involving Michael Jordan that just didn't get told in that story.
Very true. Of course.
It was going to be
Yeah.
there. I'm assuming because the Michael Jordan salacious side, there's a lot to that. And one of the biggest criticisms that came of that is they didn't go into the gambling stuff nearly enough. That it was kind of sanitized for Jordan's approval.
That's because there's not a lot of facts regarding
Oh,
the
yeah.
gambling
Oh,
stuff.
I know.
There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of intrigue. But we know something shady happened.
But that's what a good
we just don't
documentary.
know what it is.
That's what a good documentary does. It starts digging for that stuff. It starts putting people on camera and asking them questions.
MJ ain't going into that.
No.
The conspiracy theories are so wild as to think that MJ's dad, his demise, was related
to his gambling.
To the gambling. Like it was. Oh man.
And that's why he stepped aside to play baseball. Was because the league was about to have to suspend him.
Yeah, the league. That was an unofficial suspension that he didn't actually retire. Oh man, the conspiracy theories are just great. Somebody's just going to make a documentary about the conspiracy theries about MJ.
Oh my gosh,
that would be good.
Unreal. All right,
he'd sue you, but
he's a billionaire,
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so there we go. There's some off the nose conversation. We'll go. Speaking of off the nose, we're going to go at the bottom of the hour. It is Wednesday, so it'll be Set List ATX with our man Nick Shuley. We have a light music week. We'll talk NIL and Longhorn basketball with Nick coming up because the Horns all of a sudden are a fun conversation on the basketball floor. They're playing some good hoops. Also, the best live music of the upcoming week and weekend out there. But right now, Rod's got his second rant of a Wednesday morning.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it around. My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, let's start getting ready for these AFC and NFC title games coming up this weekend. Time to start previewing these matchups. The first one, let's go to the AFC side of things, because I don't think a lot of people realize how good that Ravens defense is. Now, Patrick Mahomes can pretty much solve any defense, and he is the best quarterback in the league. So I would not have put it out of the realm of possibility that he has a great game and shows up this Ravens defense and leads the Chiefs to a win. That would not shock me. But this Ravens defense, they are the first defense since the 1970 merger to lead the NFL in scoring defense, sacks, and takeaways. And they've had some great defenses, right? You've had the Baltimore defense from the 2000s, 02 Bucks. Hell, you've had the 85 Bears. All-time great 2013 Seahawks. All-time great defenses who haven't led the NFL in scoring defense, sacks, and takeaways. Even that Eagles defense last year was considered a really good defense. Remember, they had 70 sacks in the regular season, led the NFL in sacks. They were a good defense, and Patrick Mahomes lit them up. Ended up scoring 38 points in a great Super Bowl. But that Eagles defense did not make a lot of plays against Patrick Mahomes, and they were not able to stop or defend him very well. And this season, Patrick Mahomes has fewer weapons, right? That's been the big complaint or criticism of the Chiefs this year, is that their wide receiving core, maybe the weakest wide receiving core that Patrick Mahomes has had. So this rant, I want to get into Patrick Mahomes' history versus top defenses, elite defenses, because that's what he's going to face versus the Ravens on the road, by the way, even more important. So since Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson became starters in 2018, this is kind of where the research started. So Patrick Mahomes is 12-2 in his career against defenses, or in that time span against defenses that rank in the top 15 in points allowed per drive. Ravens are number one right now in points allowed per drive. In those 14 games, Mahomes averaged 7.9 yards per pass attempt, 316 passing yards per game, and the Chiefs averaged 28.5, almost 29 points per game. It's a pretty good number. Mahomes scored 42 points in the playoffs against Buffalo's number one defense in 2021, and 44 points in the regular season against San Fran's number one defense in 2022. The only top five defense to hold Mahomes and the Chiefs under 20 points was the 2021 Cowboys, who lost that game 19-9 in Kansas City. Mahomes' only 2 losses to elite defenses statistically were at home against the Bills in 2021, 38-20, and at home and against the Bills in the regular season in 2022, 24-20. He's 7-0 against, if you will look at against elite scoring defenses, just in terms of scoring defenses, in games played away from Kansas City, which this game will be played in Baltimore. And he's 6-2 against teams that have allowed fewer than 300 points in a season, and he scored at least 20 points in every game. So he's got some success versus elite defenses, but I will admit his stats are not efficient. If you look at the top 5 defenses he's played, 27 touchdowns, 16 interceptions in those 14 games. So, I mean, that's for him, for Mahomes, that is a glaring disparity of 27 touchdowns to 16 interceptions. Usually his touchdown interception ratio is much better than that. So they do make some plays, or at least they get some splash plays and some takeaways against Patrick Mahomes. We'll see how he does against this Ravens defense. He has his first 3 matchups against the Ravens. If you go look at, that's included in that sample size of those 14 games from he shredded Baltimore, 377 yards, 374 yards, and 385 yards passing, and the Chiefs scored 27, 33, and 34 points. Different Chiefs squad, different Baltimore defense as well. So that's something to consider. This defense, this is the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has played this season. This is one of the best defenses, if not the best defense potentially, that he's played in his career. It's in that category. It's in that conversation. So that is that would be a concern, but I don't trust the wide receivers for the Chiefs. Haven't trusted them all year long. I do wonder how they're going to hold up against this Ravens secondary. One thing to keep in mind about the Ravens, though, the Ravens, they have basically they've beaten their playoff teams, their opponents who have been playoff teams this year, by an average of 14 points. That's 7-3 in those 10 games where they played a playoff team. 3-4 though in close games. 3-4 in games that are close games that come down to the fourth quarter, 1 possession in the fourth quarter, and they've blown more leads, 3 of them, than they have game-winning drives. So that is something to consider. If the Kansas City Chiefs can make it a fourth quarter game, 1 possession game in the fourth quarter, we haven't seen the Ravens respond really well in those situations. And I got a feeling that it's going to become a 1-score game in the fourth quarter. But that is not what the Ravens, that is not their MO. They have been blowing teams out. Even the Texans, that was a tied game at halftime. I thought Texans may make this a fourth quarter game. They did not. Third quarter, the Ravens pull away. So the Ravens haven't had a lot of games that come down to the fourth quarter, and when it has, that's where most of their losses are.
Yeah, and they're getting better because it's all, remember, they were installing a brand new offense, and
yes,
they don't play much in the preseason. So, but it does feel right now that they're hitting their stride as far as, you know, the defense numbers you just gave, which are ridiculous. But the offense just keeps evolving with Lamar Jackson and what he can do. So that's where you blow people out, right? You're not giving up points and you're forcing turnovers and sacks, and then your offense is really hard to get off the field. I mean, they've got the Ravens, Rod, have 9 wins of 14 points or more against winning teams.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
9 times. This is a parity league, Rod. This is a league of parity. It has come down to a field goal most of the time. They've beaten 9 winning teams by 14 points or more.
I know, but
Come
they
on,
also.
man.
I agree, and I'm with you because it's when they put their foot on the gas or foot on your throat, they don't let up. But they have.
I know, 3 times.
Yes,
3
right.
times.
And since they started
To the
2022,
Browns, to the Colts.
Yeah, this is actually something that's been plaguing them since the start of last season or 2 seasons ago in 2022. Because they've blown 7 multi-possession leads since the start of 2022. 7 of them.
Yeah.
And 3 of them, like you said, have come this season. So there's something about them being in a 1-score game. Remember, this is an issue with the 49ers because they're a front runner. Right? The 49ers are a team that likes to be a front runner. And prior to that game-winning drive for Purdy, in the situations where they were down in the fourth quarter, where, down 5 to 8 points in the fourth quarter of games, Shano hadn't been able to break through.
0-30.
Yeah, this is the first time that they actually did break through. So it's all about the way you win. Think about the Packers were kind of like this because the Packers were the best first quarter team this season. And what were they doing in the playoffs? first quarter.
Yeah, dominating early.
Right?
Yeah.
Dominating early. So some teams just have a certain style that they play, and for the Ravens, their style is like the 49ers. We are front runner. We're gonna blow you out. We're gonna find a way to blow you out in the first half or in those first 3 quarters. But if it is a fourth quarter game, one possession, I get a little nervous if I'm a Ravens.
100%. I mean, that's got to be the Andy Reid recipe here, especially with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, guys. Weather the Mike Tyson storm and get this thing to the fourth quarter and see if the best quarterback in the world can get us there. Because you're right. Baltimore has 4 losses this year. One of them was Week 17 against Cleveland, which we don't count, or Pittsburgh, because they didn't start any. The starters didn't play.
Yep.
But the 3 where they did, there are 3 other losses to the Colts, the Steelers, and the Browns. You could argue were more their mistakes in the fourth quarter than anything the other team did.
Meltdowns.
I came in talking about that Steelers game where they had a punt blocked for a touchdown. That was the game where all the receivers kept dropping passes from Lamar Jackson that would have been big plays or touchdowns. Like they had 4 or 5 just drops in the game, and the Steelers ended up winning the football game. But in the 9 winning teams they played, Rod, they beat the Lions by 32, the Niners by 14, the Dolphins by 37, the Browns by 25, the Texans by 16 and 24, the Seahawks by 34, the Jags by 16, and the Bengals by 14. All winning teams.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to blow you out, but if you can avoid the blowout.
Yes.
If you can avoid the blowout, you got a shot. Baltimore's only win that produced the winning points in the fourth quarter or overtime was that punt return that they had against the Rams in Week 14. That's it. That's the only win this season that produce winning points in the fourth quarter. And if you get to the fourth quarter, one possession, you got a real shot because they don't even know how to play those games. They haven't played them in a long time. And when they have played games like that in the fourth quarter, they've lost them.
Well, and I think we've heard the stories now. We heard from Lamar Jackson. I think that's why he was so vocal in the locker room against Houston. Quit letting this team hang around with us, y'all. Quit letting this team hang around with us, y'all. Yeah. And they came out and they took care of business. And now Houston, Kansas City's a different animal than Houston.
Yes, they are.
But either way, this has been the best team in the league all year long. And if they can put one more game on the board, they'll be in the Super Bowl. But you're playing the best quarterback on the planet. So that's why this game will be highly rated, Rod. A lot of people tune in to see this matchup of that defense and Lamar Jackson against that coach. And let's not forget the Chiefs have maybe the number 2 defense. And the Chiefs this year have allowed the fewest second-half points of any team in the league.
That's good stuff.
So they will make adjustments.
Exactly.
And that will help them keep in the game.
Yes. That's another way that kind of that fits this matchup really well, that they can weather the storm. And then in the second half, Kansas City can make the proper adjustments, make it a one-score game, one-possession game, I should say, in the fourth quarter. Okay, one other quick little nugget here, since we're previewing this matchup that I want to throw out there. You talk about the Chiefs defense. The Chiefs defense, this game may come down to pressure, just who can pressure the opposing quarterback the best. The Ravens lead the NFL in sacks. I told you guys that earlier, but they faced 634 pass attempts, so their pressure rate is 23rd in the NFL. They get pressure less than 20% of the time. The Chiefs were second with 57 sacks. But they faced 556 pass attempts. Their pressure rate second highest in the league at almost 28% pressure rate overall. Second highest, I believe, behind the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys actually led the NFL in pressure rate. So Chiefs second in sacks, but second also in pressure rate. Ravens first in sacks, but 23rd in pressure rate. So that's actually a compliment to Mike McDonald. Remember I told you guys against the Texans, they had 12 different guys that get a pressure.
Yeah.
They get at least one pressure, and they didn't have any sacks.
No, they didn't.
They didn't have any sacks
or
against the Texans.
Any interceptions for us.
Or any interceptions. They just were able to just really discombobulate CJ, rush him, hurry him a lot of the times. But they get really creative about how they apply pressure, and they don't necessarily do it a lot, but when they do, they cash in with those sacks.
100%. All right, good stuff in Rod's Rant. 2 each morning. Coming back, it'll be our man Nick Shuley. We'll talk some Texas hoops with Nick. He's got that great podcast called Brotherhood, the podcast with Royal Ivy and DJ Augustine. We'll get his thoughts on the big win last night. Also, he is our Setlist ATX curator.
Oh, yeah.
He is the president of the Austin Music Movement. That's coming next on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Underdog Fantasy, folks, and the NBA season is in full swing. There's only 3 more NFL games to go, but you can still do Underdog Fantasy for those. But NBA is where it's really hot and heavy right now. And listen, the Mavericks, the Rockets, and the Spurs are all playing tonight. All at home, too, by the way. So you got Kevin Durant, the Suns, coming into Dallas to play the Mavs. That'll be a fun game. Rockets are playing Portland. Spurs are playing the red-hot Oklahoma City Thunder. So this is a great opportunity to watch your favorite team, but also win some money, potentially, with Underdog Fantasy and the fantasy game where you go in on the app, which you've downloaded to your phone, or just to the website at UnderdogFantasy.com. It's so simple. It's fast and fun. And you just pick the game and the players you're going to watch that night or tonight. And then you pick some in-game stats going higher or lower. Pick a player. Kevin Durant could be Luka, could be Wemby, whoever you want it to be. Go higher or lower on some in-game stats. You're going to watch the game anyhow. And if you go 5 for 5, you can win up to 20 times your money. That's what it's about. It's such a blast. It's built for fans. Winners every day. Pick them, watch them, win them is what we say. And it's so much fun. Build your dream team today and get ready to watch the games tonight at Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan, by the way, when you get signed up, if you haven't done so already, they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. So $100 becomes $200. $20 is $40. You do the math. It's pretty simple. And so is playing Underdog Fantasy on your app or on the website, UnderdogFantasy.com. Promo code Hogan. Get involved tonight. Pick them, watch them, win them at Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Conversations of party teams and Playboy mansions fired up the message line, of course. Appreciate the fella who sent me his favorite Playboy mansion story, which is a story about the Grateful Dead, who performed on a show called Playboy After Dark. I get to
that
watch
was a thing, Playboy After Dark?
I guess, with Hugh Hefner. This says, what about the Vikings and the party boat guys?
Yeah, they didn't win enough, though. How many games they win? They win a championship?
They had a good year. Remember that was a 15-1 year in there with Minnesota.
Right. We're talking about teams. Basically, these teams we're talking about end up winning championships. Those Mets won. They win a championship.
Yeah, they did. Yeah,
right?
86.
Yeah,
86.
Cowboys championship, Lakers championship. So yeah, you could do because remember the you're right, the party boat that was pretty wild.
Minnesota Vikings party boat.
That was pretty wild. And wasn't there a story about the Suns a couple of years ago when they went to the finals that they. Remember there was like some. You remember this, Ty? There were a couple of like adult entertainment stars, like OnlyFans stars, that said they had like a group session, if you will, with the Suns. You don't remember this?
I don't, but I don't doubt that in the slightest.
I'm gonna pull this up right now because they were on like some show and they could have been lying, but they claimed that they had a night.
I do know with the Showtime Lakers. Because, the Mets and the Lakers coincided with Houston, because I was growing up in Houston at the time. And the Mets, how about this? The Mets 30 for 30, and somebody reminded me of this on ESPN. It was a strong 30 for 30. Best part was the team did like 175,000 in damage to the airplane flying from home from Houston after Game 6. It was one of the most heartbreaking Astro games I ever saw. 16 innings and all that, but I guess apparently did 200 grand worth of damage to the airplane flying home.
How much?
200. It's 175,000. It's documented in the 30 for 30.
Like, what were they doing on the plane? Who wants to be wilding on a plane, man? You could actually obstruct the flight or somehow.
But it was right around the same.
Was going to go down.
Yeah, exactly. What are you trying to bring the plane down?
Come on.
Nick Shuley's voice there. We'll bring him in. I just want to mention that the Lakers at the same time were playing the Rockets quite a bit because it was Keem and Ralph Sampson and the Rockets.
Yeah. Twin Towers.
And it was I think it was 85-86. So I'm like 13-14. And the story of James Worthy, when James Worthy got arrested in Houston with not one prostitute but two. And I remember as a teenager thinking, whoa.
Two of them.
Two at a time.
Yeah,
big game, James.
Two chicks at the same time, man.
Paying for it.
Good for you.
Yeah, you got popped in a hotel in Houston. It was in Houston. Got arrested.
Literally.
So, yeah. Nick Shuley and Setlist ATX. What's up, Nick? How are you, my friend? This is some crazy stuff, man.
I love that, man. I actually got to go to the Playboy Mansion once before it was closed down. Like,
picture of you.
Yeah, it was. I was managing this act that was signed by Big Boy from Outkast, and they were recording some content in LA, and Big was talking to his manager and was just like, yeah, he's like, we got invited to the mansion, but we're not going to go. And the lead singer of our band who sang on his song was like, wait, what? And he's like, dude, we got to go. And then all of us kind of like line up around Big, and we're like, dude, come on. And he's like, hold on, let me check with my wife. And so like Big calls his wife, and she's like, I don't want to go, but you can. So Big takes us over to the Playboy Mansion. It happened to be P. Diddy's birthday, and Rick Ross and Chris Brown were performing at this party. So it was about the craziest thing my 25-year-old mind had ever seen in my entire life.
Is it everything you imagine, though? Is it just girls walking around in their lingerie?
Oh, yeah, and less. And like that, we got to see like the grotto. We got to see all this stuff, man. It was like, I mean, we were just like dorks, like just rolling around with our jaws down, like, because it was just, I mean, it was like a sensory overload. And it's just every single, like, 30% of the people there are famous, and we're just sitting there like, that's so and so, like, wait, these drinks are free? Like,
these drinks are free.
We weren't ready for that.
Shangri-La sounds like it. So
that was amazing.
Kind of like when you first see the Alamo. Is it bigger or smaller than you imagine it to be?
It was huge. They had like a red carpet when you walk in. There was like a car drop off area. I mean, the thing was huge, but you could only go to we didn't get to go inside the actual mansion. Like, this was more like outside party, so the whole thing was outside.
Okay. Wow. Side door, side gate guests. I love it.
I didn't try to sneak in anywhere. Like, we were just happy to be there.
I love it. That is a great story. That's why we love Nick Shuley. Got story for everything. How are you, Nick? How about we'll get to the live music and Setlist ATX on this Wednesday, as we do each week at 9:30. But how about that Longhorn basketball team? How about back-to-back wins? And almost like the horns down controversy may galvanize this squad.
Yeah, pumped for the guys, man. Pumped for Rodney. I felt the tide was turning pretty heavy after 2 losses in the Big 12. Granted, I know they were lower ranked teams in the Big 12, but you look around at what's happening there, and it's just a log jam in the middle of that conference. Like, it is, and you're talking teams that are ranked in the top 25 that are sitting in the middle to bottom portion of the conference. So you're pretty proud of how the guys responded. That could have been a bad moment. I like the adjustments Rodney made. I think putting Weaver in more and getting him playing time. That kid's a spark plug. It's almost like that. It's a different version of having, like a Jabari off the bench. It just changes the nature of the game and the team. And that kid is another level athlete.
No question about it. And so what have you seen as the keys to? I mean, Dylan Dessou. I heard Porter Moser, we played some of his sound talking about, he's a 3-level scorer. He's one of the harder guys to stop. And I think we're starting to see that. When you have 2 players who can score with the ability of Dessou and Asmus, you can build around that if you're playing defense at the other end.
For sure. And that's been the key, is like really kind of honing in on the defensive side. I think offense, this team's going to be all right, you'd hope, as long as we don't, settle for jumpers every single time. But having Dessou there means you don't have to do that, and running a little 2-man game there. I like what they're doing now. And we talked about it. I thought the UCF game and the West Virginia game were going to be the games this team figures out how to play together, find each other. And instead, and honestly, maybe they did, right? Maybe that's where you're like, okay, this is what we shouldn't do. and they started playing some better basketball. Like that Baylor team is a good basketball team, and they got some dogs on that team. So it was a good win, and going to OU and winning on the road in the Big 12 against the number 11 team. I saw we jumped in our net rankings up to like 44th for that win. So things are trending in the right direction, but it's a long season, and if you come out of the Big 12 in the middle, like with a 500 record, that's a win just because it'll get you in the tournament. And we've added two resume victories to our to the resume, and so it's I like where this team's headed, but these things can flip pretty quickly as we've seen so far.
Yeah, well, and if you can handle business and I watched a little bit of the BYU game last night with U of H. Texas, if they keep playing like this, can beat BYU. And even though it'll be a tough environment in Provo Saturday afternoon, if you were to win that game to go 3 straight ranked wins, how about Big Monday at the Moody Center with Houston in town? That'll be a scene Monday night.
Awesome. Yeah, BYU
win or lose. Win or lose is going to be a big time environment. But man, you come in on a 3-game heater with Kelvin Sampson's team coming to town, that'll be huge.
Yeah, BYU's ripe for the picking right now. Like they're struggling, so it'd be a nice one to go in there and steal a win. That's going to be a tough game though. That team's good if you haven't seen them play.
All right, buddy. It is Nick Shuley. His day job is what do you consider your day job, Nick? I don't know what
he's a hustle man. He's got a lot of
the Austin music movement is my day job.
Okay, yeah, we got a lot of irons in the fire, which I love, and we love here on Hook 'Em Up. But all right, best live music in this weekend. It's another light week, and probably good with the weather being like it is. But you can get out and see some great stuff. But where are you sending people?
Yeah, this is probably the lightest week I've seen so far this year. It's and in a while, I think, because it's been so heavy, and so hopefully it'll start picking up a little. There's a big week for comedy if you're a comedy fan though, so I tried to throw some of those in there because they're taking up some of the bigger venues. And we have, starting tonight, we have Trevor Noah is doing from the 24th tonight to the 28th. He'll be at Bass Concert Hall. That's a cool one to see. And then an artist I really, really like, Mayor Hawthorne. Back in the day, he kind of came around the Amy Winehouse time, and I kind of called him the male version of Amy Winehouse. He's got this old kind of soul sound and just makes music that sounds like it's from Motown or another period. I really dig his stuff, but it's got this little hip hop tinge to it. So we got signed by a hip hop label. It's cool. That one will be over at Empire Control Room tonight. And then a band I've talked about on here before, a band I like from Austin, the Ransom Brothers, a good country act, will be at the Saxon. And then Lyle Lovett will be doing 2 nights at Green Hall with his large band, starting tonight and tomorrow. And then Craig Robinson will be over at Cap City Comedy Club from the 25th through the 28th. And for those of you that don't know, Craig Robinson is Daryl from The Office, as well as he's been in Hot Tub Time Machine, Pineapple Express, all the classics.
Yeah, love that. Craig Robinson, that's good. Love me some Daryl down in the warehouse.
He's like music. Does he incorporate music in his comedy show? Because he's a big music guy.
Ty's nodding his head, so I guess he does. I haven't seen his comedy act, but I'd like to see it. He's funny.
Yeah, I know he does. I know he actually plays a lot of instruments aside from comedy, but I wonder if he actually combines them in his act. That's all.
That'd be cool. And Cap City's a good place to see comedians. I really like that place. And then Friday, another comedian, Joe Coy, who I think a lot of us discovered after his Taylor Swift joke.
Oh, yes.
He made a lot of enemies, I guess. But he's a huge deal because he's playing the Moody Center.
Is he the guy that hosted the Golden Globes?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He wasn't real funny, but he's going to fill up the Moody Center, so he must be pretty funny.
He must be. Maybe
doing that was a weird scene. Maybe that was a weird scene.
I mean, those settings are usually pretty tough.
It's a weird room. Yeah, that's because you're used to what's his name from the English Office coming in there.
Oh, Ricky Gervais.
Ricky Gervais coming in there just torching them.
He's hilarious.
At the Golden Globes. That's a tough act to follow. All right, that's Friday at Moody. From Moody Center, by the way, Friday night with Joe Coy. What else on Friday?
Then we got RJD2, who's a good old school hip hop producer and does a lot of instrumental stuff. He'll be over at Kingdom. And then Moving Panorama is one of the best indie rock bands from Austin. They'll be at Cheer Up Charlie's on Friday. And then great country musician Aaron Watson will be at ACL Live. And then Noah Reed from Schitt's Creek, the TV show. I didn't know if I was allowed to say that on the air.
Yeah, sure. Good show.
We'll be at Paramount. So Noah Reed played Patrick on the show, and he got it really blew up that he did a cover of Simply the Best by Tina Turner, and kind of turned it into an acoustic performance on that show, and it got really, really big. So he'll be doing the Paramount, which is cool.
Interesting.
Like that. Okay, so that's Friday as well. What about Saturday? Have we moved into Saturday?
Yeah, we're on Saturday. We got Alejandro Escovedo, another Austin classic.
Hall of Famer.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. He'll be at ACL Live. Slim Thug, aka now I guess he has rebranded his name to Big Slim.
Whoa! When did this happen? When did I miss Slim Thug's name change?
I was told that recently. I haven't done the Google search and fully researched, but I was told by a reliable source that he is now Big Slim, but it's still billed as Slim Thug, and he's with this up and coming rapper I really like called Wacotron, which I'm guessing he's from Waco. He's got some good music. They'll be at Antone, so you guys can catch Ty there. I'm sure that one will be.
Could it be Wacotron?
It could be Wacotron, spelled Wacotron. That is true.
It could be.
And then a big dance DJ, Cassian, will be at the Concourse Project, which is a cool place to see dance music. And then an artist that I really, really, really like, Tristan Merez, will be at Green Hall. And if you guys haven't heard this kid, I think he's got like a little bit of a George Strait vibe. He's got this really good song called Darlin' about he basically would call every girl he texted Darlin'. And he invited 3 girls to a show in College Station, and they all figured out that he was texting each of them, and they compared text messages, and he was texting them Darlin'. It's like one of the best stories I've heard. And then they figured it out, all got together, posted a picture, and then posted online, who else has Tristan called Darlin'? And he didn't have this song out yet. And so it kind of blew up online. He freaked out. It turned into like, he thought it was a crisis. And then his manager was like, well, you had that song Darlin', and they weren't even going to put it out. And they were like, this would be the perfect time to put it out. So he posted it, and I guess it like won over the girls because he put out this song and kind of gave him a shout out, because all these girls online started writing in that he was calling them Darlin' too. It's pretty funny. He's like a really nice kid from Houston too, but it was a cool story. But he'll be at Green Hall, and he's worth checking out if you haven't listened to his stuff.
That's a great story.
I know, awesome. Pretty funny. Getting caught by the interwebs.
Then you got to ready to the song about it.
Hey, today's all about turning shame into fame and fame into fortune.
It turned into his biggest song, and it's a great song actually. And he was saying it was like supposed to be a slow song, but they recorded it at a fast tempo, and so they put out the fast tempo, and it turned into his biggest song. It was really made his career take off. So pretty funny that something like that could be the reason. You know, you never know what the reason is you're gonna make it in music.
Yeah, well, everyone's looking for that break.
Well, truth helps too.
Oh, for sure.
It's real.
It's an authentic story, for sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Tristan Merez at Green Hall Saturday evening. Then Sunday, couple shows, including a comedy show.
Yeah.
And a legendary band.
Yeah, Brian Regan, who's a big comedian, will be over at ACL Live. And then my boss, Mr. Gary Keller's favorite band in the world, the Doobie Brothers, will be over at the Moody Center. And then Monday, we've got Dale Watson at the Continental Club, another staple. And then Tuesday, James McMurtry at the Continental Club. And so I got one quick thing before I get out of here. I was talking to Ty. I guess Joe Abels was in the house yesterday from the Saxon Pub. He was promoting on the radio about this show they do. It's a Texas Heritage Songwriters Hall of Fame show where they induct artists into the Hall of Fame. So I called Joe and was like, hey, you got any Saxon tickets to give away for this week? And he was like, no, man. He's like, give them away, give some of the Hall of Fame tickets away. And I was like, are you sure you want to do that? Because these are expensive, good tickets, and you'll have to listen to this lineup for the Hall of Fame show this year. So on February 24th at ACL Live, they got Ronnie Dunn from Brooks and Dunn, Miranda Lambert, Jack Ingram, Emmylou Harris, John Randall, and a bunch more.
John Randall's amazing.
Oh, he's fantastic.
As are all the others, by the way.
Yeah, it's an incredible line. Honestly, my favorite kind of award show, etc., little event to go to during the year. They do such a good job. It's been at the Paramount every year. This year, they're kind of moving to a bigger venue at ACL Live, and it is 100% worth your time. He also told me to drop a little tidbit that if for those people out there, they do the sponsor show the night before. And the people playing the sponsor show, and I can't give away the location, are Parker McCollum, Dierks Bentley, and Emmylou Harris will be doing a songwriter round. And you have to be, I guess, a sponsor to get into that. So I guess go to TexasSongwriters.com if you want to figure that out. But definitely worth checking out, and we'll give away 2 tickets on here if y'all want to.
Love that. All right, let's do that. I want to do it right now. That is unbelievable. That's February the what? And I want to be at that too, by the way. Songwriters.
I'll make sure you get in. February 24th is the show, and the 23rd is the sponsor show.
Awesome. We'll do caller 5, 447-3776. Can pick up those passes for next month at Moody, ACL Live at Moody Theater with some of the best songwriters in Austin and out of Nashville. That's really good stuff. And thank you to Joe Abels. And thank you to Nick Shuley, president of the Austin Music Movement. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, guys.
Hook 'em horns. Good stuff right there. By the way, music reminded by my buddy Charlie Wilson over at Callahan's. The Blues of Ruby Dice at Callahan's from noon to 4. Free music.
Okay.
All that goes on at Callahan's. So get out there. They got live music on Saturdays at Callahan's General Store. And pick up those tickets, 447-3776. And the live music capital of the world. We love our sports. We also love live music. Thank you to Nick for delivering it to you.
Been to the Playboy Mansion. And the first time I've heard that story from Nick, been knowing Nick for a long time now. Come on, Nick.
That's a good one.
That's a great one. I need details on that.
I need pictures.
Yeah, seriously, right? He said it happened. They could have took some pictures back then, right?
Come on, man.
Come on.
I need some pics. Let's come back with Who Said That, Rod?
Who said?
Got some good audio, including the person we've all wanted to hear from since Sunday. Details coming. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. Certainly is. Be careful out there. Callahan's General Store, folks. We just heard from Charlie, and you got to see live music on Saturday. Hopefully it's supposed to dry out at some point and be a little less rainy, and that'll be this weekend. And Callahan's is your spot. You know, we went from getting your house ice prevention ready, right, for the freeze. Now you got to get some flood issues going on and how you deal with your yard and all your gardens through all this rain after the freeze. You need all that information. You get to Callahan's General Store. Meet all the great people there. They'll help you with both, and, of course, there'll be more freezes coming. You know that. But, you know, we've talked about keeping your yard golf course ready and looking like a golf course year round, and your gardens. Callahan's can do just that. They have all the essentials you need, the fertilizers, organic and conventional. They've got the winterizing plan. They've got the pre-emergence for the weeds, everything you need. But now with this weird roller coaster weather, you need the expertise of what I should be doing now with these plants and with your yard. Let Callahan's help you. They're right there, 501 Bastrop Highway, and still there since all these years, 1978. 45 years plus now. They've been doing it as a locally owned, family-run company and store. That's what they do. Get in there. A lot of rain down to the east of Callahan's there, out towards Bastrop and beyond. A lot of those folks roll in there to get their feed and all the supplies they need. Be careful as you're coming in, but they've got everything you need to get through any type of weather, any type of situation at Callahan's General Store. Start them online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And remember, it's always a good day, rain or shine, to make it a Callahan's Day. Indeed, it's Hook 'em Up. And who said that, Rod? Can I play this for you? You're going to know who it is, but it's somebody I think we've all wanted to hear from since some of the video we saw on Sunday of this past weekend. Here we go. Who said this, Rod?
I'm not gonna lie, I gave Kylie a heads up. The moment we got into the suite, I said, I'm taking my shirt off and I'm jumping out of that suite. And she said, Jason, don't you dare. I was like, hey, it's letting you know what's happening. I'm not asking for permission. I'm doing this.
Once a Kelsey man's determined, there's no stopping him.
And she was already telling me to be on my best behavior because we were meeting Taylor.
This is hilarious.
I was like, Kylie, when I met you, the first day I met you, I was blacked out drunk and fell asleep at the bar. This is part of the charm. This is part of the Jason Kelsey charm. I want to make my best first impression. This is my best chance.
My best first impression is the worst impression ever, so I could just build
Set
from
that
that
bar
point
nice
on.
and
Yeah,
low.
exactly.
All right, there you go.
That's
Jason
great.
Kelsey, his wife, be on your best behavior. Oh, no.
No, I met you. I was acting the fool. I'm gonna continue to act the damn fool. That's what I'm gonna do. And you know what? Do you? It's
Do-
got. Look at where it's got you.
Yeah, it's
People
worked.
like to see you act the fool. You bring people joy when you do so. Keep it up.
I loved it. What do you have for me,
Keep it
Rod?
up. All right, so I sent you a couple of these, so you just dial any of them up and we can play. Who said that?
There's more fundamental teaching done now than I had to do when we were a championship caliber team. That was more making decisions during games, calling a certain play, drawing a certain play, making a certain substitution, looking for mismatches. You know, the mechanics of the game of chess while the game is going on, because those guys knew what they were doing and they were fundamentally sound. These guys are neophytes and we're not at that stage, so this is more positioning on the court, spatial relationships, man and ball, all the stuff that they would do in college, but they didn't go there. And if they did, they went for a year. So it's a different kind of teaching. The game stuff, I don't get to do quite as often as before.
Pop.
That is Pop saying, yeah, basically, I'm teaching fundamentals now because these guys, they don't know fundamentals. You know who said that years ago? Kobe.
Yeah.
Kobe used to say that's why the Euro leagues and the international game, international players, they come to the NBA and they have so much success. He's like, because fundamentally, he's like, they're light years ahead of where American players are in terms of teaching the fundamentals. And there's Pop saying it too. He's like, man, I got to teach fundamentals now. Stuff I didn't have to teach back in the day. Guys used to come to me with that built-in foundation. Now I got to build the foundation.
Good. They're neophytes, as he said.
I love that.
I mean, his best young player is Wemby. He's 19. Brock Cunningham's 25.
Brock on that, he on that veteran plan, man.
It's like, you know, it's a little different time these days. You know,
You're right about that.
And I'll play you some sound if I can find it coming up of why that is and what Kobe said, what he said. It's absolutely true.
Yeah.
And it's a problem for American basketball. There's no doubt about it.
Well, look at all the MVPs now.
I know. And
Where are they from?
Europe, 100% around the globe, and there's a reason. There's a really easy reason why. All right, we'll come back when we are. I'd say easy, but pretty simple explanation to why. We'll have that coming up, plus more on the Jim Harbaugh watch. A lot of reporting that he's going to agree to be the new head coach of the LA Chargers at some point today. Details coming on Hook 'em Up into the fabulous fifth hour.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Fabulous fifth hour, always led off by the great Willie Nelson. Shotgun Willie.
Shotgun Willie.
He is the legend, and that starts our fabulous fifth hour, which can be legendary at times. We've had some good stuff talking Playboy Mansion and documentaries we think need to be made and have already been made. Also, our man Nick Shuley delivered the goods. On the set list, ATX, some Who Said That in there. And in that set list, ATX, Rod, we were talking about, and you heard Greg Popovich talking about he's having to teach the game of basketball to professional players.
Yeah, guys
Ty, I just sent you this. Can I play this, and you can let me know when you have it, Ty? Because this is the crux of the biscuit here. This is really the situation. You ask, well, why are the last 5 or 6 MVPs from Europe or around the world, right? Why are the best players in the NBA, minus a guy like Kevin Durant? I mean, you can find the Dame Lillards of the world, but the young players that are coming in, I mean, they're not as skilled on par. And you got Pop talking about it. Now, Wemby is who we're talking about, right? He played professionally in France for several years before he came here. Well, listen, this is the head coach of the UConn Huskies, Gino Auriemma, the Hall of Fame coach, talking about what he sees in American players versus what we're seeing from overseas players. And it's a pretty simple but troubling situation when it comes to American basketball. And I think you could apply it to some other sports, too, including baseball.
I have a hard time watching high school kids play or younger kids play because they're more talented than ever. They're better athletes than ever. They can do more things than kids 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. But they're not better basketball players because this coach or that system has them playing 6 games on Saturday and they practice once that week. It's totally opposite of what they do in Europe, where you will practice 6 days and you will play once. So you wonder why all these kids coming from Europe, they say, well, why are they so fundamentally sound? Why can they all dribble? They can all pass. They can all shoot. Doesn't matter whether they're 5'10" or 6'10", because they practice. They don't play games. Here, it's all about how many games are we going to play, and then are we going to practice this week?
I just absolutely love.
There you go. There's Gino.
That's that's a good point because that's where you learn your fundamentals, right? Is in practice.
Well, you talk about it in football. Football's one of the rare sports where you practice a lot more than you play.
Yeah.
And, you talk about where basketball in America has gotten off track. I would say in baseball, where I grew up playing, my son grew up playing, it's the same thing. You go to these tournaments and you're playing baseball all day. They didn't ever practice.
Yep.
And I remember when I finally allowed my son to get into travel ball, which was when he was 12, and he made an all-star team in a rec league. And I said, okay, if you make an all-star team in a rec league, then we'll start talking about traveling.
Yeah.
Up until then, it was just we're not going to do because there are people traveling when they're 6 and 7 years old.
It's unbelievable. No,
Insane.
I got friends who do it, and I'm like, this is crazy. You're trying from Houston to Dallas, San Antonio.
I hated
what?
that. It made me quit baseball to travel.
Yeah, no, and it's ruining rec leagues all over because you don't even have rec leagues anymore because there's no kids playing them, and the kids that are don't even know how to play baseball. So it's a real problem for that industry and basketball too, I think, because it's all about select and it's all about the tournaments. And Gino Auriemma is dead on. It's 6 games a day on a Saturday, and then you don't practice much at all. And I think we see the result of it. And the European players are much better. Baseball, same thing. And when I was doing it with my son, I was like, look, no one's giving you a college scholarship when you're 11. I always say this about Major League Baseball to parents. Like, why are you wearing this kid out when he's 13? Why do you think baseball has a 5-level minor league system? They want a raw prospect.
Yep,
they want to develop them. They don't want your worn out kid.
Yeah, that you've been putting in 8 hours a day with. And then, they really don't want. They want a guy that's actually a kid that's played multiple sports.
Yes. Multiple sports, right? And they want to see him compete in multiple sports. Well, look what we're talking about this morning, the Hall of Fame class, Todd Helton and Joe Mauer.
Yeah.
Joe Mauer was a great quarterback, a great basketball player, and a great baseball player.
It expands their athletic intelligence overall.
Sure.
Like they're
and
different
you don't get
ways.
worn out or burned out in one thing.
That's true, too, yeah.
And those 3 guys I don't know, not everybody's going to the Hall of Fame, but Joe Mauer could have picked any sport he wanted to because he played them all. Yeah, that's the other part of baseball and basketball. Kids choose that sport way too early.
Specializing too much.
Yeah,
early.
100%.
Way too much of that. You go look at the NFL drafts, what I paid attention to, but NFL draft, more and more, you're starting to see guys who played multiple sports in high school, and you start to see NFL scouts consider that.
Sark talks about on the recruiting trail. He's really into that. They're looking for multiple sports stars. Remember, Sark was a baseball player.
Mm-hmm.
Sark was baseball and then got into football at junior college.
Bill Walsh talked about his term was athletic instincts. He said, I'm looking for athletic instincts. He said, oftentimes when in scouting, you find that from a player in your sport playing a different sport.
Yes.
a D lineman playing basketball.
And Sark talked about, I'll have to find that. It was an interview with Craig Way when they were at Pluckers for doing a coach's show. And he was talking about, he's intentional about, not only do I want to see them playing other sports, I want to see them competing. Even if, especially if it's their second or third sport, but they're still out there busting their butt and they're being a good teammate. Their primary is football, but man, they're out there on the basketball floor giving it. Talk about Colin Simmons, right? Colin Simmons won 2 state titles in football, but won a state title in basketball, and he was a big part of what they do. You want those kind of competitors. Track and field is another one that is big for coaches to see them out there. So it's one of those. There's not an easy answer, and the industry of youth sports has corrupted because, again, what happened in basketball and baseball is that it became an industry and a job for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Those select leagues pay a lot of people good money.
No doubt.
to travel.
Yeah.
And, get equipment and gear and coaches. And does it make you a better baseball player when it's all said and done? Does it make the game more enjoyable? Yeah. I would argue no. Because all I wanted for Nolan, my son, was I don't want him to make the high school team. Let's get to where you're going to make the high school team. Yeah. And he did. He played 4 years of high school baseball. And, at that point, if you can perform, you'll go off and play beyond high school, which is great. And a lot of his teammates did, which was really cool. But at the same time, you got people out there telling these kids. I actually saw a tweet from a high school coach here in Texas talking about how these factory teams are telling kids you shouldn't play high school baseball. Yeah. You shouldn't play high school baseball. I'm like,
it's going to ruin your game. You should come play with us.
Yeah,
like,
come on, man.
Right? That's ridiculous.
Nothing like playing with your teammates.
That's how it is in soccer. Soccer is the worst about that.
Soccer was the first. Well, when I'm 50 years old now, so I know when I was in high school, Rod, we didn't have a high school soccer team.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Good point.
So if you wanted to play soccer, you played club.
Yeah.
And the best players I went to high school with, all the kids that played college, they were all they were banned from playing for their high school team.
Yeah, and that is because it started club before it was high school. Because in the state of Texas, they didn't have high school teams. Yeah. And so club was what started it, and then the high schools came along with their programs. But what happened in baseball and basketball is they had plenty of high school teams, but those sports kind of borrowed what soccer was doing to create the industry that we're talking about. And it's not all awful. It's not completely terrible, but it's certainly to Gino Arioma's point in basketball, you're not developing fundamentals because you're never practicing.
No. And even in the game, and I sent you another clip actually, Ty, I DM'd it to you. It's the Kobe clip that I referenced to, something very similar. His take as also as to why the young basketball players' fundamentals are suffering, which has a trickle-up effect, if you will, a domino effect. And he talks about how the players, and I've said this about football, that if you watch football, a lot of the times the fundamentals suffer because fundamentals don't make highlight reels and they don't make Sports Center. Just making an open field tackle isn't sexy, but you make an open field hit, you get a kill shot. You knock a guy out, then that's why you got guys who are lunging at ball carriers, not wrapping up, not bringing their hips. They just want to lunge at them because that's what they know about a highlight reel play. Listen to Kobe. This is the late, great Kobe Bryant talking about how he thinks the Sports Center effect is what I call it, but it's also hurting fundamentals in basketball too.
In my day, everyone knew the game. That was just you. Or do you really think it's gone backwards in that way?
No, it has. I mean, our development in USA basketball, you can just look at that on the surface and the difficulty and the challenges that we face in playing international competitions. So when I grew up and growing up overseas in Italy, I was very fortunate because I caught the teaching time in Europe. So, the Red Holtzmans, the Tex Winners, and all these great coaches at the time went over to Europe to teach coaches, have coaching clinics of how to train players. So when I was growing up, I caught the fundamentals of that game, right? Pau Gasol, Manu Ginobili, same thing. And so you look at the difficulty that we have had in international competition is because these players learn how to play the game and think the game at all levels. Pau Gasol, just as comfortable handling the ball as he is in the post. Marc Gasol, right? You look at San Antonio Spurs and the way that they move the ball. And so we have to do a better job developing our players.
All right. I mean, it's the same conversation. It's frustrating, but it's hard to change the industry at this point. It's so far down the road. And parents are told from, the main thing I said with baseball, because that's my knowledge base, Rod, is, if you want to listen to what I'm saying and say, I don't want my kid playing travel or select, try to get him in a rec league. I mean, I know like Oak Hill still has a really strong rec league, but they're fewer and fewer. Like because at a young age they pull them kids out of the rec league. Which rec league is where you go sign up for $100 and you play.
Just play.
Play.
Just want to play.
Yeah.
Get reps. Just playing.
Yeah, but the rec leagues get diluted and really just decimated by the select. And so if you're a parent and you want your kid to play baseball, but you really don't have a choice. You don't really have another option. I would argue that you should, if you invest money, especially if you're traveling, I would invest in hiring coaches. Like specialized coaches who will train them and just do reps, do practice, do work, do that kind of thing. That's better than the traveling thing that you're doing. Put that money into a coach who will develop that talent, and then when they get into older areas where they can play in another rec league or play in high school, they can do that and then get on the tournament teams and kind of things. But that flies in the face of the momentum the parents are dealing with right now. Same in basketball. I do think I don't know the football youth industry as well, but I do think there's still a lot of practice that goes on at the Pop Warner levels. A lot of practice.
The only thing happening in the youth football is now you have the camps that are set up by a lot of these. Sometimes they're set up by like shoe companies and these different Elite 11 camps, things of that nature. And there are middlemen that can get involved that way with the young guys and form relationships, but they don't have like the rec league issue. Sorry, the rec league issue, but the just the culture that basketball has.
7-on-7's a lot like that, though. I played like club 7-on-7 growing up, and it's very similar to. I played on one AAU team, and it was the same kind of vibe where we went to Dallas every single weekend for a 7-on-7 tournament, and it was the same.
And I do know,
same kids and teams up there every week.
I know you also played in the Westlake Pop Warner leagues, and those are very organized and they're very structured, and it's very teaching environment.
Oh yeah, definitely. My dad is I think up until last year was still like the president of the Westlake Pop Warner League and was coaching a few years before that, and he's done with kids. So like it's a very then they up until recently they started implementing like the same. When Todd Dodge came here, they run the same offense as Todd Dodge did. Like it goes down to second graders running the Westlake offense, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, it gets you ready and to where even when you're in middle school, like you already know what you're doing. The fundamentals that we're talking about.
For sure, absolutely, which is what the foundation of any good athlete is, right? As Gino Auriemma said in another interview, I said, hey, you're all good athletes. I wouldn't be here looking at you. You weren't a good athlete and a good player. I want to see the fundamental part. I want to see how you treat your teammates, so kind of leader you are. Those kind of things are what we're going to try to recruit. Same thing. The other real downside of what we're talking about is there's just a lot of people that can't afford to travel and do those things. They're not going to. So their kid won't play. Yeah. Because it's just you've been priced out of it. And, that's why there's great leagues like RBI Baseball here in Austin that's trying to, allow inner city kids and kids that can't afford that to have a league to play in and those kind of things. That's unfortunate because there's a lot of, and even with select basketball, that gets really expensive, Rod. I mean, if you're a father out there listening and you know that your daughter's in select volleyball, travel volleyball is not cheap, my friends.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, it seems like that football can avoid it because football doesn't have. It's just weird the way it's set up. Like you can do 7-on-7, but that's not football actually. No, it's a 7-on-7. It's not actual football. And football is one of those sports. And I think female sports are a little bit different. But the sports you're talking about with the kind of the AAU culture, you can find your cash cow there. Like if you get a young man who's going to be an NBA player in the first rounder, that's your cash cow. It makes everything worth it. Your 5-6 years of putting in makes it all worth it. If you can link yourself to him, you're good. Nike's going to be contacting you. All the coaches going to contact you. The NBA, they'll hit you up. The agents will hit you up. Hey, you're the middleman now. And baseball can be very similar because those guys can go straight from high school to the pros, or they can take 1 year and go to the pros. With the NFL, there's a little bit of a wait, and you got to wait on that young man, go to college, and there's a chance you may lose that connection. Man, and with soccer too. You may get your cash cow, your ticket right now.
Yeah.
19 years old in the league.
Yeah, in soccer, you can get it when they're like 14. They can get signed to a pro team earlier than that.
Yeah. See, football, you can't cash in on that cash cow as early as you can with those other sports because it sucks. But unfortunately, that's what a lot of these AAU organizers are looking for.
Yeah, well, and it's a job for everybody, all the adults too, as part of the deal. I get it. Yeah. I know people who do it, and I'm glad. I mean, it's part. But you can't argue that's not having a detrimental. I talked to our friend Gene Watson, who's with front office with the White Sox now. They talk about it all the time. Gene Watson told us that they take it with baseball to such a point that they take a lot of kids off their board that are from the South who play year-round baseball from before they're teenagers.
Well, because of injury?
Well, yeah, just they're worn out.
Yeah.
We'll just if we're going to take a player from the United States, we're looking for more Northeastern type of players that they want a raw prospect.
The seasonal more.
They're looking for a great athlete that they can teach to play and really develop the skills. They don't want to uncoach things. They don't want a worn-out kid and those kind of things. And a lot of those kids just burn out or get hurt. Arm injuries for teenagers are through the roof. If you talk to orthopedics, I mean, it's crazy. And again, there's a lot of people doing it right. I'm not because this is not one of those blanket conversations. Because we're getting texts from coaches who coach travel ball and preach discipline and fundamentals and IQ. That's true, it is. But we also know there are a lot that aren't doing that. And to your point about the cash cow and Nike coming, when you say we found our one cash cow, well, what about all the other guys that were playing basketball that aren't the cash cow?
Right.
Did they get to develop?
Agreed.
Probably not in a good way. But it's the genders, right? The male thing. There are a lot of guys I know whose daughters grew up playing volleyball who earned a scholarship, either in softball or volleyball. So there's a financial gain to that.
That's true.
But the scholarships are a lot more available in female sports than they are male sports.
Yes.
The dad out there who thinks their kid's going to get a high school baseball or college baseball scholarship. That's a brand roster of 30 guys splitting under 12 scholarships. There's not a lot of money in college baseball for scholarship. Now, NIL's now here. But at the same time, we all agree early specialization is a bad idea.
It is. Let them play. Just let them play whatever sport
early year-round play is a bad idea.
If they're not going to be an athlete that's a high-level athlete enough, high-caliber enough athlete to earn a scholarship, you focusing and specializing them at 8 or 9 years old, I don't know if that's going to make the biggest difference.
I wasn't allowed to play anything besides football for a long time.
Well,
and I loved basketball, and I wasn't allowed to play.
Yeah, because you should, as a youngster, you should have joy when you're playing sports. Like, it should start there. Like I just have fun. I have fun playing this sport, and then we can work on everything else.
Remember, we played the sound a couple months ago of Patrick Harrington, the golfer, talking about teaching young people to play golf.
Yes,
and he talked about the minute they get tired of it, take them home. You don't want them out there dreading it when they're young. The minute that it's not fun, and you just want them to enjoy the game. You want them going to the golf course to be. They can't wait to get there because they get to hit the golf ball. But too many parents go out and make them play five rounds of golf, or a whole 18 holes, and then you get sick of playing. And because golf's really hard,
you lose the joy, man.
And these sports we're talking about are really hard. Yeah, have joy. Playing, especially at the very youngest of ages. I'm not talking about once you get old enough to understand what's going on.
Exactly,
you have personal choice on those kind of things. And then it's probably up to you to go hit the range yourself when you get to be 13, 14, 15. You put in the time. But good conversation, and it stems from Greg Popovich talking about he's having to, go back to being a fundamentals coach.
Yeah.
And you also asked the question, why are foreign-born players dominating the NBA right now? That would be a really strong reason why. Kobe Bryant, Gino Auriemma.
Yeah.
And, they come in ahead of the game. And we know Kobe Bryant was always famous for saying, one of the reasons I knew I was good, but he just talked about his European teaching. He would get up and do a workout at 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he'd go back before lunchtime, and then he'd do it in the evening. And his theory was, if I'm doing 3 workouts a day and you're doing 2, over time, I'm passing you.
Yep.
I'm lapping you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting in 3 a day. You're getting in 2. I'm beating you.
No, the Shakespearean sad, unfortunate irony. That's why he got the helicopter. No, he really was, because the traffic in L.A. it kept him from getting to all of his appointments and to his workouts, because he was working out, like you said, 3, 4 times a day, and he's like, I don't have time to sit in traffic. Well, I got to get to where I'm going, and that's why he got the helicopter.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they were going to a basketball game tournament for his daughter.
For his daughter.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Still, hearing his voice makes me sad. I think a lot of people.
I still remember where I was when I got the news.
I was sitting in this room we're in right now.
I was at Doc's backyard. And I want to say it was right before COVID. It was one of the last times we went out before COVID.
It was January.
It was like
January
it was like one of the last times me and my wife were out before COVID. I remember that. And she's like, Kobe died. And I was like, why would you say something like that? That's crazy. Don't joke about stuff like that. She's like, no, it's on TMZ.
Well, and I know that where we're sitting here in our Onion Creek South Austin compound, we're in this main room, but I was in this hallway, and I have a blue room here, Rod, the music room.
Yeah.
And I read it on my phone, and I just sat down in that chair right there.
You're right.
I went, what?
Yeah.
And I kind of sat there for like 30 minutes, and I was just kind of scrolling, trying to find more information. It was just like
It
heartbreaking.
rocked you, didn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
It's amazing how that happens. You don't think like the loss of an iconic figure in your era,
That
in your
sudden?
time. Yeah, but it did. Just kind of it did. It hit me the same way. I
Well, we
I
all
didn't even eat my food.
I was just like, oh my gosh, that is horrible. And then you hear that his daughter's
Daughter
on
was
the
involved.
thing.
Yeah,
Just
it
like
was
your
terrible.
heart's breaking.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Because I mean, those moments we know 9/11, and I remember being at St. Ed's in the Oklahoma
Yeah.
City bombing.
Where were you when this happened?
Yeah, Magic Johnson. I was in
wow.
the mess hall, the cafeteria where we ate
Yeah,
at St. Ed's.
that's a
I
big
lived
one.
in the dorms. When I walked in on this big television that they had, and Magic Johnson's making
Yeah.
his declaration of HIV.
That's a good point.
And it
O.J.
was-
Simpson.
And the place was full, probably 200 people in there, and it was silent.
Oh yeah.
It was
No doubt.
silent, and everybody stopped getting food. Everybody just was staring at the television, trying to figure out what they just heard.
Yeah, because
from
back
Magic
in the
Johnson.
day, people didn't have phones, so we would, if there was a television anywhere near Brady, that's why the O.J. Simpson thing was big. I remember people would find a TV anywhere it was. You'd run into a store, you'd run into a diner or
Yeah.
whatever. It's like, oh, I heard that O.J. version is coming on, and you'd sit there for the 30 minutes and wait on whatever it was. So that's why the O.J. thing was big, because I remember people's reaction to it. Not only the O.J. bright white Bronco chase, because that lasted so long, you had time to get somewhere. We're like, you heard what's going on with OJ? And like, oh man, what's going on? And you go there, and then Houston Rockets fans know this all too well because the Rockets were playing.
Yeah, 100%. I told you I was in Wyoming. I didn't know
Oh,
anything
that's
about
right.
it.
You were.
I didn't know anything about it.
You
and
was
I was
on
like,
the ranch.
Where's my basketball game? But that was and it's so funny how. Because I remember with the Magic Johnson HIV thing, because that was when you thought he was just going to die. I mean, that was it.
Yeah, at the time we thought HIV was like a death sentence.
Yeah, that was.
We thought you get AIDS, you die.
He's
We
dead.
didn't know anything about it
Magic
at the time.
Johnson dying.
Yep.
Yep, exactly. But now when something like that breaks, we don't just sit and think about it. We go right to our phones.
We scroll.
And start tweeting out,
Yeah.
tweeting out. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? It's crazy how times change, but we remember impactful moments like that. And
Oh,
Kobe
man.
Bryant was absolutely.
I
one
want
of
to
them.
say the OJ verdict.
It was a Saturday morning, right? It was a Saturday morning.
Yeah, it was the OJ, the Bronco chase.
No, the Kobe.
Oh, the Kobe. Yes, because we were having we went there for like lunch or something. At
Early
Doc's.
lunch, yeah.
And I remember the OJ verdict. It wasn't it happened. Well, I don't say I was in school. I want to say it was like during the day, and I was in school when the verdict was announced for OJ.
I was in college. I was at St. Ed's, and so
I want to say maybe I was.
We all stood around and watched it.
I want to say the teacher turned it on. I want to say the teacher was like, "We watching OJ, y'all. So I don't care what y'all do. We watching OJ." Because remember the trial? It was one of the first trials to ever be televised.
Yeah,
It started
Well,
that TV trial trend, really.
It did. It started Court TV, I believe.
Mhm.
But you know what's funny about that is we just talked yesterday about Tanya Harding, the Harding Tanya, Tanya. If you remember the end of that movie, while they're wrapping up the show and all the craziness, if you look at the TV screen in the last scene, they're showing the beginnings of the O.J. Simpson thing.
You're right.
So you could argue Kerrigan Harding was the first.
Yeah, you're
Because
right.
that soap opera.
That's a good point.
And all that was going on, and right on the heels came O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, and they didn't have a trial for the Kerrigan thing. It wasn't like a real trial because all of the defendants and all the people, they were doing separate stuff.
And between
But
that
you're right.
and then O.J., that's what that started live TV, right? The idea of
What a 24/7 news cycle was
Something.
what it started. Like before that, I don't think TV stations were thinking about a 24/7 news cycle because they didn't have enough content.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, you know what? We don't actually need news. We just need something salacious enough.
Well,
and
and
they can build it up to news, and that was Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding, and that was OJ.
soap opera.
Yeah,
Soap operas and
exactly.
trials, right?
Yes, exactly.
Would blow up, and
Yeah.
it's funny they bridged one another.
They did.
The Harding.
You're right. Because I watched it last night, and you're right at the end when he says the media left right before he went to jail, and he said, and on the TV was the OJ, like they were following him up to the residence, and I guess Nicole Brown had just been murdered.
Yeah, yep. And that was it. And the other part of that is we went from just network news to cable news. So cable news took over too.
That's why they
right
needed
about that
content,
time.
huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you got 24-hour cable instead of just a 30-hour local nightly newscast. All right, a lot of varying conversations, but all good ones for sure. Where were you when kind of thing. Coming back though, well, where were you going to be today when you hear that Jim Harbaugh is the new head coach of the L.A. Chargers? Could be coming down at some point, any moment. We'll get you details of that, plus Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain and the ripple effects of that Harbaugh situation if and when it does happen. Coming back, hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Austin is a beautiful city. It's no surprise that people visit Austin. They want to call it home, just like we all do. But part of that beauty, part of that aesthetic appeal and attraction is thanks in no small part to the skilled craftsmanship of our good friends at Ironworkers Local 482. It's a prestigious organization that's been around since 1935. They've been helping shape Greater Austin. That's a very, very long time. You see the labors of their love all over this great city and iconic, exquisite landmarks like DKR Stadium and the Pennybacker Bridge. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, well, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482. They don't go to the office. They're the ones who actually build the office. So if you're looking for an exciting new career, maybe you're frustrated with your career path or your work choices, or maybe you just want to feel valued by your employer, maybe you want a new challenge, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape Austin's economic development. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project happening right here in Central Texas, and you can become a valued member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you can take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Beats all you never saw, been in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straight in the curve.
Everybody weighing in to say we watched the OJ verdict in school. What I watched in school was the Challenger explosion.
I saw that.
Shuttle.
Yeah, I think it. Oh, yeah.
Man, that was when the space. I mean, we were down in Houston, so it was big with NASA.
I don't know if I watched that live. I think I've seen it. I might have been too young to watch it live.
Well, it was one of those traumatizing things because
83 at 4. What is it?
83 or 4.
83 or 4, early 80s, right? Yeah.
So I was in middle school, and they.
Yeah, that was
like it was in Houston, so NASA's a big deal, and space program's a big deal. So they that was one of those when they would wheel in the TV on the big cart and turn the lights off, and let's all watch this, and we're all sitting there going.
Did they have to explain it to y'all after?
They didn't know what to say. The teachers didn't know what to say.
I mean, you got to help them process. You can just
tried. I mean,
you just roll it back out and be like, "All right, kids, back to the lesson." Like what we just witnessed, we got to process this.
Sorry about Sally Ride.
Right. That was
school teacher.
That was you're right. That was I forgot all about that. Yeah. That's
That was not cool.
That's sad.
Terrible.
That's
it's tragic.
It was it's hard. I don't know what you teach you. What you say after that? How do you go back to the lesson? You just witnessed.
I don't think we did. I think we just sat around and talked about it.
Yeah.
Because
probably the best thing to do.
Teachers were as traumatized as we were. I mean.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to see it because there was a school teacher going up in space.
That's right. Oh man. Yeah. That was very sad. That was a sad day.
All right, so we'll lighten the mood.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, for sure. When we've talked Texas men's basketball all morning long. If you missed any part of those conversations, we'll podcast it. But really good stuff about Rodney Terry's team and how they've turned it in a week. They were sinking fast and kind of the target of nationwide criticism for Rodney Terry. But it does seem to have galvanized this team, and they found some rotation chemistry. And how about Kendall Weaver stepping in? That guy needs to stay on the floor. He had 28 minutes last night. When he's on the floor, good things happen.
Yeah, no, he provides you a lot of hustle plays too. Yeah, got some of that junkyard dog in him.
He does, and he's quick to the rim. One thing I like because they had a lot of the jump shooters on this team that like to shoot threes. He likes to go to the basket because he's not a great shooter. He likes to take it to the hoop.
Got 3 offensive boards, too.
Yeah, which I like a lot. And he's a quick
Hustles.
leaper off the floor. He can get to the basket, and that just gives you a different dynamic in the backcourt because those guys are being told to close out because you got to close out on Max Asmus. You got to close out on Tyrese Hunter. Dylan DeSue can stroke it from 3, but that guy will go right by you if you try to close out and get to the rim, which I like. He is really a nice addition, and, as our man Nick said last hour, BYU is taking. They got beat last night by Houston. That's a beatable team on Saturday, which would give you 3 straight, and then you got Houston on Monday night, which would be one of those marquee Monday night matchups.
If you win basically BYU and you got a 3-game winning streak going on versus ranked teams, that's gonna be that'll be a doozy. Kendall Weaver, he had 28 minutes. You say 11 points, 4 of 8 field goals. He had 3 offensive rebounds, an assist, a block, and a steal. Only 1 turnover. And got to the free throw line, like you said. He's not afraid to go to the rim, so he ends up going to the free throw line 4 times too, and was 3 of 4 from the free throw line. That's a hell of a way to fill up the stat sheet. I mean, that's productivity right there.
Well,
that's 28 minutes of hardcore hustle.
And he jumps off the screen because he's just hustling everywhere. You know what I mean? Just one of those guys. And let's 86 was Challenger. Thank you very much.
Hey, okay, I know it was
86
mid to early. Okay, there you go. Yeah. I was too young. I was like 6 years old, so I was too young to remember. But I've seen it, and it's still sad.
Yeah, see it live. When we go behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod will talk some Texas football. But real quick on Jim Harbaugh, the other top story of the day, in addition to Longhorn basketball, is that what's coming with Jim Harbaugh. Mike Garafolo, I'm watching NFL Network right now. We're kind of waiting for the report. But Mike Garafolo from the NFL Network reported overnight that the LA Chargers, on a second visit with Jim Harbaugh, made an extremely strong offer for him to become their next head coach. And he says that they're within striking distance of securing a deal, and the negotiations to the point of talking about who would be the general manager and who would be on the coaching staff with Jim Harbaugh. And it could include several coaches from his own staff at Michigan, including his defensive coordinator, Jay Minter. Jesse Minter.
Yep, that's a good player. That's a good move.
And then possibly his own son, Jay Harbaugh, who coaches the special teams.
And the special teams did not look too good in those playoff, at least in the Alabama game.
It almost cost him the Bama game.
Hey.
Nepotism, baby.
Son is coming. Family's coming, all right? I told y'all yesterday.
Dad's going to La La Land. I'm going with him.
Nepotism runs rampant in the NFL. I think 11 out of the 32 coaches, last time I checked, were related to a former or current coach in the NFL.
So you know.
Yeah. And all his son, Belichick's got his son on the staff too. At least he did. He going to bring him wherever he goes. He's going to bring him too.
Yeah. Well, it's just, and I think if you did the same deep dive on most industries, you'd find a very similar thing.
You would, no question.
That broadcasting's not a lot different. It's just you're saying I'm going to help you open a door, but at the same time.
It's a family business in a lot of ways, but I mean, not everybody don't necessarily, everybody doesn't merit those opportunities, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are bigger conversations surrounding that conversation, but not to be had this morning. So
That's
we'll watch Jim Harbaugh and where that goes. Looking like it's going to happen, and obviously, what will that mean for Michigan? I'm of the opinion that very quickly they'll name Sharon Moore the immediate head coach, but
it's probably the best course of action, just so you can have
after watching what's happened at Alabama.
Yeah, to stabilize things or try anyway.
And by the way, I did see an interview with Kalen DeBoer on Paul Feinbaum, and everyone's freaking out at Alabama, and Kalen DeBoer said, you know what, I just did this 2 years ago at Washington, and this is much better than that. Like, essentially, his whole roster left when he got to Washington when Jimmy Lake was let go.
Well, it happens every time.
Yeah.
It happens every time there's a coaching change.
And essentially, he's Kalen DeBoer saying, I just did this 2 years ago when I replaced Jimmy Lake and lost a lot of good players. We're losing some good players, but we're keeping a lot of good players at Alabama.
Well, and he's a guy, listen, in terms of their roster this past season going to the College Football Playoff, I told you guys they didn't have a 5-star player on that roster, not one. They had more 3-star players on their roster than Texas had 4-star players on their roster. That is not the typical roster you see playing for championships these days. So he's a guy that's always, even going back to his time at Sioux Falls, always did more with less. So I guess if you want to be optimistic, glass half full, him there in Alabama, that's still probably the most talent he's had on a team ever. Even with all the
and that's
attrition.
what he was saying to Feinbaum.
Right?
I'm like, man,
Like,
yeah, I'm losing a bunch of guys, but I'm
he's like-
keeping a bunch of really good dudes.
He's like, these guys still better than what I've been working with the last few years. So he's a damn good ball coach. He's going to win games. Is he going to win Nick Saban level games? No. Nobody ever
Would
will.
anybody?
Exactly.
That's why it's a job I would not take. I'd be like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Those are shoes that are impossible to maintain.
And then you don't want to live with the regret as a coach.
That's right.
Not taking that job and not betting yourself, not believing yourself enough. If you're not going to take the job because you don't want the job. Don't take the job because you don't believe you can fill the shoes.
Yeah, and don't take it out of
Don't take it out of fear. Yeah, don't take it out. Don't not take it out of fear. But if you don't want the job, don't take the job. You know what I mean? But I think that's what he had to wrestle with. I think in the end he was like, you know what, I'm bet on myself. If I screw up, and I'm terrible. Oh well, I'll go back and I'll build it up all over again because he's built it from. It's like the billionaire that goes broke and you got to get back to $1 billion again. So you're like, oh man, you can never do that. Hey, T-Bone Pickens did it. All right,
multiple times.
Get back to $1 billion. I don't know if he went broke, but he wasn't a billionaire.
He did. He went to zero a couple times.
Yeah.
All right, we'll talk about it more coming up before the top of the hour. To be what's popping.
What's popping?
Including I have just sent Ty the 2 Sports Illustrated covers we're going to put out today on our Instagram. Because in honor of the demise of SI, Rod, I've got my whole collection of old Sports Illustrated covers, and we'll put out a couple a day. And they're vintage. They're vintage. And today's are in honor
Mike Tyson was cool.
Yeah, there's a Mike Tyson one. I'll be sending them as we go. These 2 today are in honor of the NFL's playoffs, which don't include the Dallas Cowboys.
Playoffs?
We'll have that. You'll be looking for that on Instagram. We'll put them out. Let's go to Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, though.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, Longhorn fans are still buzzing. Late yesterday, actually, late in our show yesterday, the news broke that the Longhorns were getting another transfer portal acquisition in Tia Oali'i Savea. Yeah, I'm going to say it enough times. I think I'll get it right. But he is the defensive tackle from Arizona and coming in with a lot of he's got some connection with Johnny Nansen. Johnny Nansen actually who's the newest co-DC here at Texas, was formerly defensive coordinator at Arizona. He recruited Savea out of high school, so they have a deep kind of long existing relationship going back to high school prior to his time there at Arizona together. So he knows how to utilize Savea. He also knows his strengths, his weaknesses. You just needed another proven commodity. You needed some proven depth on that interior defensive line after losing Murphy, after losing T'Vondre Sweat. Thank God you have Alfred Collins coming back, so at least you have Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton as your proven frontline guys. You can add in now Savea. It's going to be a drastic shift from having the luxury of the deepest defensive tackle room in the country 2 years ago with Murphy, Sweat, Coburn, Ojimo, and Collins to last year having the best D-tackle duo in the country between Sweat and Murphy. And now, nothing against Collins and Broughton. Not sure if they're going to be, the best D-tackle duo in the country. You're certainly not going to be the deepest D-tackle room in the country. And you lose what's called the best D-line coach in the country in Bo Davis, and we still don't know who the D-line coach is going to be, but you needed to get another proven talent, a proven depth piece in the interior D-line, and Savea is talented. He's a guy that he's only got 4 starts, but he can line up on multiple shades on the defensive front. That always helps you in terms of disguise, in terms of your matchups. He's also a guy 6'4", 305, so he's not huge, but he can play, like I said, multiple shades. So if you need him to play, over the nose, you need him to play shade in a 1 technique or in a 0 technique, just situationally, I think he could do it. Ideally, I don't know if that's his strength. All these guys they have now are kind of 3 technique guys, maybe a Sadir Mitchell and Aaron Bryant. Those guys step up and they take their game to the next level. They take a leap. I mean, they can be ones to kind of occupy that inside 0 to 1 technique for the nose tackle technique. But Savea is a guy that can manufacture depth at multiple positions. Now you got 3 guys that at least are proven that can be in your rotation of interior D linemen. You still need another one. And I think you ideally would like someone who could play the nose tackle. At least that's what they do. Their expertise would be playing the nose tackle. You don't have that, but I don't think they're done with acquisitions on the defensive line. You got another transfer portal window happening in the spring. We don't really know in terms of the next recruiting, next signing day, I should say. Maybe something could happen there. Jim Harbaugh, if he does indeed leave to go to the LA Chargers, we know there will be a 30-day window where the Michigan roster will be able to seek the transfer portal. So maybe they have some options. They have one of the more talented rosters in all of college football. So there will be options for Texas, but maybe those options will be tougher to pursue if they don't have a D-line coach. And right now they don't have a D-line coach. So I assume the D-line coach has to get handled first. And we don't really know exactly what's going on there. Rod Wright, at one point, looked like he was the focal point or at least the front runner for that spot. And reports have died down. Some of the buzz has died down about that. So not sure exactly what Sark is thinking or what he is pursuing, who he's pursuing for that defensive line coach position. But at least that D-line coach, whoever he is, will have Savea, Alfred Collins, and Vernon Broughton as proven pieces. And you just have to make sure that whether it's Sadir Mitchell or whether it's Aaron Bryant or whether it's one of those other young guys, that you can develop those guys into being rotational or, guys you can depend on to be rotational players for you.
Jere Bledsoe, another guy to watch for.
Jere Bledsoe's another. That's a good point.
Yeah, they do have some guys, but yes, hope is not a strategy, and you also don't have Bo Davis, as you said, to. You could guarantee Bo Davis was going to get these guys to their ceiling.
Yeah.
The new guy, whoever the new coach is, might be the same, but you just don't know because we've seen the difference in coaching.
Oh yeah,
pretty dramatically.
No question.
From what was his name, Herb Hand, to Kyle Flood has been pretty dramatic.
Big. Yeah. Then the players are the ones who were saying it too. They were the ones throwing it out there that, oh man, Kyle Flood, very different coach. They didn't want to say better. They just said very different. But I think they meant better.
Well, I remember we had who was it? Who was the great big offensive lineman who switched positions a couple times? Super nice guy. Came in. He was in studio. I'm trying to think of his name. He played like 5 or 6 years at Texas. He played defensive line for a while. They moved into offensive line, but kind of flourished in his first. He played 1 year for Kyle Flood in Sark's first year.
Oh, yeah. The name is.
I think you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
But he said, he was very candid. He goes, and there were times when Kyle Flood would say, he was teaching you to do what?
Why?
He was telling you what? Which is like, that's so funny. Like, like a really good coach going, I wonder why we would tell you that. That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, he's talking about and usually a coach can rationalize and he can even understand a different technique, a different coaching style, a different philosophy coaching. Yeah, because every coach has their own things they emphasize, right, and prioritize as a coach. But when a coach is just bewildered and stupefied by why you would even teach that, you may be talking about something lost in translation there. Yeah.
It's like the coach is scratching his head going,
what? So, I think for that'll be the question. Whoever's going to replace Bo Davis, as you point out, he was a proven commodity. You had been able to depend on a breakout campaign from one or two of those interior D linemen, the last 2 years, and you got it from Ojabo and Coburn, then from Murphy and Sweat. I think Collins came back with the hope that he would be the one to have the next breakout campaign under Bo Davis. Bo Davis leaves. He still can have that breakout campaign, he and Broughton, but you don't have the Bo Davis resume and Bo Davis clout that can help reassure Longhorn fans that you're definitely going to get that product. So whoever the D-line coach is going to be, they'll have a task on their hand because you'll go from the D tackle room being the strength of the team to being probably the biggest question mark on the team.
Yes, for sure, and we'll see. And we talked about that in receiver when the portal first started, and now they've got 3 new receivers and a tight end that's come in, and so you're not as worried about it. But yes, I mean, and the fact that there isn't a D-line coach yet, and that maybe the Rod Wright thing didn't pan out.
Something happened. We know that now, right?
No, yeah.
Something happened. Like it's pretty obvious.
There was an interview, and there was a conversation I was told, and that you got to hire the right fit, and if you don't feel like it's the right fit, then you move to the next, and you open the conversation. But either way, I do trust Sark's track record on hiring coaches to his staff has been very, very strong.
He's done a great job. No need to doubt the man now.
All the way to Johnny Nansen, right? Johnny Nansen coming in, leaving as a defensive coordinator to become the linebackers coach. Sark is building a pretty solid staff because they know that it's hard to it's not hard to recruit at Texas right now. It's hard to recruit against Texas right now.
It's a place where coaches want to be too, it would seem. I mean, he's able to get these. Brennan Marion was a fast riser, so a short choice, fast riser. Then coaches want to be here. Chris Jackson, another guy. So that's a good thing for Sark. Hopefully he can bring the best D-line coach available. Tope Amade.
Is
he the O-lineman? Yes.
Yes, he was the one. And he was a delightful guy.
Yeah, he's a real smart dude.
Super great guy.
Real smart dude.
And, he was the one. I was like, they're telling you what? What are they teaching you? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, it'll be what's poppin', Ron?
What's poppin'?
Said that. What's poppin'? To wrap it up and tell you what to be watching for tonight, including all 3 Texas NBA teams and what the Sports Illustrated covers we're putting out today will be in honor of the demise of the great Sports Illustrated publication. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B. All right, it's What's Poppin', and Ty is going to put out 2 new covers of Sports Illustrated vintage covers that I have in my collection, Rod.
Oh, yeah.
Including one from 1984 with Jack Lambert, the great Pittsburgh Steeler linebacker on the cover.
Oh,
with
that's
the
a good one.
Man of Steel.
That's a good picture. I like that one.
It's a mean look. And then this is an honor. That's in honor of the NFL playoffs because that was the time the Steelers were dominating football. And this one from circa 1989, March 20. It's a picture of Jimmy Johnson on the cover. It says, Dallas begins the long climb back. And he's standing on a stairwell around it's a pretty cool picture.
It's crazy.
What Jimmy Johnson must do to rebuild the Cowboys.
Was that 89?
Yep, March of 89.
Wow.
And the other cool thing is after you left yesterday, I started thumbing through it's the cool articles. There's Jared Jones and
honestly, I think some of the ads are cool.
Oh,
like,
man.
You got cigarette ads.
Cigarette ads.
It's like,
Yeah,
you don't see
yeah.
cigarette ads no more in the magazines. I think some of the ads are pretty cool too.
But it's just such a walk down memory lane.
Yeah, it's like a time machine. It's like sent back to a time capsule.
And
like
it was
a
the
sports
great
time capsule.
and the great Paul Zimmerman from Sports Illustrated, one of the great NFL writers of all time. He wrote the story: Big Changes in Big D. New coach Jimmy Johnson and his game plan calls for a different brand of Cowboys football.
Different brand, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which a lot of Cowboy fans are hoping for, wishing for right now.
Well, you're not gonna get a different brand. You're gonna get the same,
same
literally
one?
the same brand you got last year. 12 wins and a disappointing playoff run. I mean, they haven't changed anything.
Nope.
Dan Quinn probably will leave, so that's probably gonna hurt you actually. So you may get an even more disappointing.
We'll wait on the Harbaugh thing. That'll be popping today, I would imagine.
Yeah, Vrabel. That there's some buzz. That could be some Vrabel news, and at the Panthers, or at least the odds, have Vrabel as the best odds to be the Panthers' next head coach. So watch out for that.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on the conversation surrounding those coaching moves and what the Falcons are going to do. Tennessee's made their decision. By the way, Tennessee made an announcement today. Amy Adams Strunk, their owner, that in the wake of the firing of Mike Vrabel, Rand Carthon has been promoted to like team president. Like
GM and president?
Yes, like she's put out a statement saying that he's been so impressive since he's gotten here.
Damn, so she's giving him basically all control.
He's taking control.
The only person he answers to is her.
Yes, and he oversaw the hiring of Brian Callahan.
So
here's her statement. Over the past year, Rand has impressed me and our staff with his innovative approach to roster building. Rand's exceptional reputation around the league as a talent evaluator and culture builder was a clear competitive advantage during last year's free agency and draft process. Simply put, Rand Carthon makes the Tennessee Titans a destination location.
I mean, she chose Rand Carthon over Mike Vrabel.
100%.
And she basically decided, even though Rand Carthon had just gotten there, that in that power struggle, she was going to choose him over Vrabel, even though she chose Vrabel in his power struggle with the previous GM. Was it John Robinson, I believe was his name.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she likes this guy, and that's why they fired Vrabel, just because Vrabel's a good coach, but she admitted Vrabel and she didn't say this, but I'm paraphrasing, Vrabel and GM don't get along. I'm taking the GM.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. And, I think when the news broke yesterday that Brian Callahan, is it Brian Callahan?
Yeah. Bill Callahan's son.
I always think of, I can't say the name
I
Callahan
can't get the
think,
Bill Callahan days of the Cowboys out of my head whenever this whole situation was
my
terrible.
dumb brain goes immediately to Dirty Harry. I think of Callahan. From the Dirty Harry movie.
What about Callahan? There's a lot of Callahan.
Callahan's General Store. But I think of Dirty Harry, right? Clint Eastwood.
Yeah.
You're playing Detective Callahan.
What about that? Yeah, good point.
But so Brian Callahan, but I'm assuming that was an underwhelming hire in Tennessee and with the fan base. So I'm assuming this statement today through Adam Schefter is like, hey, this is why we're doing this.
Oh, good point.
Yeah, I think this is PR.
That's a great point. Yeah, because that hire didn't go well. Even when I was like, well, considering all the coaching candidates that are available, that's an underwhelming hire.
Yeah, especially for the love that fan base had for Mike Vrabel.
Yes.
Like you moved on from Mike Vrabel to Brian Callahan, an unproven 39-year-old assistant. Come on now. At least Mike Vrabel's proven. If you give him the right roster, he can win with it. So I think this was some Amy Adams Strunk PR. And you know me, I'll always root for the Adams to fail. So that'll just be that's par for the course.
Yeah, something in the Love You Blue, you just can't root for that franchise, that organization.
My feelings towards
the
Adams family as an old Oiler fan, Rod, who were my first love, is like it's like Cersei Lannister. It's like nothing bad enough can happen to them.
Wow, man. You brought up this Cersei because every time she used to wake up, she had violence on her mind.
Yeah, I don't think about that about anybody else.
Yeah,
but Adams and his family.
Kind of hatred. Oh man, that runs deep.
I wish demise. Well, that's how it cuts. You know what I'm saying? You stole my team.
Yeah, they did, but that's all right because now things are looking up. Why? Because D'Amico broke the curse when he beat the Titans in Tennessee.
30 years later.
Yeah, but they were wearing the Love You Blue uniforms, and remember, the reports are up there. That's when Amy Adams Strunk, that's when she lost it. That's when she decided, Vrabel, you're done. After they lost to Case Keenum, a backup quarterback in the Texans, first-year head coach in Tennessee when they were all wearing the Love You Blue uniforms. And remember, that's when Mike Vrabel was wearing the Bum Phillips cowboy hat. I mean, they thought they were getting ready to roll the Texans, and D'Amico pulled off a miracle, baby.
I think that's part of why Mike Vrabel got fired, because he lost that game.
No, that's what people say. That one of the theories is that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and she decided, I'm done with this dude. You lost to that team.
Win that game.
You got to win that game, man. Not trash talk. The petty, man.
My dad's mad.
He's rolling over in his grave.
Hell, he drafted Vince Young despite Houston fans, and against the objections of his head coach and his offensive coordinator.
That is, oh yeah, man, bad blood. Bad blood.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the Jim Harbaugh thing, Rod. We'll also
Yes,
keep
sir.
an eye on some NBA tonight. All 3 Texas NBA teams are in action, all at home. Dallas hosts Phoenix in a good one with Kevin Durant in town. San Antonio hosts Oklahoma City, and the Rockets get Portland tonight as part of a busy NBA slate. Got some college hoops tonight as well, and it might be a good night to
It's about that time.
Netflix and chill and stream something.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to watch Maestro tonight.
Ooh, Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper. It's on
Maybe
Netflix.
I'll
I'm going to
watch
watch
it
that.
too.
That'll
If I
be
have
like,
time.
yeah, I want to start watching all the Best Picture nominees. Yeah.
By the way, I did watch the first episode of a new show on Showtime, Rod, called Woman in the Wall.
I've seen previews for this. Is it scary? It's supposed to be?
The first episode was great.
Okay.
It's based in Western Ireland.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have to check that out.
It was compelling.
I'll
First
DVR.
episode in. I'm ready for the next one.
Okay, I'm going to DVR
Woman
tonight.
in the
then.
Wall, Showtime.
I'm in it.
Don't know anybody that's in it. I don't know any of these actors.
The writing's good, though.
The writing's great.
There you
It's
go.
in conjunction with the BBC, so you know it's
Nice.
going to be good. All right, we'll come back next show tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. every hour of this show. Podcast at hornfm.com. Thank you all.